Three slips are waiting for a nick off the outside edge from Davis's first ball that he receives from George Balderson, and it's running away for the first runs down to third man for 4. Here comes Balderson again, holds the ball in front of his chest, and Yates drives, finds a gap through extra cover, and it's going to run away to the rope for 4. And considering the amount of water this outfield must have taken in the last 48 hours.
Eyeing up this pitch here again. Well, that's edge, but steered down to the right of Bell. Well, that's gone down towards the boundary. Just flicks the rope and trickles over the top. Bailey to Davis. It's a nice shot. Pulled for 4. That's a really good looking shot, actually. He's right in control of that and in position, nice. And
Yates waits for Balderson and cuts hard for 4 runs. Beats Aspinall's dive at backward point, but it was probably past him before he hit the deck.
In comes Bailey. Balls, and Yates just clips it off his legs and will pick up 4. I think he's got bat on that, he has. Picks up 4 down the leg side. Tom Bailey just straying a little bit too straight, and as Bailey bowls, and that's over pitch on the offside, and that's a beautiful shot from Yates. Push it through wide mid off, picks up 4. Shot of the day so far. In comes Bailey. Bowls, and he's bowled him. Yates leaves it. No shot offered. And the off stump cartwheels back. It's a beauty from Bailey. Misjudgment from Yates. Back over the wicket to Davis. Tucks it on his hip, and he should get a couple there, Davis. If not 4, he does. Runs away for 4. Beats the deep fine leg fielder.
as Balderson comes in. Run down to third man for 4. Playing it late, Alex Davis. Open face of the bat and steers it along the ground. Edge through to the keeper it is, and Rhodes departs. Second for Bailey.
Here he comes. Like Alex Davis sweeps, and sweeps really well. What do I know, eh? Brilliant shot from Alex Davis.
Bailey to Barnard. Just flicked the edge of the bat. Yeah, up goes the finger. And Bailey gets his third. Roaring back to life, Tom Bailey.
In comes Lyon. Alex Davis slog sweeps again. He's played pretty well. Ooh, and Balderson overruns it. Down at fine leg. Davis picks up a 4.
Bailey bowls and takes Davis on the toe, I think.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? the storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed, he has. And he's played with what a moment. He don't play. Well, the real stuff that came from Hagen Fairbrother. Fine chance to run the winning hit. On come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage of Day 2 live from Emirates Old Trafford here on the BBC Sport website and app, and we're on Lancs TV as well, where the scene looks an awful lot more cheerier than it did yesterday. And we've actually been able to see some of the players warm up as well, a proper warm up before an 11 a.m. start. We are going to start on time this morning, and we've got an extended day as well, extra overs to be bowled today to make up for time from yesterday. Lancashire going through their very serious and highly competitive pre-match routine of trying to kick the ball over the net, which is a very, very important thing to do as part of their pre-match preparations. Mike Taylor is alongside me here at Emirates Old Trafford, just watching some of the players warming up from earlier on. Good morning, Mike. A pretty good day that, wasn't it, I think, for Warwickshire on the first day?
Yes, I think they'll be happy enough with 89 for 3. It doesn't look stellar on the scoreboard, but I think in awkward batting conditions, both on the ground and in the air, I think that wasn't bad. So they will hope it is easier for batting today with the sun out. But I think they regard the pitch with a degree of suspicion. And I don't want to cast any aspersions on the ground staff, who did a magnificent job to get us on the field at all, frankly, yesterday. But as Keaton Jennings was explaining to you at the toss, the plans for the pitch are not necessarily gone exactly as would according to plan because of the weather this week, and therefore it is going to potentially give us quite an interesting game, given that there is the likelihood of more time to be lost over the next 2 days. So it's going to work out entertaining, but it might not always be fun for batting.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. And 3 down overnight with 89 runs on the board, and the opening batter still there in Alex Davis represents, you say, a pretty steady opening day, slightly curtailed opening day, 39 overs possible. So the I've left my piece of paper over there, but I think it's 110 overs today. No, it's 104 overs today. So lunch will be at 1:10.
Yes.
And tea's going to be at 4 o'clock.
Yes. Well, there's only 2 guys you really need to know.
Well, that's quite.
And the 2 gentlemen, for those of you watching on the pictures now, Ian Blackwell and Rob White, who are going out to the middle. So I think we'll take our cue from there.
We will, yeah. As long as these 2 know what they're on about.
Yes.
That's the most
It's not lunch till they say it is.
Yes, quite, yeah. Lunch can wait until these boys walk off. So we shall see what the second... This is by far the best day weather-wise. The forecast is good today. And I don't think we're going to get... And I'm touching the wooden desk in front of me, but I don't think we're going to get any interruptions today. It's a pretty clear weather prediction through the course of the morning and the afternoon. So I think we're going to get a full day. The 104 overs is obviously making up for some time lost from yesterday, but it's whether there's enough time on Sunday and Monday with a bit of rain around for us to get a result. If that's going to be the case, Mike, it's got to move on a bit today, hasn't it, I think, this match?
It does. I mean, there's every incentive for both teams to try and get it. Lancashire at the bottom of the table, although a rather compressed First Division table, once you get past the first 2 or 3. And Warwickshire haven't won a game yet this season, and they certainly think they could and should have done last week, and they had decent positions in at least a couple of the drawn games early in the season. They were certainly dictating terms after scoring a lot of runs. So there is every incentive for both teams to get on with it, because this is halfway in the championship, isn't it? After this game, 7 games done. Even though we're still in the spring, you need to be starting to make some moves in the championship if you're going to get at least to a position of safety, which is the very least that these 2 counties aspire to.
Yeah, it's a fair point. 7. This is the 7th game of
this is it.
Yeah, halfway point, and we're not at the end of May.
Yes. I mean, that is a well-opened can of worms.
I've opened it early on, Mike.
You are. You've started early.
I've opened it before the first ball of the day has been bowled. Maybe we should shut it.
We'll be distracted a bit over the next 6 hours. But it's a well-rehearsed argument, and if you found your way to watch or listen to this service, I'm going to sort of suggest gently that you probably have already had that argument
several times over.
So there we are, but for better or worse.
Indeed. So we're gonna get underway with George Balderson from the James Anderson end of the ground. He bowled 9 overs yesterday, went for 30. And the wickets all came off Tom Bailey's bowling. For viewers on Lancs TV, his numbers from the back end of last night are still on the bottom right of the screen there. 3 for 25 from his 13 overs. So it was a good day for Bailey, but it will be Balderson from the Anderson end, and he's in and bowling. And Mosley gets off the front foot and defends away. Pushing into the offside, there's no run. Dan Mousley didn't really have too much involvement at the end of last night. He came to replace Ed Barnard, and then within, I think, maybe 10 minutes or so, we went off, didn't we, and didn't come back on again. So he has to reset.
They were not sorry to go off once.
No.
The 40 minutes or so of cricket after tea was really difficult.
89 for 3. Here comes Balderson. And that's driven again, picked up just at backward point by Aspinwall, and Balderson's overstepped, as he did, I think, twice yesterday from that Anderson end. So the first runs of the morning for the Warwickshire total, because of that no ball sent down by Balderson, just overstepping. So it's 93 4-3. Here comes Balderson again. That's fallen wide and left, and taken by Hurst, who's having a roll around in front of Keaton Jennings at first slip, and there is no run. So we're up and underway, myself and Mike, to take you through this second day live across the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every game via the BBC website, and we've been broadcast across Lancs TV here from Emirates Old Trafford, watching Balderson come in a little bit of watery sunshine. Nice looking shot off the front foot, just punched away into the offside where Jack Morley fields. And there is no run. I'm sure he'll have a twirl or two as well as the day progresses. Jack Morley, one of the two spinners that Lancashire have named, kind of frontline spinners that Lancashire have named in their side for this match, with Nathan Lyon obviously keeping his place, but they've gone for the extra spinner with Jack. He's been recalled from his spell at Derbyshire. I think he's already played that one first class match so far, a couple of second team games. Obviously forward and defence back towards Balderson, and there is no run. 91 for 3. See, I'm sure we'll see Morley have a decent spell today. We saw a little bit of Nathan Lyon again last night, or yesterday rather. It was a slightly shortened first day. We saw Bailey, Balderson, Lyon and Aspinwall, the bowlers used on the opening day. 39 overs were possible on that. I guess a shortened first day. Balderson in. And that's driven to mid-off, and through they go. Quick single. And punched up towards mid-off. It was Bohannon fielding. And managed to scamper through for one. Obviously moves on to 2, and it's 92 for 3. Yeah, we've got an extra long day to play today because of time being made up for yesterday. So 104 overs to be bowled. Lancashire looking for some wickets in the morning. 3 for Tom Bailey through the course of that first day. Alex Davis unbeaten on 47, and Warwickshire are now 92 for 3. Davis gets his first runs as well. A little flick away off the hip towards square leg for a single, and that, by the looks of it, completes the first over of the morning. So 93 for 3. It's Tom Aspinwall, who bowled 4 overs yesterday. He was the one of the standout players at Blackpool for Lancashire last week. Victory over Durham. Memorable kind of full debut for him with his first class wickets, and then went on to pick up a 5er in the end, didn't he? And a 5er in the match, and helping Lancashire go on and secure an impressive win. 7 wickets in total in that match for Aspinwall at Stanley Park. It will be Bailey, who looked right back to his best yesterday. Quite had it going for him so far this season, but he was looking good yesterday. He's in and bowling to Davis for the first time this morning, and that's turned out towards George Bell at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, back running in and looking a threat was Tom Bailey. 3 for 25 represents a good return for him so far in the match. Davis is 2 away from a 50. 48 not out. Bailey sets off again. Just the one slip in place. He's over the wicket and bowls. Just pushed gently up towards Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah, so 104 overs today. Lunch at 1:10. Tea will be taking at 4 o'clock. Let's see how the Bears can build on their first innings through the course of this second day. Bailey from his mark from the Statham end sets off in the sunshine again. Left alone by Davis through to Hurst, and there's no run.
I was talking to Alex Davis last night. He really enjoyed the battle with Lyon, which I'm sure will be rejoined before too long this morning. Lyon bowled exclusively from the Anderson end, the old pavilion end, yesterday, and I think that reflected on what we were discussing at one point about how it's not only good for Lancashire to have Nathan Lyon, obviously it's good, but it's good for the wider county game to have players of that calibre.
There's Bailey in to Davis, who defends, and there's no run.
He said, you know, look, you're looking down the fixture list and saying, I really want to play against Nathan Lyon in that game. So, and you know, look around the other counties, and he said, you want to play against the best bowlers. And that was a really intriguing contest. The way he played Lyon, played it extremely late off the pitch, needed quite a bit of skill. And I think Lyon was enjoying the contest too, by the look of it. He always does.
Bailey back into Davis. Defended to mid-wicket where Bell fields, and there's no run.
But to get to that, he's got to get through what I suspect is going to be another examination from Tom Bailey, who really was on the button yesterday.
It was good to see, actually. He's quite found his rhythm and his form so far this season, but was looking good yesterday. He's a delivery away from another maiden into Davis. Pushes down the ground, gathered by Lyon, and Bailey does start off with a maiden over. He's 8th so far in this first innings. 14 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 25 for Bailey. So 93 for 3. Davis on 48. He's been, he was excellent yesterday, Davis. He played with a great deal of skill. It was tricky through the course of that 39 overs in which he batted. Seeing Rob Yates and Will Rhodes and Ed Barnard all being dismissed by Bailey. But great skill to get through it last night.
Yes, after tea, it was always overcast, but it was really gloomy for that 40 minutes until we had the spell of drizzle that ultimately ended the day. But much different today. I see on the little screen to my left, there's just one little splodge of rain in the distance on the radar, but it's nowhere near here. As Balderson starts a new over, and Mosley, the left-hander, is forward to push this away into the offside for no run.
It's kind of North Wales, that, isn't it?
Yes.
But near Anglesey, that little splodge of rain that you can see on that radar.
But on the little sort of throbbing blue dot over Old Trafford, it's all right.
It is.
So, it's better. This a decent smattering of people in this morning. I hear there's another sporting event going on today. Mosley drives and he's caught by Jennings at slip. It was right in the slot for driving, but Mosley didn't quite get there, and a straightforward take by the standards of slip catching for Keaton Jennings, just moving slightly to his left, and the first incision made for Lancashire comes from Balderson in the 3rd over this morning. Mosley, without adding to, or has just added a single this morning, caught by Jennings off Balderson, and it's 93 for 4.
Yeah, perfect start by Lancashire. It was there for driving, wasn't it? And he couldn't resist going at that. Edge through to Jennings. Safe pair of hands, the Lancashire skipper in the slips. Balderson picks up his first wicket. Early breakthrough that for Lancashire. Just a perfect start for them. Just need to try and find a little partnership here. Alex Davis, as we've mentioned, batted with great skill and patience through yesterday, but there's Will Rhodes hung around for an hour and 20 minutes or so with him, and Yates at the top. But just need to try and find a little partnership here at the Bears. I think they'll be pretty pleased with their overnight performance and where they stood in this game at the early stage. What looks like a pretty tricky pitch, but it can change quickly in the first hour or so this morning.
It can, and Warwickshire, without Sam Hain in this game, are a batter lighter than they were at Chelmsford last week. Jacob Bethel is out at number 6, another young player like Mosley, of whom there's a great deal of excitement within Warwickshire. And looking to develop as in red ball cricket, I think, a little more this season. He did have a fair number of opportunities last year, was a little bit bothered by injuries at certain stage, and a persistent back problem, which stopped him bowling as much as he might have done, especially in the white ball games. Balderson round the wicket to him. Bethel, another left-hander, and his first ball is full and he squeezes it out on the offside. Quite a few left-handers, I think 4 in the top 6. Warwick's. Bethel is a bat twiddler, wanders away towards square leg and settles back, waiting for Balderson. A second slip has moved in alongside Jennings. Tom Bruce at second, then a bit of a gap to quite a fine gully. And this from round the wicket from Balderson is allowed to go through by Bethel. Jennings' reaction suggested it might not have been all that far away from the off stump, but Bethel's not having it.
Well, we saw through the course of the first day, didn't we, from the seamers, actually at both ends, but mainly from this end, perhaps because Lyon was bowling quite a bit at the back end of yesterday from the top end, but it was a little bit up and down, wasn't it, for the on this pitch, certainly from this Statham end.
Gully's come round to third slip as Balderson bowls, and Bethel is carefully forward here, defending back to the bowler.
There's a sense of it being a little bit unpredictable at times.
Yes. Yes, especially from this end, as you say. Will Rhodes went through a spell where he seemed to be getting 2 or 3 awkward ones from outside the left-hander's off stump. Balderson starts a very straight approach and then moves wider on the crease as he comes round the wicket to Bethel, who lets this one pass. And it's the end of a wicket maiden for George Balderson, his first wicket in the game. And Warwickshire 93 for 4 after 3 overs this morning, with Bethel joining Davies, who has 48.
Yeah, the weather predictions today offer a clear day. If you're in Colwyn Bay or on the north coast of Wales, you might get a little bit of a shower, but it looks pretty clear, the radar, for the rest of the northwest through the course of today, and it's nice and bright and sunny. Let's see where this game can try and develop. It's difficult to look beyond the forecast for Sunday and Monday, and it's going to perhaps ultimately have the big say. But fairly to Davis, who carefully defends away to the leg side, and there's no run. But still, a lot of cricket to go today, so it can move along pretty quickly, this match, potentially.
Yes, I think it's likely to, and so both teams have a big incentive to make it happen.
Yeah,
there'll be a pause in the championship, won't there, for a few weeks after this game. And Warwickshire really don't want to be getting to this point without a win.
Davis waits for Bailey, who's over the wicket. Flicked away down towards fine leg for a single. Moves on to 49, Alex Davis. He's now 94 for 4.
I mean, Alex Davis did say in his interview last night that in his view, batting first was the aggressive option, which, I mean, you'd normally think it's the other way, wouldn't you? You put a team in, that's the aggressive option. But that, I think, tells you how they see it.
Tom Bailey mentioned that Lancashire were quite keen on the idea of batting first, said they won the toss as well. Bethel waits as Bailey comes around the wicket to the left-hander, left alone, taken by Hurst. And there's no run. I think we were suggesting yesterday, it felt like a brave decision, didn't it? Just because the conditions are so bowler-friendly that you're thinking, well, maybe the braver calls to trying to have a bat first, but maybe it was it is the sensible decision because of the Nathan Lyon factor, the fact that today's probably going to be the best day to try and bat weather-wise. It's defended this time, Bethel. Just leaning into it and eases the ball away into the offside, no run.
We'll get a better impression the longer today goes on. I think by the end of today we shall have a very clear indication of where the game is going, if the weather allows. But it's a good day for coming to watch today, so if you are in the area, then come and see the cricket. It looks like a bit of a sun trap in front of the pavilion today.
Bailey to Bethel, back in defending. The ball ricochets past the off stump and down towards the slips where Bell comes up to field. No run.
I have read quite a bit this season so far about people saying, well, you know, championship cricket on a Saturday, because lots of people are involved in club cricket on Saturdays. But there's no day that suits everybody, so, you know, it's, I mean, I understand entirely. You know, my two boys play club cricket today. Wouldn't be able to go if he was at Edgbaston, but so be it. Whatever day you have it on, it's a problem for somebody.
Bailey bowls again, and Bethel off the back foot punches away into the offside. No run. End of the over. Just the single coming off at 94 for 4, with Davis on 49 and Bethel on 0. Yeah, every opening round of this first couple of months of the season has been Friday through to Monday, hasn't it? And that changes towards the back end of the season, kind of more midweek. Certainly in September they are.
Yeah, but when they were starting games on Mondays, people were saying, well, we can't go and see any cricket at the weekend. So you can't have it both ways. But if you are at a club and your club is involved in club cricket today, then good luck to you. Maybe drop me a line if you want us to mention your game that's going on today. Be happy to do that. You can email me to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk if you want to do that. Balderson starts a new over from the pavilion end, the Anderson end, and Davis, who is 49, defends back to him. Mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk you can email me on. Whether you might be in Warwickshire or in Lancashire. No more thriving club cricket scene than there is in Lancashire. That's for sure.
Yeah, and like quite a few of the leagues around the country, all pleased to be up and running eventually.
Yes, I'll bet. Balderson close to the stumps, bowls to the right-handed Davis, who defends back down the pitch. In fact, I mean, they've got the ground here playable by mid-afternoon. I shouldn't think it's been a very easy week for the club cricket groundsman, without necessarily quite the facilities of a place like this. So, yeah, if you managed to get your game on today, well done, and tell us about it. People will go and take a look. There's Balderson bowls, drifts onto the pants of Davis, who is going to score his 50th run by nudging it down to long leg. Aspinwall sends the throw in, and Alex Davis with a very well-made 50 off 121 balls, and it's been a disciplined effort. Very different character sometimes about Alex Davis's batting these days. Maybe he's got the stripes on his arm. But he can still score quickly and freely and likes to do that, but this hasn't been the occasion for him.
No, it hasn't. No, and he's adapted, hasn't he? And adapted really well. A real kind of gutsy, gritty knock that from Davis.
7 fours in his 50. This is run down wide of third slip by Bethel, and he's going to take 4 runs down to third man. It's just going to beat Aspinwall over the rope. So Bethel away with 4, and he, I think, ran that off the face rather than it coming off the thick edge. It was controlled.
It was. He was played quite nicely, I think, wasn't it? Just easing it down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Very modern shot. 98, 99 for 4. And this the 44th over. 3 slips settle again. Balderson's around the wicket, and this is Fuller, and Bethel trying to get into a drive, but checks it. And it bobbles up to mid-off. There's no run. Oh, more people gradually coming into the ground today. The cup final, I know, is a big draw for lots of people, especially in this city. Best not mentioned in parts of Warwickshire.
Okay.
Sky Blue supporters.
Oh, of course, yeah. Oh, blimey, yeah.
Oh dear. Balderson bowls. Bethel defends into the leg side. There's no run. 99 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that'll take them some getting over, wouldn't it? Losing in that manner.
Also. Yes, that's a sore one. I'm glad to see, looking around the country, that they've started at New Road today. I was very, very worried by some of the pictures I saw from New Road. I gather that they were cutting chunks of turf out and taking them somewhere else to try and dry them and bringing them back again. It got to that end. But they had an inspection at 10 o'clock this morning, but they are playing at New Road after losing all of yesterday.
They've lost an early wicket too.
Yeah, Worcester 3 for 1 in the 6th over against Notts, but the fact they're on the field for the first time this season at New Road at all is good news.
There's Bailey from the Statham end. Balls to Davis. Defends to the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, it was a little concerning yesterday, wasn't it? When it wasn't actually any rainfall.
No.
Still, it wasn't suitable to play. I think Kevin Howells was telling me last week when we were in Blackpool that that week there was a kind of a call put out to Worcestershire fans in the area to come down to New Road and help put together the final preparations and help clear the ground up, the final kind of clean-up operation before that championship match was due to be staged, and plenty of people turned up to help out. Bailey to Davis, 4 and off stump, and he drives. And Barnum skips away to his left from mid-off to field. And there's no run.
No, it's a special place, New Road, but I fear its days may be numbered. If you haven't ever had the occasion to go and watch the cricket at New Road, it is a place to go and watch one of the genuinely beautiful county grounds. But the unthinkable has started to be mentioned. It floods too often there.
Bailey to Davis. Steered out towards the offside. Picked up at point by Tom Aspinwall. And there's no run.
So they've been playing at Kidderminster, which is a pleasant enough out, it's an out ground. But certainly not really equipped to be a county headquarters.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I was reading some of the quotes from Ashley Giles about having to face the possibility of moving away from New Road.
It is thinking the unthinkable, but so be it.
99 for 4. Bailey to Davis. She's trying to run it down to that gully region. Playing it late again. Slightly open face of the bat, and Tom Aspinwall's there again at bat will point to field. And again, there's no run. So whether that would mean building a completely new ground,
I think it probably does. Yeah.
Or okay, if it could have been just not possible to kind of develop and
not as I remember. I haven't been there for a few years, but yeah, I don't think it would be easy to do that. I think it'd be a fresh start.
Early to Davis. That's defended patiently. Away into the offside. Bell comes across from one side of the wicket to the other to field. Lobs it up towards Bahanam.
I'm not an expert in Worcester geography, but I don't think there's too many places sort of within the city of Worcester itself. I mean, there are other parts of the city centre of Worcester that flood a bit. The racecourse floods quite often, in the same way as the cricket ground does. Right. So it might have to be sort of on the edge of Worcester, but it's going to take some years to work all that out. But they are starting to think it.
Final ball of the over. Davis leans into it, guides the ball out to the leg side, and there's Bell again, who's been pretty busy in the last 2 or 3 minutes. And he stops the ball, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. So yeah, you can see if viewers on Lax TV, and that's now 2 wickets down. Worcestershire 3 for 2 at the start of their first innings, but lost a couple of quick wickets at New Road. Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire. That's day 1 of that, effectively day 1 of that fixture. First day was completely washed out, so it's now down to 3 days for them to try and see if they can get a result. We'll keep you across the scores right up and down the country in both Divisions 2 and Divisions 1 of the County Championship through the course of today.
Balderson starts a new over. It's just clouded over for a moment, and Bethel is going to score Warwickshire's 100th run if they're quick. He guides it down to backward point. Aspinwall gets the dive in, the throw on the way, but they've hurried through. So Warwickshire 100 for 4 at the start of the 46th over, which indicates just what patient going it has been. The second 50 coming in 30 overs. So it's been pretty disciplined stuff, and it's had to be.
It has, yeah. It's the right way to play, isn't it? Try and make the most of a decent start here.
Back over the wicket to the right-handed Davis, who's forward defending, back up the pitch to Balderson. I would say that in the 6 overs we've had so far today, there's nothing that's obviously misbehaved.
No.
But the team selections would point to expecting more help for spin rather than seam as we go on. Alex David did tell me, he said there was a little bit of live grass on the pitch yesterday, so there was a little bit of grit for the seamen. Balderson bowls, and this is only a little bit short, and Davis is onto it quickly but hits it into the ground and straight to Bruce at backward point. By the look of his reaction, he warmed his hands a bit. But he's severe on anything short. That wasn't very short. Sun's back out. Just one slip for Davis now. As Balderson bowls, and Davis is carefully forward, bat and pad together. Guides it away into the covers. Over there's a bit of matting that's down over a pitch, maybe 3 to the right, towards the hotels of the one we're actually playing on. It's a nice bit of carpet.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's a stripy one. Comes Balderson, pavilion behind him, and Davis again. He's forward bat and pad together, and making no effort to hurry Warwickshire, which in the context of a game which we've said needs to move along today, gives a pretty clear indication of their thinking this morning, I think.
Yeah, try and bat the bulk of the day if they can. Get themselves a good first innings total. Try and see if they're going to potentially only maybe bat once.
Balderson bowls, and it's flicked by Davis. And a good stop on the leg side, close in there, prevents a run. George Bell, very agile, down to his left. It's the end of the over. 100 for 4 in 46 overs. Warwickshire. Davis 50, and Bethel 5. The man out this morning, a little earlier, if you've just joined us this morning, was Mosley, caught at slip by Keaton Jennings off Balderson for 2.
Yep, this was the only wicket so far. Encouraging him to try and drive. It was a wideish ball which he went after. Jennings with a pretty solid looking catch as ever at slip. Balderson with the first and so far only breakthrough of the day. Half an hour gone on this second day. Bailey to continue from around the wicket, left by Bethel, and through to Hurst. Got the second slip in place with a new batter out in the middle. Looks like he's got a very fancy haircut underneath his helmet there. That's something a bit flash.
He's only 20. He'll learn.
Go faster stripe coming from underneath his helmet. 100 for 4. Bailey, 2 slips in the gully. It's worked to the leg side by Bethel. Aspinwall's at mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Where are the good seating places here? My impression is most of the spectators here have gravitated in front of the pavilion, or
if you want some sun,
just the members there.
If sun is your thing, then you want to be sitting really in front of the hotel stand. Yes. A. You can't get the sun all day there.
There's a nice spot with some picnic tables over there.
Lovely, though, isn't it?
I had a walk around the ground earlier, and you feel like you're quite in the game there, I reckon.
It's like an AstroTurf, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a little red kind of covered area which you can go into as well. Bailey in, that's edged by Bethel. It's gone down towards third man. It did turn him round. Comes back for 2, moves on to 7. It's 102 for 4. So the seats in front of the point will get a little bit of shade later on, and likewise some of the seating in front of the pavilion, which is where the majority of the supporters and the members are located. It's Bailey, balls, and it's a nice looking shot, punched away, and it's a good piece of fielding by Bohannon at mid-off away to his right to deny Bethel the possibility of more runs. He just takes a single, firm looking shot, nice and positive. He moves to 8. It's the end of the over. No, we've got a delivery or 2 to go. Bethel on 8 and now Warwickshire 103 for 4.
Notice Nathan Lyon just starting the gentlest of stretches. I don't know whether it's a stretch to tell the captain, I'm ready now. Ready now, Skip. Whether he's just had a word.
Bailey setting off and then Alex Davis just stepping away. So Bailey having to loop back round to his mark. He's at mid-on, Nathan Lyon. I'm sure a pretty reassuring presence for the Lancashire bowlers to have someone with his experience just nattering away. Davis is ready. Bailey will come over the wicket to Davis. And he's defending it and then slightly frantically, not sure where the ball was going to bounce and ricochet back to, but it spun back in the direction of the keeper. And Davis hopping around just to make sure that there's no damage to his stumps.
He was worried then that he had just chopped it on. Bailey's bowled a very disciplined line all the way through. His innings so far into his 17th over.
Here he is to complete this over. Davis defends. And there is no run. So 3 coming off it. 103 for 4. Davis on 50. Bethel on 8.
Reckon if you went round the counties and drew up a list of the leading cricketers who've not had England recognition, Tom Bailey would be not far down that list, would he? I think he had played Lions cricket, didn't he, once or twice?
Yeah, he did.
But I don't think there'd be all that many ahead of him in the queue. The county career he's had now, 33, Tom Bailey. Senior seamer here now. Balderson at the other end of his career. He's getting ready to start again from the Anderson end. Jennings, Bruce and Bell, 1, 2 and 3. The slip's waiting as he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who is forward in a sort of walking defensive stroke. Pushing it back towards Balderson and umpire White. Davis is off for a prod, rather suspiciously examining the pitch at the non-striker's end. Lyon's warm-up has become slightly more vigorous. He's now waving both arms at the same time. Balderson round the wicket, and that one curves back late, but I think it was still well enough wide of the off stump for Bethel to be pretty confident. But Keaton Jennings, I think at slip, he's going to remind him every time he lets the ball go, he's going to give him an audible impression of exactly how close to the off stump he thinks he's left it. Aspinwall at backward point, bootlacer. It's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and man on the boundary at long leg as Bethel comes forward and defends sturdily back to Balderson. And Aspinwall's down on his back, doing a flexing one way and then the other. Right leg over left and then back the other way. You didn't see me doing that in the commentary box next door, did you, before we started?
No, but I just know it's part of your routine now.
It is. It's the getting up afterwards that's the problem.
Just like to leave you to it. I know
it's best.
That's what you do.
103 for 4. This is just keep the A&E on speed dial. It goes past the outside, or past the front pad of Bethel, as that's all he offers, and Hurst tumbling a bit. Makes a bit of a meal of stopping it. I think it was always going into the gloves. His legs went slightly awry. 103 for 4. There's broken cloud around above Old Trafford, but it's not a bad day. Much better than yesterday. Bunting in the car park being blown one way and then the other as Balderson bowls. And again, it's well enough outside off stump, and Bethel's not having anything to do with it.
Looks very summery, that bunting, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, you're expecting a fate.
Sure. Yeah. It's part of the preparations to get the ground ready for the start of the T20 Blast.
First game here for that is what, next weekend? Have you got one? Not long after that.
This Thursday, I think.
Oh, as soon as that. Yeah. Right, Balderson's around the wicket, and Bethel is pushing head into the offside. It's the end of the over. A maiden from Balderson, 103 for 4. Yeah, Edgbaston is staging the blast-off day again next Saturday, which is meant to be the day on when it all starts.
Right.
But Warwickshire, in their guise as Birmingham Bears, are actually playing the night before at Durham. And so, yes, it's a blast-off when they've already launched, so to speak.
Yes, I remember Lancashire were involved in the blast-off last year.
So there's 2 games. So I can't remember who else it is. Derbyshire have essentially given up a home game.
As they did last year.
Yeah.
Against the Leicestershire Foxes. And the Bears against the Outlaws.
Against the Outlaws. But the night before, we're in
You've already blasted
Chesterton
off.
Street.
You blast off in the northeast.
Yeah, we do.
So you got 2 blast off.
Could do with being rocket propelled back. At 69 mile an hour on Friday night, obviously.
Right.
Yes.
It's not very well planned, that blast off, is it, really? Blasting off early.
They'll have already sort of found the momentum.
Well, that's fair.
Anyway, is Aspinwall finding his?
Change your book bowling. In and bowling and driven from a foolish delivery just outside off stump, punched away into the offside, no rub.
I do not hope you're not going to start grumbling about the cricket fixture list.
No, I'm not. I'm confused by the blast off. But on Thursday, Lancashire are playing here, and it's a double header. So the first game is Lancashire Thunder against the Central Sparks at a 1 o'clock start. And then from 7 o'clock, it's Lancashire Lightning against Durham in the blast. It's cut away by Davis, picked up by Wells just at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, those are good things. There's going to be quite a lot of those. I think that off the top of my head, there's going to be at least 2 at Edgbaston. And they're good days, aren't they? If you can come and see two good games of cricket. So, yeah, that's well worth availing yourself of that opportunity.
And then on Sunday, it's the roles reversed. The men play first, and the women play second.
Okay.
So Lancashire Lightning against Derbyshire Falcons from midday. Aspinwall into Davis, jabbed into the offside, no run. This is on Sunday, and then also on Sunday at 4 o'clock, following the men, are Lancashire Thunder against the Blaze. So it switches around on Sunday. So double headers on Thursday and on Sunday. So if you can get along to Emirates Old Trafford, it'd be worth a good day out there, isn't it? To get a chance to watch 2 games.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, any of the double headers are particularly good, I think. More counties doing that, it's a good thing.
Aspinwall to Davis. It's driven down the ground. It actually deflects off Aspinwall. It's a little bit unfortunate, that. And he gets a single, there's Davis. Aspinwall went down to his right to stop it with his right hand, and the ball just deflects maybe 20 or 30 yards away into the offside, and Davis can get through for 1. So he moves on to 51, and it's 104 for 4. We'll have coverage of both those games as well, both on the BBC Sport website and the app, and on Lancs TV on Thursday and on Sunday. It's Tom Aspinwall, first time to Bethel, And Bethel defends pretty positively. Pushing it out into the offside, and Balderson's at point, and there's no run. 104 for 4.
You've been putting your foot on the button again. I can hear an alarm.
Yeah, there's definitely something whirling around in the distance.
It's not in here, is it?
No, you definitely hear it if it was in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a subtle thing. Well, I suppose is the point.
Yes.
Final ball of the over, Aspinwall. It's full and left by Bethel, just rocking onto the front foot. Doesn't offer a shot. And the ball slides through into the gloves of the keeper. And that completes Tom Aspinwall's first over of the day. Just a single taken off it, which was a little bit unfortunate for him. Stopping the ball, and actually the deflection off his right hand allowed Davis to get through for a single. So we've had 40 minutes of play. We can see Jack Blatherwick carrying out some extra gear here, which gives us a bit of an indication that maybe we're going to see some spin, because the pads and the helmet have all been brought out. And it's George Bell who's strapping on the pads to get himself in the firing line underneath the batter, somewhere close in, because it will be Nathan Lyon from the James Anderson end.
And Warwickshire have crept along this morning, really, with 15 runs added in the 10 overs so far for the loss of Moseley. And they haven't tried anything risky. The bowling's been disciplined, as it was yesterday. And now a different tone to the contest. And straight away, Davis is back in there against Lyon. Bowled 13 overs, no wicket for 21 yesterday. And he starts with a full delivery, which Davis drives into the ground, slightly on the walk. And back to the bowler. Nathan Lyon, an off spinner of the highest class, now 36. Comes in with his sunshades on and bowls just outside the off stump to Davis, who goes back and plays late, pushes out into the offside. It was noted that he had the sunblock on yesterday, Nathan Lyon, which made him, if nothing else, an optimist. And now the shades, he's got the full look. And bowls to Davis, who sweeps hard and on the bounce out to mid-wicket, where Morley fields towards the boundary, and they take one. He did get that sweep away a couple of times towards the end yesterday to try and raise the siege a bit. Found the boundary twice. Otherwise, they were almost strokeless against Lyon. Who's now going to bowl to the left-hander Bethel. Theory says that the off-spinner should be more dangerous against the left-hander, turning the ball away from the outside edge. Slip and a leg slip for Lyon around the wicket, and Bethel's forward right to the pitch, defending this into the leg side. In comes Balderson. Fields, polishes the ball enthusiastically. With his sunglasses on the back of his head for a moment, Balderson, now he's moved them the right way around. They're even more effective on the front. Lyon bowls and Bethel defends. It squirts away for a run into the leg side. Balderson goes round to field. So Bethel is up to 9. Now Davis, slipping a short leg to the right-hander. And this is pushed through flatter. Davis defends, bat and pad together. End of Lyon's first over today, and Warwickshire pick up 2 runs. In 50 overs, they are 106 for 4. Davis 52 and Bethel 9.
Yep, first of plenty to come from Nathan Lyon in the course of today. It'll be Lyon and Aspinwall, who such a good combination actually for Lancashire last week at Stanley Park. Lyon tying one end down and Aspinwall doing the work from the other, actually taking 5 wickets in total.
Yeah, that felt like a real push through for Aspinwall to do that. Hasn't had a lot of first team cricket, has he, to this point?
No, So he's a busy-looking cricketer. He certainly comes bustling in as he starts his second over of the day. Bethel gets right forward, solid-looking front-foot defence. The ball bounces up towards Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's just strongly built, that, isn't he? He's another one of just 20. So what's that? At least 3 under, 21 and under in this Lancashire team, aren't there? With Hurst and Bell, Aspinwall. Future signs are good.
Got into Lancashire's side towards the back end of last season in the One Day Cup. As Bethel tries to carve this away, he ended up down on one knee, the batter, and Hurst takes it in front of first slip. And there's no run. Or maybe just part of a slightly broader kind of transition that Lancashire are in at the minute, really, with having replaced their coaching staff over the course of the winter, and losing a couple of senior players, certainly senior batters. Introduction of some younger players. There'll be some fluctuations in form with that. It's pushed full and wide and left by Bethel through to Hurst, no run. But to their credit, the younger players, Hurst the keeper there with a century at Trent Bridge a couple of weeks ago. I mentioned Aspinwall's bowling last week at Blackpool, and Bell so far in his first-class career have all made promising starts.
Yeah, I think both of these counties may be in a similar position with bringing through young players. Bethel, one such for Warwickshire.
He's on strike, waiting for Aspinwall. It's a nice shot off the back foot. That's 4. Lovely looking shot by Bethel, beautifully timed. He's been really solid both in defence and attack as Bethel this morning. Leaning back in the crease, punching the ball away through the offside for 4.
He's controlled that nicely, didn't he? Just right on top of the bounce. Found the gap.
110 for 4. He moves on to 13. Not too much of a gap then either, with backward point and cover and mid-off, so plus the gully, there's 2 slips. It's angled into him from around the wicket, going for that Yorker Aspinwall. Dug out by Bethel, up towards mid-on where Lyon fields, and there's no run. Straight away they've moved gully to mid-wicket, so they've now got a fine leg. There's 2 mid-wickets, there's a mid-on. Backward point goes to a slightly kind of deep gully position. There's cover and a mid-off. Final ball of the over. There's Tom Aspinwall in the sunshine. Balls again to Bethel, that's left. And taken by Hurst. That's the end of the over. 4 coming off it, which was that lovely shot, square of the wicket by Bethel. Timed beautifully, picked out of the gap through the offside. 110 for 4 Warwickshire. Bethel on 13 and Davis on 52.
Yes, and you know they want to start trying to make a little bit of progress if they can. Scoring rate is not much above 2 runs and over. There's barely been that since tea yesterday. I wonder if they have a number in mind of what they think would be a decent score. I tried to get Alex Davis to tell me, but he wasn't having it. And he faces Lyon, who bowls outside the off stump, and Davis defends on the offside.
Well, he knows this ground well. He knows the pitches here well. He knows kind of how what it takes to try and win games of cricket here.
He did say to me he hadn't seen a pitch quite like this one here.
Right. Okay.
Which, for better or worse. Lyon bowls, and Davies sweeps from outside the line of off stump, and had to ride the bounce a bit on that one, but he guides it into the ground safely and all along the turf out to Morley at deep square leg. But just felt he was slightly reaching for that. Hits it securely enough. Goes to 53, 111 for 4. And around the wicket comes Lyon to the left-hander Bethel, and he's very carefully forward. Bat and pad together. Chance to make an impression against one of the leading cricketers of his type in the world. Lyon sets it off again, round the wicket. Bethel again, he's forward, very secure in defence. How many more games has he got, Lyon? Because I know there was a bit of a discussion at the start of the season as to how many he'd have.
I think he's got 2 more he can play. There's 2 more matches in the Championship. So he's got games at Kent and in Southport against Nottinghamshire.
Round the wicket he comes, and this is driven firmly by Bethel, back to the bowler. It's terrific that a player at his stage of his career, with nothing left to prove, frankly, wanted to come and play a year's county cricket. That's tremendous. Adding to the pageant, round the wicket he comes. Oh, and that scuttles a bit on Bethel, and maybe he just got an edge on that into his pad as he changed his mind and tried to go back. He survived it, but that was a rather ungainly looking stray. He must have just nicked it. Yeah, look, they were behind the stumps, they liked it, but Lyon pulled out of an appeal. If he hadn't nicked it, he was in a lot of bother. End of the over for 111 for 4.
Yeah, the replay provides the evidence there, doesn't it? That without a little nick on that, I don't think Bethel would have been there for much longer. Yeah, got to have inside edge that. Yeah, he was. I remember speaking to Nathan Lyon before the season started about, and this was before. Actually, no, it was after they changed it from a full season to 7 games. Cricket Australia had changed this. As Aspinwall comes over the wicket. Let's work down to 3rd man by Davis for a single. It's 112 for 4, and he said it was one of the things he's always fancied doing, playing a full season in county cricket, and obviously because of his career he's had, that's not been an option. But it's just the demands on his time and the amount of cricket that Australia are playing, and obviously when he's playing white ball cricket as well as Test match cricket. But because of the stage that's his career, it's now opened up, he said, for the first time really, where he can actually have a full summer to play county cricket in England, which is what one of the things he's liked to have done. It's defended by Bethel from around the wicket by Aspinwall. There's no run, and he was saying he was really quite frustrated that that's been cut short, and it's only going to be a few months rather than the whole season.
Well, I hope he's enjoying it. I hope he'll be back, because it's good. It's good for the county game to have players of his calibre around. If you're under the age of about 35, then you don't remember when most counties would have a top liner for the whole season. That's how it was.
Aspinwall balls. Bethel again defends.
To the point that if you knew who your county was playing, you'd be able to look down the fixture list and say, oh, well, there I'm going to see. I mean, if Warwickshire were playing Lancashire, you'd say, well, there we're going to see Clive Lloyd. Unless their country happened to be touring England that summer. If you were going to see Warwickshire were coming here, you'd say, well, we're going to see Alvin Calicharan or Alan Donald, depending on what era it is.
Aspinwall balls. Bethel pulls. And Bell completes the fielding. Bethel gets a single. Moves on to 14, 113 for 4.
So in the more modern way, as you know, is that players are not often available for the whole season, or at least current internationals are often not available for the whole season. So you'd still get good players, but maybe only for 6 weeks or for the Blast or whatever, rather than having a guy who'd be there all season. If you saw Derbyshire, you'd be seeing Michael Holding. If it was Gloucester, you'd be seeing Courtney Walsh and so on.
Aspinwall back over the wicket to Davis. Oh, he's asking for an LBW there, is Aspinwall. Spins round and in the direction of umpire Blackwell. Bit of support from behind, but nothing forthcoming from the umpire.
They liked it more behind the stumps than he did. Just slightly on the move again as he played that stroke, Davis.
Remains on 54. So 113 for 4. Aspinwall to complete the over. Davis on the drive. Finds Bell at cover. And there's no run. 2 runs coming off the over, which is about the pattern for where the Bears are batting at the minute. Just a fraction over 2 runs and over through the course of this innings so far. 113 for 4. Bethel on 14. Davis is on 54. And we've almost had an hour of play on this second day. The 1 wicket to fall. Dan Mosley, the man out, caught behind by Keaton Jennings off the bowling of George Balderson for 2. He's Lancashire's only breakthrough at this stage on the second day.
Careful progress in bright sunshine again, happily. Lyons waiting for the ball to be thrown to him by Bohannon. And for the left-handed Bethel, who he very nearly got at the end of the last over, again, he's going to have a leg slip. Unusual position for the off-spinner to have a leg slip. And back goes Bethel and nudges this past Bell at leg slip, and he's going to get 1 down to long leg. Bailey does the fielding. Bethel up to 15, 114 for 4. Field changes over, so Bell will go to short leg. And it's Wells is the slipper for the spinner. Jennings is the slip for the first slip for the seamers. It's an interesting wrinkle. Has Jennings set himself down in front of the pavilion again?
I think he has. He tends to, doesn't he?
Long gone. Unusual for a captain to be so far away from the scene of the crime. Lyon comes into bowl, and forward is Davis defending back up the pitch. Bell's applauding enthusiastically from short leg. Yes, he's right down on the rope. Jennings, I think that is, down in front of the pavilion. Lyon bowls, pushes it through a bit. How's that for LBW? It was a rather following appeal. Slip went first, then the wicket keeper, then he reached Lyon like a Mexican wave. And by then, umpire White, not for a bit like yesterday, has opened negotiations with Nathan Lyon, who is a bit of a chatterer, isn't he? So it's all very pleasant, but he's not persuading Rob White. Lyon starts in again, and Davies goes to defend, and that one's wriggled through past the outside edge. I think he's played inside the line of that. Hurst looks rather quizzically, the wicketkeeper, as he takes that on. Must have just snuck straight on past the outside edge. 114 for 4. Davis stands up in the crease now, flexes his knees as the bowler arrives, nudges it into the offside. Bailey's quickly in from backward point. So there's no prospect of a run. This is good cricket, this. Enjoying this. Davis is 54, holding his team together. Batting for well over 3 hours in all now for that. Lyon bowls, this is sped through, and Davis off 1 foot guides it again to Bailey. That's the end of the over. Competitive stuff. 114 for 4 in 54 overs. Warwickshire after the first hour today. Davies 54 and Bethel's 50.
I mentioned the opposition batters around the country having the experience of facing Nathan Lyon. How much fun must Matty Hurst and George Bell be having, 2 young lads who are right in the thick of the action as well. This is the only wicket to go so far. That drive by Dan Mosley. Catch by Keaton Jennings. Jennings not dropping that. Mosley going for 2. It's brought Bethel to the crease. He's looked quite positive. Played 1 cracking shot through point in the last over. He's on 15. Ready to face Tom Aspinwall from the Brian Statham end. So an hour of play has gone this morning. 114 for 4, Warwickshire. And Lancashire on the search for another breakthrough. 2 slips waiting behind as Aspinwall sets off again. And, ooh, bit of hesitation here. Davis is halfway down. Could be a run-out chance. And Davis rather frantically has to put the old belly flop in to try and get home. Tom Bailey's found the whole thing quite amusing. Davis survives. Bethel says, sorry, Skip. There was definitely a bit of yes, no, I'm not quite sure. What do you reckon there? Little defence into the offside. But Hannum picks up and throws to the right end. Davis dives. Eventually he's home, he's safe, and there's no damage done. Aspinwall brings Bethel forward. That's punched to mid-off where Lyon fields. And there is no run. 114 for 4. Quite sure what the kind of nervous energy was about there between Bethel and Davis, but there was quite a bit of uncertainty as to whether they should run or not. I think not running was the right call. As Aspinwall is in. It's clipped away to the leg side by Bethel. George Bell, who's been pretty busy. The ball seems to have followed George Bell around this morning in those key positions close in at mid-wicket. Again, there's no run, so halfway through the over. Aspinwall again. Left this time by Bethel. And through to Hurst. This is the run-out chance, just dropped away into the offside, the ball bouncing out towards Barnum. Davis scrambling back home. Aspinwall in again, driven. Bailey with a pick-up and throw. Bethel gets a single. He moves on to 16. 115 for 4. Final ball of the over. Aspinwall over the wicket, and Davis pushes away into the offside. Bell fields, and there's no run. Wickets to fall so far. 3 of them for Bailey. And Nick behind to Hurst, and another one here. It's a good day for Bailey yesterday, and Balderson so far the only breakthrough on this second day. An hour of play gone on the second day. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far. Dan Mosley caught behind by Keaton Jennings off the bowling of George Balderson for 2. Alex Davis unbeaten on 54. An hour gone on day 2. Warwickshire 115 for 4. So it's Nathan Lyon in from the Anderson end. Bethel on the walk, easing the ball up towards Bruce, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. 16 for Bethel. Lyon balls off the back foot this time. Just drops it up towards mid-off, actually, with Jennings coming up from the boundary at long off. And single there for Jacob Bethel, who takes him on to 17. And the score to 116 for 4. Davis back on strike now. Lyon in. And that's turned away to the leg side. And there is no run. Slip and the forward short leg for Lyon, who's over the wicket to Davis. Swept by Davis, his cries of catch. It gets through Balderson. It's picked up by Morley. Davis moves on to 55. Score moves on to 117 for 4. And that single brings Jacob Bethel back on strike for the final ball of the over. It's Lyon around the wicket. And leans into it, just tries to nudge the ball away to the leg side. And Balderson creeps up from mid-wicket to field. It's the end of the over. 117 for 4. Bethel 17. Davis on 55. It'll be just the 1 wicket so far to have fallen in the morning session, but runs aren't free coming here for Warwickshire. It's a really tight little period of the match as well.
It is, and it's been proper hard-fought stuff, and people who cast aspersions about county cricket sometimes maybe don't give full value to sessions like this, because this has been a proper tug of war for this hour this morning. It's felt like every run counts, and that's as it should be. Warwickshire, I think, be happy to have only lost 1 wicket, although it hasn't seemed to be as difficult as it was last night. The pitch hasn't looked untrustworthy today so far. Aspinwall starts a new over, and Davies is going to nudge a single here, placing it into the leg side, a bit squarer than where Bohannon was fielding, so there's time to get round for 1 run. This has been pretty hard-fought stuff. Enjoyed this. But I'm not sure either side is any better off for it so far. Warwickshire haven't really advanced their score very much. And Lancashire, I think, would have hoped to have made a bit more progress than just 1 wicket. Nobody wants to give way. Around the wicket comes Aspinwall. Oh, and it's driven in the air by Bethel. And Aspinwall stuck his hand up as the ball went back past him. He might even have just deflected it slightly, but it would have been some grab if he'd managed to intercept it, and it's away for a single down. Oh, did he touch it? I don't know. Maybe he didn't quite reach it. It might have been just over his hand. It was in the air from Bethel, but it was a pretty solid punch. But after a sturdy start, Bethel has looked a little bit more chancy just lately. They came back for 2, so he's now 19. 120 for 4. Round the wicket comes Aspinwall, a little bit shorter. And he's guided it off the back foot for probably 2 again for Bethel here, just in through the covers. And it's stopped about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, and they get 2. So slightly lifting the siege in this over. There's a replay for those watching the pictures, and I reckon he was just over him, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Both feet off the ground, stretching for it, wasn't he? Tom Aspinwall just couldn't quite get a fingertip on that.
Got up for it pretty well in his follow-through. Now he's back at the start of his run. This is the first half of it, leaning, almost crouched forward, and then really gets into his drive to the crease. And Davies responds by driving the ball back to mid-off, where it's being which Sean has examined very closely. By Nathan Lyon. He's trying to count the stitches before he throws it back to Aspinwall. 2 slips in position. They're the only close catches as he comes round the wicket and bowls a short delivery. Bethel very quickly is pulling out of that, spinning round on his heel to see Hurst take it. Bethel's up to 21. He's been there since the 4th over this morning. The only man to fall. Joined us in the last little while was Dan Mosley, who was out after 10 minutes today. Edging Balderson to Keaton Jennings at slip. A good sharp grab. Aspinall tries another short ball and it really doesn't get up that much. Bethel's quickly on the pull and hits it along the ground for another 2 out to mid-wicket. So 7 from the over, one of Warwickshire's most prosperous in this innings so far, and at 124 for 4 at the end of it. Davies 56 and Bethel 23.
Elsewhere, Worcestershire have lost a 4th wicket in their match at New Road. Rob Jones, the former Lancashire batter, is the latest wicket to fall. So they are 34 for 4. Fletcher with that 4th wicket. 34 for 5, actually. D'Oliveira's just gone. Lyndon James trapping Brett D'Oliveira LBW for 2. So 34 for 5 now, Worcestershire.
Maybe 3 days will be sufficient.
Yes. It's in Division 1. Started the matches at Durham, Hampshire and at Kent as well, so maybe have a little look at some of these games perhaps at the end of this over, with Lyon about to start his 18th, and he gets through them pretty quickly, doesn't he? Davies on 56, the man waiting for Lyon, who's in and bowling, and Davies looks to sweep, and the ball sneaks through. He's stopped by Luke Wells at slip. Just leaning away to his left, it hit him somewhere on the thigh and stops the ball from that attempted sweep shot from Davies.
That's the second one that's gone straight on past him outside the off stump in the last little while.
Line in and balls again. Just eased away through mid-on for a single this time. Jennings comes up from the boundary in front of the pavilion to field. Davies moves on to 57, not out. 125 for 4 now. Like a lot of real high-class spin bowlers, it's the ball that doesn't spin sometimes, isn't it? It's the one that the batter is playing for the turn and nothing happens. Part of the art. He comes around the wicket to Bethel. Just dropped into the onside. There's no run. Bodson comes up from short mid-wicket. Loops the ball back to Lyon. Back to his mark, just pulls his sleeves up and sets off again. Slip and a leg slip. It's punched firmly by Bethel off the front foot through mid-off for a single. Takes him on to 24 now. It's 126 for 4. Field changes with Alex Davis. Right-hander back on strike. There's 2 on the leg side boundary at deep square leg and deep backward square leg. There's a long on, 2 short mid-wickets. Actually, it's a mid-wicket and now a short square leg. There's a forward short leg, slip, backward point, and mid-off. Lyon sets off. Davis waits and beaten on 57. This will be a quick single. Bailey coming up from point. Bethel and Davis dart through for 1. Score moves on to 127 for 4.
That was a short single. Having nearly got in a running tangle in Lyon's previous over. Just a feeling that they're trying to lean on the accelerator a bit.
Just defensively played away by Bethel. Out to back will point for no run. End of the over, 127 for 4. So elsewhere in Division 1, you can see Durham are 260 for 9. In reply to that Somerset total of 171 all out. Wickets for Ben Stokes for Durham yesterday. Picked up 4 wickets. Ben Raines 46 not out. Peter Siddle on 26. The Durham lead by 89 runs at 260 for 9. So a pretty close game between those two sides. Essex are at Kent. And Essex are 377 for 4. With Cox on 94 and Pepper on 81. So a good partnership there for the 5th wicket. Essex 377 for 4 in their first innings against Kent. And we'll take you to the game involving Hampshire and Surrey, where Hampshire are 167 for 1 in their first innings, in reply to that Surrey total of 127 all out. So lead by 40. As we see a bowling change back here at Old Trafford.
Yeah, it's been a little while since anybody's put the champions under as much pressure as that. So it's one to watch. But here, Jack Morley, recalled from loan for this game. The second spinner is introduced for the 59th over, and he got a generous round of applause as he starts in and bowls left arm round the wicket to the right-hander Davis, who nips his first ball away into the leg side just backward of square and takes 1. So Morley, another of the youngsters, 22, and called back from Derbyshire to get an opportunity. See, for the scramble, I was bowling in tandem with Nathan Lyon. me and Nathan Lyon, eh? Good man, good for you, Jack Morley. And now he's going to bowl left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Bethel. Slightly open stance, waits, oh, gets a full toss and hits it hard along the ground to Bruce at short extra cover. Doesn't get a run. Two or three paces, clutches the ball close to his chest and then bowls full to Bethel, who pats this down to long on very gently and takes an agreed run, but nobody's doing much running. Bethel sort of ambles through, Bailey ambles in, and everybody is agreed that a run is a suitable reward. 129 for 4. Round the wicket comes Morley. That one might have gone through on the full as well, outside the leg stump. Davis went to sweep. I'm not sure he got any of it, and it's going to be a bye.
Yeah, that's Jack Blatherwick, who's on as a 12th man as well. Who's, I don't know how he's tumbled over there, or he's landed certainly pretty awkwardly.
Oh, yeah. It was a collection of mishaps. It was a full toss down the leg side. Davies missed it. It scuttled under the wicket-keeper, and now Blatherwick, right in front of the pavilion, has fallen rather awkward. He's got up rather stiffly, flexing his knee.
It's got right in between the keeper's legs, hasn't it? That as well.
Yeah. First bye against Hurst's record. Oh, we'd be cross about that. In the 59th over. I've got Haywood Cricket Club written down here for Jack Morley. It's on the north side of Manchester, I think.
He's had some decent spells with Lancs. He's had a decent run in the One Day Cup the last couple of years, and he's made some pretty impressive performances in the red ball as well. Too many opportunities, just kind of little bits here and there, really. With they've had Tom Hartley and previously Matt Parkinson as their kind of frontline spinners.
Yeah. Well, this one is scuttling through a bit to Bethel, who moved across the crease to defend and had to play it late, away on the leg side, and they liked it.
Every time he plays, he always seems to impress and seems to make a contribution.
Forward comes Bethel, squeezes this away on the leg side. And there's no run. So starting to settle into his length towards the end of that over, Jack Morley. 130 for 4 in 59 overs. Just looking that up, Haywood. Yeah, it's just north of Oldham and Rochdale.
Yeah, it's not far from here.
I had a relative who played league cricket out that way for, I think the club was called Crompton, which I think is Oldham.
It is.
So
you could have a little run out on the train, on the tram there.
Yeah,
you could
he's got that way. Yeah.
He does.
Yeah. Well, Lancashire Leaguers, if your game's starting today, let us know. It'd be nice to mention some of the clubs, and around Warwickshire, obviously. If you're heading to a club game today, maybe you're watching the stream or listening in, you're at a game. Let us know where. If people can go and watch, it'd be nice to mention it. mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk if you want to drop me an email. I'll be happy to mention you.
Here comes Lyon. And Davis jabs the ball away into the onside. It's in the air, but to the left of short leg. And bounces before it reaches mid-wicket. Tom Bruce coming round from short square leg to field. 130 for 4. Lyon to Davis. Just nudged out to the leg side, Bohannon Fields, no run.
Maybe this is going to be the speed of scoring in the whole match. Warwickshire don't really seem to be able to push it on much.
That's pushed into the offside by Davis, and the keeper actually, Hurst, goes to scoop it up, and there's no bat on that. He kind of thrust forward, did Davis, with his bat and his pad all kind of together. In the end, it's deflected off some part of his body, his pad.
I think he's sort of half protecting the bat with the pad when he's doing that, isn't he? Lyon asked a question once yesterday as to whether he was actually playing a shot or not. It's cautious stuff.
Davies doesn't get a run, stays on 59. The score ticks along to 131 for 4. And now it's prompt to the meeting of the minds of the captain and the vice skipper. I'm going to chat with Nathan Lyon. Jennings was on the long off boundary. He's now at mid off. There's a mid on cover. There's 2 covers. Backward point, slip, short leg. Bethel defends. Ball bounces back down the pitch. Scampering George Bell comes round from short leg to field.
I was just looking at the second division scores. Twin hundreds at Lords for John Simpson and Cheteshwar Pujara for Sussex.
With Lions in, forward goes Bethel, defends, no run.
Isn't that Simpson captaining against his old club?
It is, yeah.
Would be a poke in the eye, wouldn't it? Dear, oh dear. 348 for 4 Sussex at Lords against Middlesex. With plenty of power to add.
Good start to their season, haven't they, Sussex? Lyon bowls, forward goes Bethel in defence. And there's no run, just that leg by coming off the over. 131 for 4. 60 overs gone. Davis on 59, Bethel on 25. And this slow progression continues.
Yeah, it's intriguing stuff, though.
It is.
I have to say, I think it's pretty engrossing, this. I note from one or two of the more ribald comments online that not everybody finds it gripping, but I think people here are. So I hope you are, wherever you're following this. Elsewhere in the second division, by the way, Derbyshire 488 for 6 against Gloucestershire. Double century there for Matt Lamb, formerly of Warwick. Scored 207. Morley round the wicket, very full to the right-hander Davis, who nudges it up to mid-on. Glamorgan 387 all out at Leicester with 86 from Byram at the top of the innings, the highest contribution. Back goes Davis, plays this very late. Backward of point, but doesn't get a run. Leicester 37 for 1 in reply. And at Northampton, Yorkshire 362 in the end. Lyth made 100 yesterday. Round the wicket comes Morley, and there's a very clever, neatly placed single here by Davis. Very deliberately pushed it into a gap at extra cover and was already on the way. Yorkshire 362 at Northampton, and Northants are 32 without loss. So everybody's playing. There haven't been too many occasions we can say that this season. No. On the field everywhere. Really good. Bethel, 4 or 5 bat twiddles. Indulges himself. He waits for the left armour. Morley and sweeps in the air to begin with, but it's gone way out towards the boundary and fielded at deep backward square. So they take 1. It was big space to hit that into. So Bethel's 26. 133 for 4. Still softly progress from Warwickshire. And round the wicket comes Morley. A more flowing drive this time from Davis, but he doesn't quite beat the dive at short extra cover. Is that Bell again throwing himself about? No, it's Bohannon this time. And he prevents the run. Morley again leans back in his delivery strike, then bowls a ball that's wide and going wider, and Davis goes to cut, takes one hand off the bat, but hits it into the ground and gets a rather ungainly run. 134 for 4 at the end of 61 overs, and 61 now to Davis, 26 to Beth.
Yeah, it's nice to see everyone playing, bit of sunshine around the country as well. Games in full swing. So the last round of championship fixtures before the start of the T20 blast. A couple of other rounds of county championship games in kind of back end of June, isn't it? Really, I think a little bit into July as well. Lancashire have got Kent and Nottinghamshire to play. But this is the last set of championship fixtures for a little while. And this Lyon continues, and Davis works it back down the pitch and gathered by Lyon off his own bowling, and there's no run. 134 for 4. Davis on 61. Here comes Nathan Lyon. Davis going back. Just able to thread the ball through a very narrow gap on the leg side. With a short, forward short leg, a short square leg and a short mid-wicket. And manages to weave it away through the leg side for 1. Takes him on to 62. It's 135 for 4 now. Brings Jacob Bethel back on strike. Luke Wells at slip and Bell under the helmet at short leg. All in position as Lyon's in and bowling. That's turned away to the leg side by Bethel. Moves on to 27 not out. 136 for 4.
I don't say it's easy at the moment, but it's slightly easier, isn't it? Just now, or it feels that way. Quite an old ball now, 62nd over.
Lyon to Davis. Bohannon does well, he's cut that off because Davis was eyeing up a quick single there. The ball got underneath Lyon's body as he went down to his right. But Bohannon was just behind him to complete the fielding and deny Davis a single. Lyon in again, bowls. Forward goes Davis. Just defends into the offside, just pushing the ball away. He's used his bat and he's used his pad and the combination of both to get right forward and try and squeeze the ball into the offside. And again spin and balls, and Davis on the walk just dabs it along the ground through straight mid-on for a single, and jogs through for one, and he keeps the strike. That's the end of the over. Davis is 63, Bethel's on 27. Warwickshire are 137 for 4 after 62 overs.
I have an email here from Paul in Lancaster. Thank you, Paul. It's quite a thought-provoking one. He says, back in the day, he headlines it, he says, Birmingham League v Lancashire League. There's a thought. It says, back in the day, this would have been a good fixture between the two traditionally strongest leagues who had top professionals. Not so sure that's the case nowadays, as the whole landscape has changed, and certainly in Lancashire, various leagues have amalgamated. Yes, I think, and if someone wants to send me more information on this so I don't get it wrong, I'd be happy to receive it. But I think something similar happened in the Midlands a few years ago. So the Birmingham League, I think, now sits at the top of a little pyramid of feeder leagues. Maybe it was always that way, but it was certainly rearranged. Morley comes round the wicket to start a new over, and Davis goes right back. Morley couldn't believe how far back he went. Leaps up in the air, but it's guided very carefully to backward point. Back in the 70s and 80s, says Paul, though there were some stellar names in both leagues, and he names some in a moment. Morley, 1, 2, 3 walking paces, then a little jog trot up to the crease. And she's cut hard for 4, probably, by Davis. Yeah, Aspinwall's after it, but he won't catch it. It's a good stroke. Well placed, wide of Jennings at backward point, and away for probably his most confident shot so far today, Alex Davis, and his first boundary today. He's 67. I wonder how many times in his career he's gone an hour and a half of batting without scoring a boundary, Alex Davis. Not very often, I'll be bound. Back he goes and hits this next one to Jennings, who fields it well. Yeah, there were stellar names in both leagues in the 70s and 80s, says Paul. In the space of a fortnight for Burnley, I was lucky enough to play against Kapil Dev, Andy Roberts and Michael Holding. Good days. Good heavens. I bet that got your attention, didn't it, Paul?
Walk you up there.
Dear.
Yeah, just
an old gag about where you want the side screen, about halfway between me and him. Good for you. What an experience, though.
Brilliant.
And I bet those guys didn't spare it much. You know, it might have, inverted commas, only been a league game, not a test match, but I bet they could still make you jump. Wow, what an experience. Thank you, Paul. Round the wicket comes Morley, and this is defended out into the offside for no run by Davis.
A couple of weeks ago, I interviewed an author of a book called Sticky Dogs and Stardust.
Oh, yes, I think I've heard about this book. Round the wicket comes Morley, and it's defended off the back foot by Davis. Morley's having to do the fielding himself. He looks around one or two mates and says, am I doing this all myself? As Bohannon applauds him excitedly, but he eventually catches up with the ball near mid-off, and there's no run after all that.
Yeah, Scott Oliver is the author of this this book, Sticky Dogs and Stardust, and some magnificent stories about the contributions of professionals in club cricket.
Forward comes Davies, meets this on right at the pitch and drives it away into the offside for no run. 141 for 4 at the end of the over. Yes, that does look a good read. I think I read a little bit about that in one of the magazines.
So he kind of, rather than it being a kind of a story as it was, it's kind of individual chapters on players at certain clubs at certain times. And there's some, I mean, he's got another book due out, I think, as well, where he's going to cover some more of these great names who have played club cricket. And there's in this first book, there's quite a bit of Lancashire interest in it, with some of the players who were playing at in different clubs across the Lancashire leagues. But there's a bit of something in there for everybody. But there's some magnificent names that he features in his first book. There's just star player after star player that were featuring in the in club cricket, not just in Lancashire but around the country. But there's quite a bit of Lancashire involvement in that. So yeah, it was a really interesting book, and it was a really interesting chat with Scott Oliver. We'll be playing that out, I'm sure, through the course of the summer. But the book's called Sticky Dogs and Stardust.
Well, that's definitely one to look for.
And he's gone out and spoken to people like your correspondent there about the experiences of playing club cricket with some of the game's greats.
Round the wicket comes Lyon. Oh, I'm loitering here. Sorry.
It's a great title, wasn't it? Sticky Dogs and Stardust. 141 for 4. It's a Bethel 27. Extra man around the bat here. Oh, it's a good shot. Really positive play by Bethel. He's down the pitch to Lyon. Ball plugs. He might run 3. Davies fancied it, but they decide against the 3. Throw comes in from Balderson. He's tried to be really positive, Bethel, when he's faced Lyon this morning. It's a 50 partnership as well between these two.
Yeah, well made. But he was 2 paces down there, wasn't he? Chipped it. Lots of backspin.
50 partnership off 132 deliveries between Jacob Bethel and his captain Alex Davis. Bethel to 29. Lyon to Bethel again. That's work to the leg side.
Was an extra close catcher in now for the left-hander. He's got a short leg and a leg slip. So, yeah, interesting strategy to try and counter-attack.
Yeah, Bruce, the man under the helmet at leg slip. Bell for short leg. Wells at slip. Lyon to Bethel forward and defends. And there's no run. 143 for 4. Two off the over so far. Lyon sweeps his way back in from around the wicket. Going deep in the crease there, Bethel. Able to punch it through mid-on. Jennings comes tumbling around from long off to field. Bethel jogs back for 2. And he moves on to 31, 145 for 4.
Yeah, these are good runs for Bethel. Made 93 against Notts at the end of last month, but she's only really substantial contribution so far this season.
Lyon to Bethel. Solid on the front foot, gets forward and defends. The ball's flicked up by the boot of Bannon and caught in his left hand. It's the end of the over. 4 coming off it. 145 for 4. Best partnership of the innings for Warwickshire. 52 between Davis and Bethel. Yates and Davis 38 for the first wicket. Davis and Rhodes 36 for the second wicket. And a couple of quick wickets. And now the best partnership of the game so far. It's 145 for 4.
If you've got other experiences of having played against great players in league cricket, I'd love to hear them. So thank you to Paul for those. But who have you faced, either with ball or bat, in league cricket? That'd be good fun to know. And if you're at a league game today, or your team's playing, or club's got games on, people can go and see them. Do let me know. Mike.taylor.02 at bbc.co.uk. In comes Morley again to bowl, and Davis is defending back up the pitch. It's 20 to 1, so there's about half an hour to lunch. Slightly rejigged playing conditions today to make up some of the time from yesterday. Round the wicket comes Morley, and there's a run for Davis, nudging it out through mid-wicket. I think the slightly groaning noise that you might have heard was on the sound effects microphone. It needed a bit of refettling. So the intrepid Reed has gone out onto the balcony to go and make the appropriate adjustment. And it's worked splendidly. Morley bowls over the wicket, and Bethel reaching into a sweep. He's hit on the boot, well outside the line of off stump. And the ball runs through, and he's taken by Wells at slip. And that's prompted Lyon to come and have a chat with the junior spinner, Morley. He's at mid-off, Nathan Lyon. That's a smart place for him to be. And just moves back a fraction as Bethel comes forward to defend. Pushes away on the offside. That'd be like coming down in tablets of snow, wouldn't it, if Nathan Lyon wanders up to you as the junior spinner and says, oh, you want to move him left a bit. Forward comes Bethel, 2 paces, but defends, having once he's got there. The next ball from Morley into the onside. It's a nifty bit of repair work you just did.
Thank you.
146 for 4. Morley's in again over the wicket, and Bethel once more sweeps from outside the line of off stump and hits it hard along the ground to Aspinwall at deep backward square. 147 for 4 in 65 overs. Bethel, who is a slight case of the fidget at the moment, trying to get on with it. He's 31. Davis is 68. And between them, they are moving Warwickshire, if not into a particularly prosperous position, at least into a healthier one.
Yeah, that wicket of Dan Mosley inside the first 20 minutes or so this morning. A little tap on the shoulder there by his captain to Jacob Bethel. George Balderson with the breakthrough this morning. Caught behind by Jennings in the early morning sunshine, and he's going to return as well. Is Balderson for his second spell of the morning. And replace Nathan Lyon from the James Anderson end. Lyon bowling 8 overs, 1 maiden for 16 this morning. Replaced by George Balderson. Slight change of tempo, having had to spin together in tandem for 8 overs. 4 from Morley at this end, and 4 of that 8 over spell from Lyon at the far end. Let's return to some pace as Balderson from around the wicket bowls, and Bethel neatly, calmly defends. Lyon fields at mid-on, and there's no run.
Bobby emails, thank you Bobby, to say, describes himself as president of the Chris Wokes fan club, which we're all paid up to that. Thank you Bobby for your kind message. He says, can I ask you a question, where is Chris Wokes? He says, has he gone into hiding with Jeff Shee, which will mean nothing if you're not a Wolves fan. So I don't know whether you are, Bobby, but I'll draw a veil over that for the time being. I think he's at the IPL, but hasn't been playing as far as I know.
Balderson to Bethel. Up onto his toes and defends away to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
By which I mean Chris Wokes is at the IPL, not the chairman of Wolves. But yeah, my understanding is that he's at the IPL but hasn't played, and he didn't make the World Cup T20 squad. England are playing at Edgbaston today, this afternoon, against Pakistan. So if you're on the way there, I hope you have a good time. It's a 2:30 start there. But yeah, so Chris Wokes hasn't appeared for Warwickshire this season. He did play some championship games at the start of last year, but he's been at the IPL. But as far as I'm aware, I confess it's not a competition I follow terribly closely. But he hasn't played at all. No, which is... I mean, Chris is far too nice a man ever to say so, but must be a slightly unfulfilling experience at this stage of his career. Because the one thing you would most like to be doing, I'm pretty confident in saying, he's playing cricket for somebody. But there it is. It's a competitive business, the IPL, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. No, he's not featured. Yeah, it's Balderson to Bethel, who plays forward and defends, and there's no run. 147 for 4.
So I'm sorry, Bobby, and as an equally considerable fan of Chris Wokes, then like you, I'm sure, I hope he's playing cricket for somebody again soon. Warwickshire fans would never be upset if he was playing for them. But there it is. We shall watch that space.
I think it's coming to its end, isn't it, the IPL?
Yes. we're close to the end of it.
Balderson to Bethel, forward and defends. And again, there's no run. I think there was some eliminator game the other night.
It never quite ends, does it? You never fought from the start of one.
No, that's
it's
fair.
on to the next one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty fair, I think.
And look, there's a perfectly noble living to be made these days for a lot of cricketers playing T20 cricket.
Absolutely.
Around the world, and you know, who can gainsay that? We've all got families.
Balderson for Lancashire's in. Bethel forward and defends. Up comes Bohannon from mid-off to field, no run. 147 for 4. Well, they all have these quite broad, big squads, don't they, the IPL teams now, with reserve players or impact players in the IPL as well. I think each team can have like 4 or 5 players named as impact players, so you can sub players into a match. So yeah, they do carry quite big squads for these this competition. Balderson to Bethel. And that's off the front foot. And punch to mid-on where Lyon fields. And there's no run, and that's the end of the over. And it's a maiden to begin with for George Balderson in his second spell of the morning. 147 for 4. 68 to Davis, 32 to Bethel. And we've got about 20 minutes left of the morning session. Lunch at 1:10 today. And just seeing Nathan Lyon leaving the field of play after his 8-over spell. Jack Blatherwick coming on as 12th man.
Well, I'm glad to see Blatherwick's moving better after slightly doing himself a mischief with a piece of fielding about 20 minutes ago. I'm the impact member of the WM support department. Did you know that? It's because I'm the one who most often breaks kit, and it's the engineer. Morley's going to start a new over at 1:45, but if you're expecting lunch at 1 o'clock, don't put it on to warm yet, because it's 1:10 today. Back goes Davis and pushes this firmly into the covers for no run. 147 for 4. And he's forward bat and pad together. But Morley's starting to find a nice rhythm now. And Davis plays him respectfully. Out into the offside. This is his 5th over, Jack Morley. No wicket for 11 so far. Round the wicket, and this is Fuller. Davies goes to sweep, and he's taken on the pad. May even have been hit on the full. But the ball trickles just down the leg side. There's only a slip close in. There's a shortish extra cover in Bohannon. Back goes Davies right against the stumps. He has played the spinners very late off this pitch. And he pushes a single out into the covers. He's 69, 148 for 4.
Played 5 matches last season in the Championship for Lancashire. Jack Morley picked up 8 wickets. Best a return of 3 for 87.
In he comes and pushes it through a bit flatter. There's a run for Bethel off the back foot, hitting it firmly to wind of mid-on. So Hartley being away for a little while, is that going to give him opportunities in the white ball game as well?
Yeah, and potentially white ball and red ball cricket. I'm not sure how much they'll see of Tom Hartley again this season.
No, you can never tell, can you? Round the wicket comes Morley, and she's cut hard by Davis for a run. Slight misfield by Aspinwall, but it makes no difference. Out at deep point, and they take one to make it 150 for 4 at the end of the over. 32 to Bethel and 70 now to Alex Davis. Yeah, opportunity. I wonder how much of the summer Hartley is going to play, because he'll probably be in test reckoning in due course, but I can't remember when we get to that.
Yeah, it's kind of like July, I think, isn't the first test match. So he's away with the white ball squad now. He's away with the T20 World Cup. And then the 100. And then there's white ball cricket in September. Test match cricket in and around all that as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure how much they'll see. There's very good half-century this morning for Alex Davis. And he's still going. 70 now. 150 for 4. Here comes Balderson. And Davis just drops it into the offside, and Bethel agrees as there is a single. Davis moves on to 71. 151 for 4.
This session hasn't gone how I thought it would. I thought Warwickshire might have to try and be a bit more urgent in the scoring, and I thought there might be more danger of wickets falling. Neither of those things has particularly happened. It's not necessarily been easy, because Warwickshire have certainly progressed cautiously, but they're starting to feel the benefit of that.
Balderson from around the wicket, full of length, and Bethel forward and defends. And there's no run.
And Bethel in particular seems as though he's starting just to open up a bit.
And there's a little scratchy at first, which is understandable. Yeah, he just seems to have settled a bit more here now. 33. He's been quite positive in defence and attack, Bethel. Again, like playing forward and defending again towards mid-on. There's no run. Maybe a little inner half of the bat, perhaps not quite right out the middle. Fielded by Jack Blatherwick. But they've got something here, haven't they? We mentioned before about when Warwickshire lost the wicket of Dan Mosley, about having just to be a little bit careful and try and find a partnership. Well, they've found one. Best of the innings so far.
There was an opening for Lancashire there, wasn't there? But they batted with great discipline.
151 for 4. Balderson probing away from the Anderson end. And it's a defensive shot by Bethel, just eased into the onside. And there's Tom Bruce, who's kind of short, straight mid-on. He's right boot just a few inches away from the pitch that we're playing on. Albeit the pitch that we're playing on kind of blends into the one next to it.
Well, the one next to it looks a very, very tired surface, doesn't it?
Balderson to Bethel. Get on the drive. Stopped by Balderson. Off his own bowling. Away to his left. There's no run.
It's quite a feat of project management, I'm sure, to be the ground staff managing a square at a ground like this, unlike Edgbaston, where there's so much cricket played here. With all the different pitches, I've no idea how many pitches they use on a square as the size of this, but plenty. You can do them all across the middle of the pitch, all at different stages of development.
Short from Balderson, and it's no balled by the umpire, as it is banged in and loops high over the batter's head. Yeah, it's some feat, isn't it, to try and plan it all and have everything all put together and pitches prepared for the right time and the right type of pitches for the right type of games.
Yeah, well, today we can see 6. Well, I'll come back to that.
Forward goes Bethel, defends. End of the over. 153 for 4.
We can see sort of 6 pitches looking out from here in various stages of what I'm going to loosely call, incorrectly probably, curation or development. So either, I would suggest, on the way to being used at a game in the near future, or recovering having been used. So I'm guessing the one from our commentary end, looking out towards the pavilion at the other end, just immediately to the right of the surface we're playing on. That one, I assume, has been used quite a lot quite recently. But managing all that and working it, because no doubt at some point some of these are going to have to be brought back, and then there'll be your test pitch or your main international pitch. That is a feat of project management. You know, don't say that on The Apprentice, do they? You know, that'll be a job. Sort that out. So do a super job. Morley starts a new over, and back goes Davis, and I think he's only admonishing himself. He didn't hit that for 4, because he hit it hard into the ground and straight to Aspinwall at deep point, so he only gets 1. But he sort of jogged down the pitch looking slightly cross with himself that he managed to pick out the fielder. 154 for 4. Morley bowls, back it goes Bethel, and they get a run out to deep point the other side for the left-hander. I did read, and I've forgotten now exactly how many it was, but the Edgbaston groundsman put a tweet up with it at the end of last season, the number of days cricket and different pitches they'd created. It was some phenomenal number. How on earth do you manage it, let alone actually do it, but work out which pitch you're going to use and then changing conditions, all that sort of thing. I think the roller never goes cold. Here's Morley round the wicket, and Davis is really carefully forward here, almost fluxing his left leg to the point that it's nearly parallel with the ground to squeeze that one out defensively on the offside. Morley's quickly in again, shirt flapping as he bowls to Davis. Drives with a twirl of his bat, back to the bowler. He's grabbing the ball, almost wrapping it in his shirt to try and keep it dry and polished. And he grabs it like he's trying to juice an orange, and goes back here, Davis, right back against the stumps, chops it away into the offside. There's no run. Do you think there is any dampness still being picked up off the outfield? Or they're furiously drying and keeping the ball as shiny as they can. Davis pushes forward and defends back to Morley. It's the end of another over. And no breakthrough still for Lancashire. They've been frustrated since they got Moseley at 10 past 11. 155 for 4 in 69 overs, Warwickshire.
Well, they're going to get another one, aren't they? Pretty quickly after lunch.
Yeah.
Only 11 overs left of this one before a second new ball is available for Lancashire. So it'll come in the early part of the afternoon session. Bethel and Davis doing their best to try and get the Bears to lunch. Just that one wicket down. Wickets have continued to tumble at New Road. Worcestershire are now 8 down against Nottinghamshire. 61 for 8. Pretty torrid morning session for the home side at New Road. Here's Balderson for Lancashire. Bethel plays forward, defends, one bounce back down the pitch and gathered by George Balderson, and there's no run.
Well, one thing we can say about New Road, I think confidently from 100 mile away, is that there's a fair bit of dampness around. So you imagine it probably has done a bit. They had an inspection there at 10 o'clock this morning, but to everyone's immense relief, who cares about Worcestershire cricket, which I think is all of us, given the state they've been in.
Forward again goes Bethel, defending to mid-off where Bohannon fields. And there's no run.
The particular circumstances, as everyone knows, at New Road, but I think for all the smaller counties in particular, there's a certain amount of there but for the grace about Worcestershire's predicament.
Again, forward. Bethel takes a single this time, just on the front foot and punches it down the ground. Lyon does really well. He's come across from mid-on. Ends up on his on all fours. He stops the ball. Saves an extra run potentially. They do get a single, 156 for 4. Bethel moves on to 35, not out. He's taking a bit of the grass with him then, Nathan Lyon. Took a bit of turf with him as he went down to stop the ball.
Yeah, I just wonder if there is still just a little bit of sort of residual dampness around. Just the energy with which they're trying to dry the ball out.
Here comes Balderson. Davies drives down the pitch and then Balderson very cutely deflects it deliberately on towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. Jacob Bethel was fine, his back was in, but it was a deflection with the intention of trying to see if he could run Bethel out, had he just strayed beyond his crease.
It's a very distinctive drive that Davis has, doesn't he? Sort of brings the bat down, almost chopping the bat down on the ball.
Balderson's in to Davis, smothers a full ball, just brings his bat down, leaning into it and defends. 156 for 4. I think he does have quite a noticeable drive. Certainly when he's driving straight. I've watched a lot of Alex Davis bat. He's batted very, very nicely today. He's still going as we knock on the door of lunch. 72 not out. 156 for 4. Just squeeze down towards the third man boundary. Bailey comes up, loops it up towards the bowler's end. Davis gets a single. This is the current scene for viewers on Lancs TV from New Road, where Worcestershire have got themselves into a bit of bother in that first innings. The score has disappeared from their feed, but the latest score I've got is 61 for 8. It's defended by Bethel. Balderson comes from around the wicket to complete the over. 159 for 4 here at Emirates Old Trafford. Davis 73, Bethel on 35. And we've got about 10 minutes remaining of the morning session. Looks like Lyon's going to return, but have a go from the from the Brian Statham end. Nathan Lyon returning for Lancashire just on the stroke of tea. On the stroke of lunch. Bowled his previous 21 overs. From Jimmy's end. I'm going to go from the Statham end now. Davis on 73. Here's Lyon. Ooh, it just sneaks past the edge of Davis's bat. Snaffled by wicketkeeper Hurst. So have a little look from this end is Lyon. And again to Davis. Foot and defends. Deflects off the inner half of the bat, and George Bell bouncing around at short leg to field. No run. Short leg and the slip. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. Might want one here. Bethel wasn't keen at first. Davis was fully committed. I do take the single up towards mid-on, where Josh Bohannon sprawled out on the floor as he stopped the ball. 160 for 4. Davis on to 74 not out. Might have a third close catcher here with Bethel coming back on strike. Left-handed ball turning away from Jacob Bethel, so there's a silly point and there's a slip, and well, there was a forward short leg, but you can just see there to the left of screen for our viewers, Tom Bruce has just moved a couple of paces to his left. He's gone behind square, crouching down behind the batter. It's turned into the onside by Bethel. Jennings fields, no run. 160 for 4. Lyon again. Just held that back a fraction. Barely any pace on that from Lyon. Bethel forward and defends. Subtle variations of the great off-spinner. Twirls in again. A little bit flatter, touch quicker this time. And Jennings is buzzing around at mid-on. Fields the ball. There's no run. It's the end of the over, just a single coming off it. So 160 for 4. Davis on 74, Bethel on 35. We've got 4 minutes until the lunch break, and we're going to have another bowling change. We're going to see some Luke Wells, who can bowl leg spin for Lancashire. He's going to replace George Balderson from the James Anderson end. 3 overs, 1 maiden for 7 runs in that spell for Balderson, and it's Wells who might well be sending down the final over before the lunch break. 3 minutes to go before the scheduled break.
Well, if they can get through without any damage, Warwick should be very satisfied with this morning. They've moved it on only gradually, adding 71 runs, but with only that one early wicket. If that's all it is, that'll be very satisfactory. Wells with a bit of a long hop, and Davis is going to, even in the last over before lunch, he's going to help himself to a single there, down to long leg. That was a bit of a rusty one.
It was, yeah, just a bit of a loosener, that wasn't it? Get the shoulder warmed up a bit.
Yeah, mate. Luke Wells has been not overused as a bowler by Lancashire, but he can be very effective. Was it match-winning spell against Northants last season?
Yeah.
Bang of wickets. Here he comes round the wicket, and back goes Bethel, and hits this hard through the covers off the back foot. He's going to get 4. It beats Aspinwall. Tried to sprint round the boundary, but couldn't quite haul it in. So Bethel adds a boundary on his 3rd. And goes to 38. Out of 165 for 4. A little bit cloudy as we come towards lunch. Round the week comes Wells. That's a bit short as well. And Bethel goes to pull, but hits it straight to mid-wicket. Misses out.
Okay, George Ballot, short leg, is doing his best to try and make himself as small as he possibly could. Crouching down, as that one just dropped a bit short again.
Round the wicket comes Wells. This is pitched up, and Bethel places a defensive bat, but allows the ball to run off the face of it, and he gets 1. Jennings, with the helmet on for a slip, has to run after it. And they take a run. 166 for 4 in what we anticipate being the final over before lunch. Wells off 5 or 6 jog-trotted paces, loops this one a bit fuller to Davis, who hits it out without really timing it into the covers. Bohannon fields. But a bit of a mixed bag this over. Davis is going to now. He's seen something that very urgent needs to be brushed off the pitch, especially as we're a few seconds short of 10 past 1. He's played this game before. Wells bowls and Davis pushes forward out into the offside. There's no run. Is it now 10 past 1 on the umpire's clock? Davis is hoping it is.
Still says 9 minutes past. And Nathan Lyon is sprinting up to remove his cap. The clock on the front of the pavilion.
Oh no, he's too late. He's too late. He's got gonged out.
I think that clock on the pavilion, they're not looking at that one. It's the digital one on the scoreboard. They're going to have they're keeping an eye on, and that's just ticked over to 10 past 1, just before Nathan Lyon could get himself into position to start the over. So that's lunch. 166 for 4. The only wicket down Moseley off the bowling of George Balderson. Jacob Bethel and Alex Davis have got together a very solid-looking partnership.
Yes, I think they'll be very happy with that. And they are now on course to get a score that, at the very least, I think is going to have them in the game on a pitch which I wonder whether both teams are feeling a bit different about it now, because it looked a bit friendlier today than yesterday, although by no means have the batters been able to score freely. But in what was a tug of war for a while this morning, it just felt as though the momentum was easing Warwickshire's way in that last half an hour. Yeah,
I think that's a pretty good way to sign off for the lunchtime break, as again Nathan Lyon just stopped to have a selfie with one of the Lancashire supporters. Right, so that's lunch. Davis 75, Bethel on 40, and Warwickshire 166 for 4 at lunch on this second day of the ground staff. Just heading out to tend to the surface. That's where we stand. Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. Davis, the pick of the batters so far, but good contributions and well supported by young Jacob Bethel at the back end of that morning session. We'll take a break. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn.
She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone.
When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where...
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed, he has a decisive
Don't play.
Well, the real suspect came from Hagen Fairbrother. Fine chance to run the winning hit. On come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. Seems to...
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Did think not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, you know, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic, I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people. but you know, they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket, basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think no, my school was more football. Played 2 games, I think, at school. Won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club, and the Lancashire age group setup.
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were, you know, they were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school, you know, a lot of what you'd call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other, but that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley.
Gallian, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play, I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games. No,
a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92, and I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember, yeah, God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw, but you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word,
There's already an element and a theme of being self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, and your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, that kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. But, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. We spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here. And we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished fourth in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than fourth place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton, obviously. You were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the fourth over on day one, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of that, the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, you know, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And, you know...
Talk about bowling through injuries.
Well,
we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't... Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But
Yeah.
I don't... I can't say that, yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been... well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's... Just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here. For whatever reason, we haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, you know, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. 2 would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those 2 are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable. When we didn't enjoy fielding so much, but, you know, I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, you know, basically either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it, because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and, you know, early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go, as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, you know, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said, if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swinging Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, you know, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Low for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lanc? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played 1 test.
1 test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play if I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches, I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas. And obviously last season our batters had an incredible year, but less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, I've missed the seam this time, but reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player, as a bowler, I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to because the bowl's harder now and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bouncers, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking, I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic and it's very relevant at the current time because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt. But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win, shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea is going to influence everybody in the game.
Well, the players are making their way out to the centre, led by the umpire. So good afternoon once again from Mike Taylor and Scott Reed at the commentary position. On the second day of Lancashire against Warwickshire, it's rather cloudier than it was when we started this morning, but there are some chinks of blue sky visible just at the moment. So the weather seems set reasonably fair, at least, and a great deal brighter than yesterday. And Warwickshire's prospects are brighter than they were for quite a bit of yesterday after that morning session. Hard graft though it was to advance the score by 77 runs in 33 overs to 166 for 4, which gives them not a huge advantage, but it feels like a slight advantage in a game that it's still quite hard to tell exactly what course it's going to take now. Probably harder than it was last night.
Yeah, not quite sure kind of where it's heading really. It was pretty slow going that morning session, wasn't it? But I suppose if they can get through a new ball and if they can try and push on in this afternoon, then it backs up their cautious approach this morning. They might feel that kind of a first innings dig of about 250 is a decent score, but yeah, we'll see how they go about it this afternoon. They're wanting some batting bonus points as well. They might have to press on the accelerator a little bit here, aren't they? 72 overs gone and 166 for 4. So we'll see how the approach is this afternoon. There's only 8 overs till a new ball. I guess you're going to start with Nathan Lyon from the Brian Statham end. But yeah, it's been it's pretty slow going. But as I say, that's the basis for something to perhaps push on this afternoon. We shall see.
They might think that this is a really good score on a pitch that looked troublesome yesterday, more so than today. Lyon's going to start from our commentary end, Statham end, and his first ball to the left-handed Bethel. He's outside off stump and Bethel defends it standing upright into the offside, and he has a silly point for the first time in the game. We didn't see that this morning. So a silly pointer slipping a backward short leg. Lyon bowls and Bethel's very carefully forward, bat and pad together. So they've had a bit of a rethink over lunch in terms of where the close fielders are for Lyon, because Bell has taken sort of 2 steps to his left to go just behind square at short leg. Lyon round the wicket to the left-hander, and again Bethel defends off the back foot and hits it into the ground up to Jennings at mid-on. He's 40. And Davis 75. Lyon around the wicket, and Bethel forces this off the back foot towards extra cover, and it's fielded a sprawling stop by Bohannon. Ends up on all fours. These two batters came together in the 4th over this morning when Dan Mosley fell. That was 93 for 4. He's taken on the pad here, Bethel. The loud shout came entirely from, I think as Bell has gone to silly point, is it? So
yep.
He's the one on the offside. But he found himself to be the only one shouting, so he quickly canned it. First over after lunch, Lyon bowls and Bethel is very carefully forward. So it's the pattern is resumed from this morning. Lyon now through 23 overs, no wicket for 38. And 166 for 4. We had 33 overs this morning. There were 104 scheduled for today to make up a bit of the time lost from yesterday. So if you are able to come to the cricket this afternoon, if you're not really here but you're nearby and you want to come and see some cricket, and there's lots left to play today with potentially another 70 overs to get them, and hopefully we'll get them all.
Yeah, today's the best day. You'll be dodging the showers, I reckon, tomorrow and into Monday. We spin from both ends after lunch. Lancashire might just eat up a few overs here and try and get to that second new ball a little quicker. It'll be Jack Morley to get things going from the James Anderson end.
So they're at opposite ends to where they bowled for most of the morning. Lyon bowled all of yesterday and most his first spell today from the Anderson end.
Yep, all his overs from the Statham end, but here he comes twirling in from that top end. It's pushed into the onside by Alex Davis. Keaton Jennings at mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. 166 for 4. Davis on 75. Morley in balls. That's run away to backward square leg for a single by Davis. 76 not out, 167 for 4. Brings Bethel on strike. So Bell goes and retrieves the helmet. Slots in at forward short leg. Wells is at slip. Bethel twirls the bat around. Jack Morley comes left arm over the wicket and bowls. Big appeal for LBW, he's got him! Bethel departs for 40. Morley embraced by his skipper. He picks up his first wicket. It's 5 down now, 167 for 5. Bethel's partnership with Alex Davis is broken after lunch. Left arm spin of Jack Morley went back to that. That got Lancashire interested, and it got the umpire interested too. 167 for 5.
Skidded on through, and it looked pretty straightforward on the replay. He had one this morning against Lyon, where he was survived just with an inside edge, but that one, it's just turned back into him a fraction, and I reckon that's nailing him middle and leg. I think Bethel knew as well he didn't have to hang around. So he's gone without adding to his lunchtime score of 40. And Michael Burgess is the new player. A century last time out at Chelmsford, where he joined Ed Barnard to get Warwickshire out of a hole when they were 5 down early on the first day. A different situation here. I think Warwickshire would like another 100 runs. But there will be a need to try and get the game moving forward. If either team is going to be able to manufacture a result, even if the pitch does have some life in it, which we have not seen so much evidence of today.
No, it's not. It's been as obvious as yesterday. It looked a little unpredictable at times yesterday from the seamers. Morley to Burgess. Let's play back to Morley off his own bowling. There's no run. Will Burgess keep wicket?
Yes.
Morley left arm round and bowls. It's driven into the offside where Bohannon fields. No run.
Yes, I mean, obviously Alex Davis can do, and he captained from behind the stumps in the T20 last year, but generally Burgess will for the championship.
It's a nice shot off the back foot. He found a gap through the offside. There's a cover fielder on the deep. That's George Balderson. So a single for Burgess, gets his first run. First wicket for Jack Morley as well for this season for Lancashire. Opportunities might well have come his way with Tom Hartley's England commitments and Nathan Lyon's shortened spell now with the club. His first game of the season, gets his first wicket as well. 168 for 5. Burgess on 1. And Davis on 76.
So there's something of an opening, although Burgess is still one of the front liners. With the new ball not too far away, an opportunity for Lancashire to try and widen the breach. Burgess to face Lyon for the first time with 3 close catches, and Lyon over the wicket. Bowls to Burgess, who defends to Bruce as the silly point. Bell is at short leg, and Wells at slip. Jennings hand in pocket from mid-off, watches Lyon bowl, and he sweeps this Burgess from outside the line of off stump and gets 1 out to mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket and deep backward square on the boundary. I don't think it's... I was trying to make my mind up earlier whether it's a shorter boundary to that side. I'm not sure it is really. I think it's just the angle that we're looking from.
Yeah, because they have brought the rope in, haven't they, quite a bit. Might just be marginally a little bit shorter.
Yeah, not a lot.
No.
Lyon in his 24th over now. trots up to the crease, and Davis again doing that. I think he almost hides the bat behind the pad, but there is a slight wooden noise as he pushes the ball out into the offside. And he takes a single to go to 77. He's played very carefully, Alex Davis. He's pretty motivated to score runs in this game.
Can't see why.
Lyon bowls and back goes Burgess, defends out into the offside, and they manage to find a gap and take one. Well, there's an obvious reason that he entered his former employers. Yeah. I think also, you know, in the last game he was the captain who could have enforced the follow-on and didn't, and the team lost. So, you know, you know what that means. Rightly or wrongly, the captain's always going to get a few sharp comments after that. So the best way to answer it is to go and make some runs. He's made lots of runs so far this season, but he's made what could be an important 77 here so far, and he defends the next ball into the offside. He's got rid of the silly point. So that's one minor victory. Lyon bowls to him again, and Davies hits this firmly into the ground, and it bounces back to the bowler. So 3 from the over, 171 for 5 Warwickshire in 75 overs, 77 to Davies and 3 to Michael Burgess. And you know, in his first season as captain in the Redbourne game, to have something like that happen at Essex, where, you know, 9 times out of 10 Warwickshire are winning that game, but games change, you know, against a good team. Anybody who was a reasonably harsh critic of themselves would be feeling that a bit. However much you could justify the decision to yourself, and there were good reasons not to enforce the follow-on in that game. You know, not wanting to be exposed against Harmer in the 4th innings. Warwickshire had a very depleted team attack for that game, even more so than this one. So there were lots of reasons to not do it.
Here's Morley around the wicket to Burgess. Tucked away to the leg side where Keaton Jennings fields, and there's no run.
Which is the curse of being the captain, just as the curse of the football manager is. At the end of the day, results dictate everything, don't they?
Morley to Burgess, who drives. Picks out Bohannon in the covers, no run. Well, it's been a cautious approach to this match and to this day. Morley in to Burgess, that's jabbed away into the offside for a single. And maybe that is some of the fallout from last week, that defeat.
Yeah, perhaps. But you could equally, given the conditions yesterday especially, you could use the word responsible. And probably true. I still think 77 is worth quite a lot of runs in this game. So.
Yeah, he's batted well. Yeah. Waits for Morley. I'm going to sweep it. I'm almost going to chop it down into the ground on the sweep, and then try and work it very fine down towards the fine leg boundary, but couldn't quite get enough on it. The keeper, Hurst, able to go across to his left to stop it. So no run. 172 for 5. Morley balls again. Just touched into the onside by Davis to Jennings, his former opening partner here. Batted a long time together at the top, Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. Waits for Morley, plays forward and defends. And that is the end of the over. Just a single coming off it. 172 for 5. Burgess on 4, Davis on 77. It's the end of the 76th over of Warwickshire's first innings.
I think what I'd most take from this innings from Alex Davis, however it turns out, we may not be near the end of it yet, is there's been a certain defiance about it, which, you know, if you're captain and opening batter, then I think that's fair dues.
It has been very much a case of I ain't giving this away.
Yeah, well, good. There's a lot to be said for that. He set a very good example. Now, whether the team are in a position to take advantage of that, and I think even more so than usual, I don't think we'll really get an impression as to how good a score this is until we've seen quite a bit more of this match. We'll see. But Lyon starts a new over, and Burgess is going back and sort of turning to the leg side as he plays the defensive stroke, as if he's standing on a turntable, and he guides it into a gap, and there's no run. And he waits again for Lyon, no time to waste. And Burgess goes right back against the stumps here. And he would have... They thought he looked like a candidate, except that he got the middle of the bat in the way. But like others before him, he's been very watchful to Lyon. In his 25th over so far without a wicket. And Burgess sweeps. Oh dear, he got that off the pad. He's eyeing up the leg side boundary, which is protected by two fielders and also by a man at slightly, not mid-wicket, but a little bit squarer than that, not as far as square leg, but about 30 yards from the bat. And it was right in his direction had he made contact. Lyon tries again, and Burgess defends again from the crease, back foot anchored right in front of the stumps. 1-7-2 for 5, Warwickshire. New ball available in 3 overs from now. Spinners accelerating us towards it in the first few moments of this session. Lyon bowls, Burgess again, he's right back and defends with a straight bat. And Lyon has just called the wicketkeeper over for a conspiratorial chat. As if dragging him, as if to say, come over here so the batter can't hear me. He's conjuring up. Hurst is a willing accomplice. He takes his position, Lyon bowls, and after all that, he bowls almost exactly the same delivery, and Burgess plays it with a straight bat and gets a run. Backward point. 173 for 5 at the end of the over. Burgess is 5, and he's kept the strike, and Davies is 77. And so much of the art of spin bowling is when you're actually not bowling at all. And Lyon is, like the Australian greats before him, well versed in all that.
Yeah. Is there anything he's not experienced, seen and witnessed before?
Good fun. It's brightening up a bit.
It's better than it was this morning, isn't it? Yeah, It was a little gloomy this morning. There's Morley bowls to Burgess. That's pushed away into the offside. Again, Bohannon's face is buried in the grass. On his belly as he tried to stop the ball. He spends a lot of time face down in the grass, Josh Bohannon.
He wasn't rushing to get up then. Managed to enjoy a good lunch.
It's 174 for 5. Davies back on strike. Again, just pushed it out into the offside. And there is no run. Here's Morley to Davies. Takes a single this time. Works it out towards point where it's fielded by Tom Bailey. Davies jogs on to 78, not out. 175 for 5. And then balls. Oh, and that's spooned up towards Bell. He got something on it. I'm not sure whether that was hit down into the ground or whether that's got to Bell. There wasn't too much excitement around.
No, it sounded the sort of dull thud of the pad.
That's quicker from Morley. It's driven away towards the offside for a single by Burgess. Balderson comes up from the rope to field. He moves on to 7. 176 for 5. Al Davies back on strike. 78 not out. Morley to Davis. Played nicely. He's cut that late down towards the third man boundary. That'll be 4. Pushes Alex Davis into the 80s. 180 for 5. Played it late. Off the back foot, just steers it away down towards that third man region for 4. 82 to the skipper of Warwickshire now. And the Bears are 180 for 5 at the end of the 78th over.
Got into position very quickly to play that. Only his second boundary of the day, but looking very confident. Just go and talk to local radio listeners in the West Midlands. We'll join you soon.
And they'll be pleased to hear, I'm sure, that the Warwickshire captain's building along and going along quite nicely on 82. 180 for 5. Nathan Lyon to continue. Carefully dabbed away into the offside by Burgess off the back foot. Gathered by Aspinwall. Clipped to the leg side this time by Burgess and then Bohannon fields. And there is no run. And defended away by Burgess. Steered off the back foot to mid-on where Bohannon comes up to field. 4 dot balls so far in this over. All just carefully dabbed back from where they came from by Michael Burgess. Lyon to Burgess. Gets a single this time. Plays it down the ground through straight mid-on for 1. Moves on to 8. It's 181 for 5. Davis thinks about taking a single. He's just onto that front foot again with his bat in front of the pad. Just drops it away into the offside. No run scored. Just 1 coming off the over. That's the end of the 79th as well. So there is an option, should Lancashire want to take it, of using a second new ball. That will be available for them at the end of this next over. Jack Morley is going to remove his Lancashire cap. And peel off his top layer and hand it to the umpire, because he's going to send down 6 more deliveries from the James Anderson end. It's got the early breakthrough since the lunch interval. There's Jack Morley. The LBW dismissal of Jacob Bethel for 40. Burgess the man on strike. It's a good stop by Jennings as Burgess strikes it off the front foot. Low down to his right at cover. Short extra cover, actually. There's no run. And pushed down to the offside. Bohannon guarding the cover region. And again, there's no run. 181 for 5. Morley in. Will be a single potentially. No, Bohannon again is... has found himself rolling around in the grass, but does a good job and saves some more runs for his team. Little square up, and Burgess gets a single. That's again what he tries on that occasion, but this time he's worked it off a slightly open face of the bat. Guides it to backward point where Bailey fields. So another dot ball. 181 for 5. Here's Morley in. And that's off the front foot. Again, it's punched away into the offside. Gathered by Bohannon. No run. Steered away behind square on the offside by Burgess. Again for no runs. That's a maiden. That's Jack Morley's first maiden over. He's bowled 10 today. He's picked up 1 for 26. That is the end of the 80th over. And umpire Ian Blackwell is waving towards the scorers with the new ball in his hand. And that'll be the end for now of Lyon and Morley. As Lancashire see if they can try and get some fireworks with this second new ball. So, second new ball, and it's Tom Bailey to return from the Brian Statham end. 2 slips in place. Just shapes away a little bit from Davis and through to Matty Hurst. Well, no hesitation from the Lancashire captain. Keaton Jennings went to that second new ball straight away. And straight to his main man, Bailey, who's got 3 wickets in the game so far. Just off the back foot and guided away to backward point by Davis, and there's no run. Bailey to Davies, fall and driven. And Bohannon at mid-off fields, and there's no run. That's a 3 in that over so far. 185 for 5. Balderson. That's a good stop. That's Jack Blatherwick at cover. He's done well there, low down to his right to get something on it. Good firm shot, punched away. Excellent work inside for Jack Blatherwick, low down to his right at cover. It's got 4 on it as that, if he doesn't stop it. Remains on 8, 185 for 5. Playing a miss by Burgess. I've got Keaton Jennings and Tom Bruce, the 2 slip fielders, quite interested. Final ball of the over, 185 for 5. Just those 3 coming off it. That shot by Davis worked away through mid-wicket for 3 to complete the 82nd over. 185 for 5. Michael Burgess and Alex Davis meeting halfway down the pitch. Keaton Jennings in conversation with Tom Bailey. Josh Barnum polishing the ball. .86 not out, Davis. Continuing what has been a profitable season for him so far with runs. It's guides us away to Backwell Point, where it's fielded by Luke Wells, and there is no run. Stokes is in the wickets again for Durham. Just looking at some of the other games around Division 1. Somerset are batting in their second innings and in a spot of bother. It's through to Hurst. 47 for 4, Somerset in their second innings, and Stokes has picked up 2. Siddle and Rain with the others. Somerset still trailed Durham by 47 runs in the match at Chesterley Street. So been a good game for Ben Stokes. I think he got 4 wickets in the first innings. He's picked up 2 so far in the second. There's Bailey to Davis. It's wide and it's left, and it's taken by Hurst, and there is no run.
I'm not surprised, Scott, to see Ben Stokes back on, well, firstly being back on county duty, but throwing himself into it fully. Because I think that speaks a lot about him, doesn't he? He's such a wholehearted character in everything he does, so it doesn't surprise me that he's hurled himself in, bowled a lot of overs in those games as well.
Yeah, he bowled 10 on the spin against Lancashire last week at Blackpool. It's just back of a length from Bailey, slower delivery, which is nudged out towards the leg side by Davis for 1. Moves on to 87. 186 for 5. Elsewhere, the defending champions Surrey, 127 all out in their first innings, and Hampshire have piled on the runs in their reply. So pushing themselves into a really commanding position. Toby Albert with an unbeaten century, Nick Gubbins making 83 not out. Hampshire 226 for 1, replying to Surrey's 127 all out. So already 100 in front. 9 wickets remaining.
Got to force that over the line, Hampshire. That's quite such an important result for the whole division. because he would tell everybody else that Surrey are in fact beatable, because it seems to be a message going out that they aren't.
Bailey to Burgess. It's defended, and there's no run. Essex are 560 for 6. With Jordan Cox unbeaten on 195, playing against his former side. His return to Canterbury. Shane Snater's 66 not out. Bailey to Burgess, who's down the pitch, and that's kind of squirts away down towards the third man boundary. Wells is doing his best to try and react to it. I don't think he picked it up. I don't think many did, and I myself included. But it's gone down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs, and that completes the over as well. So it's 190 for 5. Burgess on 12 and Davis on 87. Just to give you that one other score from Division 1, I mentioned the Essex big first innings score here against Kent, 5-6-5 for 6. There's Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire, where Nottinghamshire is 17 without loss, in reply to that 80 all out by Worcestershire. So Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater, the 2 opening batters, are batting there. You can see also that innings for Cox, pushing up towards a double century, with Essex now north of 550 on the board. So it's a brilliant return for Cox facing his former side.
George Balderson starting a new over from the Anderson end, and the first ball is guided away into the offside by Davis, and there's no run. He's 87. So we're now, what, 2:30, so we've had nearly 3 hours cricket today. We had a little under 3 hours yesterday, so he's well over 5 hours for this 87, Alex Davis. Batting with great responsibility and trying to blunt the second new ball as he did the first. He plays this ever so slightly uppishly back towards the bowler, but it's perfectly safe.
Yeah, you want to give this away now? Well, he's 13 shy of a ton against his former side at his former ground. Got runs last season, didn't he, against Lancashire? Check the scorecard from last season, but I'm sure he got some runs.
And he's going to get an 88th run here, turning this delivery off his pads down to long leg. Aspinwall does the fielding. Balderson was interested for a moment. But it carried a little bit more of an edge today, George Balderson. I thought maybe he did yesterday. Wasn't quite as effective as Bailey. He's challenged Warwickshire well today. He has 2 slips, and he's waiting for Burgess, who is taking some time to settle down and wait to face Balderson. And now he hits him on the pad. He was on the move forward, so he was well outside the batting crease, and he was hit, probably outside the line of off stump as well.
I think it must have been the season before that when Davis got runs against Lancs at Edgbaston. I think it was the first time he'd faced his former side. It wasn't last season, the season before.
Well, these will count, as far as he's concerned, because he's now 88.
Definitely.
But the non-strikers end, waiting for Burgess to drive. That was uppish, but it didn't quite reach all the way to Bohannon, who half stopped it, taking some of the way off it, and they will have 3 probably. If Davis is quick and he throws himself into the into his ground, I think he would just about have beaten the throw of Bohannon.
We'll get a view from our colleagues in the written media. Jamie Bowman, the cricket writer, has been watching from the press room downstairs. He's going to join us for an hour or so.
Okay.
I'll make way, Mike, and he'll come join you.
Jamie in a moment. 194 for 5. Davies is back on strike. Balderson is having a word with Collins. What are they plotting now? He's only got 2 slips there. They're getting sorting out. Hello, Jamie.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Good. Interesting day so far, although the scoring rate's been modest. There's plenty going on. Here's Balderson to complete this over. He goes slightly short, and Davies is on that quickly and pulling it away through mid-wicket. They will have 2. Which is going to take Alex Davies to 90 at the end of the over. 196 for 5, and still batting with great determination as he was yesterday.
He really is, and we're seeing a bit of a different kind of Alex Davies here than Lancashire supporters will remember. He was always a belligerent attacking batter, but he's shown incredible patience here. 230 balls for his 90, and he's really held things together for a real captain's knock, isn't it?
Yeah, we spoke to him briefly last night, and I certainly had the impression that Warwickshire thought at that stage that the pitch was not entirely trustworthy. It looks as though it's played slightly better than that today, but this still feels like a very valuable 90. Bailey's going to start a new over to Michael Burgess, and he beats him the first ball. Burgess followed that a bit, but he didn't quite touch it. And it's gone through to the wicket keeper. But this 90 feels quite important. We don't quite know until we've seen both teams bat, but it still feels a handy total.
It does, and it'll be important to Alex as well. You know, he'll want to impress his old supporters, his old teammates, to show them what they missed.
Sure he does.
He's that kind of character, isn't he? I'm sure he'll want to remind them.
Bailey bowls, and Burgess gets this off an under edge. This is a slightly fidgety period for Michael Burgess, who's and a couple of false strokes. That one didn't come out of the middle, but he's all right. That one's gone away to mid-on.
But the new ball's injected a bit of life into the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was drifting a little, wasn't it? And obviously we had that wicket which livened things up. But everyone seems to be on their toes again, waiting for something to happen that so often does when the new ball is taken.
Bailey has it at the moment in the 5th over with this ball, and Burgess, that's a more organised defensive stroke, and pushes it away into the offside. I mean, this does feel like it's an important game, the last one before the T20 period. Neither team has made a fantastic start to the championship season. There's not much between the whole sort of lower half of Division 1, so this does feel like quite a consequential game.
Yes, definitely. I mean, with the win over Durham, Lancashire can sort of look up rather than look down all of a sudden. Bailey's coming in.
Burgess flexes his knees while he waits for him, and now he defends with a straight bat. It goes away to backward point. It's
remarkably jumbled, isn't it? That sort of lower half of the competition at the moment. Everyone's still sort of. It's like when you watch the Grand National, isn't it? And they're all sort of bunched at the start. You're looking for someone to go. Obviously, you've got the front runner in Surrey, but everyone else is kind of bunched up, in not quite knowing what's going to happen.
Well, just saying before you came in, the predicament Surrey have got themselves into against Hampshire. If Hampshire go on and win that game, Bailey goes wider on the crease this time. Burgess drives. That's a better stroke. His first real stroke of authority, Michael Burgess, and he gets 4 through extra cover and raises 200 for Warwickshire, 200 for 5. That'll make him feel better.
He hit that hard. I mean, that was still travelling a long way after the boundary. It slammed into those covers over there.
Yes, which has turned it into about a 120-yard chase for
it was still
travelling. To go and fetch it.
Yeah, he really middled that. Really middled it.
Good stroke. 200 for Warwickshire in the 85th over. But yeah, if Surrey come a cropper there against Hampshire, I just have had the feeling until last week that the rest of the division was beginning to think that Surrey were unbeatable.
Yeah.
If the message goes around that actually they are beatable, Surrey will have a few weeks to stew on it before the next championship games. And now Burgess goes again, this time off the back foot, and hits it through almost exactly the same slot. But one a drive, and that one hit it square off the back foot, and it's another chase out towards the covers, a long way behind the rope, and Michael Burge is moving up a gear.
Yeah, lovely square cut there. Pierced the field, and yeah, it's a long walk out there, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think the fielder was too happy about making the same walk twice there in that over.
It's a good job the covers are there, otherwise it'd be onto the concrete in a way.
Yeah, the ball would go a long way on that concrete, wouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, with Surrey, it's almost like, it's a bit like the cup final today, isn't it? You just assume they're going to win. It's like Manchester City, it's the same scenario. But obviously, it doesn't always work out like that, and it might not work out like that this afternoon in the cup final. So I think all the teams will be, waiting and hoping that they slip up. And as you say, it's almost a psychological thing. It's almost like, well, they can be beaten. Maybe we can beat them. And going into the T20, obviously they'll be mulling on it a bit.
Here comes Balderson starting a new over, and Davies on 90. He's nudging it into the leg side. Yeah, it's an important round of games, this one, because there won't be any more Championship cricket for it was about a month or something like that. So, and results, especially if you lose the last one before break, it does linger. It does hang around and plays on the mind, especially of players who maybe aren't going to be in the T20s.
I was just going to say, for those unfortunates who are going to be dwelling on their early season form, and
to be a Balderson bowls and Davies drives, he's going to get one wide of mid-on.
Would some of those players, I know some in the Lancashire squad would possibly play a bit of club cricket. Would some in the Warwickshire squad do the same?
Yeah, I think they might do. I mean, Michael Burgess perhaps falls into that slot, actually. Because Davies will probably keep wicket in the T20, so I don't think Burgess played a white ball game last year. So, look, there's no end of clubs that would be happy to have them. I'm sure. I was talking a bit about club cricket earlier on, because Lancashire is much of a hotbed for club cricket as anywhere else in the country, of course. Burge is driving again firmly down the ground, and they get a short single, but well judged.
Yeah, shout out to all the poor groundsmen who had to deal with the deluge of rain this week. It's obviously we had a delayed start yesterday, but a lot of clubs don't have the resources or the staff that Lancashire had to be able to get that game started at, what was it, just after 2 o'clock yesterday. I know my club was struggling today to get the game on. A lot of rain in the week.
Yeah, pretty good effort to get club cricket going. That's Fuller from Balderson drifting onto the pads, and Davies picks off a single out to deep mid-wicket. 207 for 5. Which club is that? Which club is yours,
Sefton Park in Liverpool. Yeah, captained by former Lancashire opener Paul Horton. Plays.
Oh, he's a smashing player for Lancashire.
Yeah, he's club skipper now.
And Leicester at the end of his career.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, captain. A few seasons at Leicester. Yeah, he's.
Balderson bowls, no ball, and Burgess pushes it out into the offside. There's no run, but add 2 for the no ball.
Yeah, he started at Sefton Park when he was a youngster, and making his way in the game before, becoming a professional, and a very good professional, as you say. Long time Lancashire player, title winner in 2011. And yeah, he's sort of, after his retirement, he's come back to play for his old club, which is we're all very thankful for.
Yeah, that's great. Enough players who've got the appetite to keep playing the game. Now Burgess, he's maybe taken on the pad here as he looks to come forward and turn it into the leg side. And there's no run. So we're happy to mention clubs today. We mentioned a few earlier on, but if your club's in action, or if there's a particularly hard-working ground staff who've got your club game going, then we are very happy to mention it. You can email me to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk, mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk, because there's a fair bit of credit to fly around, if particularly in the northwest, although there's plenty of rain in the West Midlands as well. Balderson bowls, and they really like that appeal for LBW, and Burgess is gone. was pushing towards the leg side, but that was the most confident shout from Balderson, and the game has suddenly stepped up a gear in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Burgess played a few strokes, but he's pinned here by Balderson. A second wicket today for him. Burgess is gone for 24, and it's 209 for 6.
Yeah, good ball there. Not much hesitation from the umpire. I think confident shout. I think he knew, didn't he? There's a look of resignation straight away. He'd almost begun to walk. But as you say, the game's suddenly opening up. The new ball does its work. It as we saw, yeah, a couple of nice shots there. The new ball sort of not only helps the bowlers, it can help the batters with the new ball flying off the bat and getting to the boundary quicker. So we saw both sides of it really there. The ball doing something, and also some runs as well. So something at last for the crowd to enjoy after what was one for the purists, shall we say, this morning.
You're among purists here, it's fine. There are few as pure as Scott Reed, as I think I was reading earlier on. 209 for 6, and Alex Davis will now be joined by, I think that's Jake Lintott, who's come out at number 8, getting a very rare outing in red ball cricket, only his 3rd in 4 seasons.
Wow, that is rare, isn't it?
He's made it's quite a story, I think a lot of people will be familiar with, but to fill it in for Lintott, a very late comer to the pro ranks at 27, was teaching cricket down in Somerset, and a useful club bowler, and to put it mildly, and used sort of, as a trainer, but never quite got the breakthrough at club level until Warwickshire needed somebody and took a punt on him, and now he's gone on to sort of make quite a good living for himself playing white ball cricket around the world, which is quite a turn of events for him, and it's a good story. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, though, as Bailey bowls to Davis, who worries he might have edged it onto the stumps. He got an inside edge that squirts away, backward of square leg, and he gets 1. The game's alive all of a sudden. But, yeah, the Lintott story is something of an inspiring one, so it's never quite... I fear it's too late for me, but it's never quite too late for him.
No, that's a great story, and it just shows how much talent goes under the radar in those leagues and in club cricket.
He's played a fair bit of T20 league cricket around the world in the various franchise competitions in the last couple of years after taking his opportunity with Warwickshire. He plays inside the line of a first ball here from Bailey. It goes past the outside edge.
What sort of which countries has he played in?
He played in the Caribbean. I think he's played a bit in Asia. So he's been round and about. It's
not bad, is it?
No, seen a bit of the world as well.
Yeah.
So and I think had a go in the 100. So bowling left arm wrist spin, but for the moment he's watching his captain, or he's defending here to Bailey out on the offside. But only his 3rd red ball game. He played one against Worcester 3 years ago, and at Chelmsford last year, where he didn't take a lot of wickets, but he did whack 70-odd when Warwickshire were on the verge of defeat, which I think has probably earned him a promotion to number 8. So it's been a while.
And is he a whacker? Is that what he does?
Well, it was near the end of that game, so I don't think he was in a mood to stand on ceremony, but... with the captain 90 odd not out at the other end, you might see things a bit differently.
That's just what I was going to say. I don't think Alex would quite appreciate anyone throwing the wicket away for the next half an hour.
No, there's a time and a place. So for now, he's happy to defend Bailey out on the offside.
I mean, it feels like Warwickshire have batted a long time, and they have. But when you look at the score, it's still only 2-10.
Yeah.
It's not. There's a lot of work to be done here.
There is. Bailey bowls, and it's well wide of the off stump and fading further away. It's interesting because last night I thought 89 for 3, although it was really hard graft, didn't feel bad given the way the pitch played. Today it's been brighter and it hasn't looked as dangerous.
No, no, you're right. No, I think you know, Davis. You could tell when we interviewed him, he was happy, wasn't he? He was a happy man. I think he felt he'd done a job, and the team had done a job just to get to the end there.
Bailey bowls, and Lintop happy to play no stroke. Lets that go through.
I mean, he described the pitch as like nothing he'd ever seen at Old Trafford before, and considering he'd played, you know, all his career here, that was quite a statement, I thought. He was... I had a little aside of him later saying, I think he was saying, I wish there'd been a few more pitches like this during my time.
Yeah.
Because obviously Old Trafford has got a bit of a reputation now as a bit of a draw pitch. It's been hard for Lancashire to force wins on it the last few seasons.
I think it's worth repeating when the toss yesterday, when Scott grabbed a word with Keaton Jennings, he did suggest that this wasn't the pitch initially intended for this game. But I mean, we were just talking about how difficult it's been for groundsmen in the last week or so, and it's certainly been the case in the northwest. As Balderson starts a new over, and there's going to be a run here, guided backward of point by Davis.
I think is it the pitch that the women played on last Sunday?
Last
yeah,
Sunday.
I was at that game as well. I mean, that was quite a short, as T20s go. It was a very dominant victory for the Lancashire girls. But yeah, I mean, you could tell as soon as you came into the ground and saw the pitch that it was used. It certainly didn't look the same as some of the wickets we've seen this season.
In comes Balderson, and Lintot's carefully forward and pushes out into the offside. Yeah, and although it didn't have, you know, hundreds of overs played on it, it just had a sort of a tired look about it. And when Alex mentioned to us, didn't he? Yes, he said there was bits of live grass on it, but it was bare at the end. So, I mean, fair dues. As he pointed out himself, if you've got Nathan Lyon in your team, you're not going to make a pitch that you don't think he's going to do something for him. In comes Balderson, and Lintop will get runs here, at least one. It might get more than one. It's nudged it down to long leg, and they will have two as Aspinwall fields. He
seemed to really relish that battle with Lyon, didn't he? Yesterday, it was lovely to hear, actually, wasn't it? It was nice to hear a player sort of wanting to challenge himself against one of the world's best, and really relish that contest. You know, you could tell he said he'd been looking forward to it, and he'd looked at the fixtures when it was. It was lovely to hear that kind of boyish excitement.
Yeah, good for him. And in comes Balderson again, and Lintop defends. Yeah, and I made this point earlier on, but it bears repeating. You know, having Nathan Lyon here is great for Lancashire, but it's also good for county cricket to have a...
Yeah, of course.
Because he also says, I think, perhaps to players around the world, that county cricket is worth coming and spending time, because Nathan Lyon doesn't need to be here.
No.
I'm sure he's made a perfectly good living playing cricket in Australia for as long as he has, and as to the level he has. He's got nothing to prove in the game with 500 odd test wickets, but he wants to be here. Balderson bowls and Lintop defends. And that says great things about the game. It says great things about Nathan Lyon, but what an opportunity for everybody that Lancashire play.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, if you're a young batter and you can hold out and score some runs against a bowler like that, that's going to be a feather in your cap, you know, for the rest of the season, maybe the rest of your career. It's the sort of thing you'll remember, and you know, you give you the confidence that you've played against the best and you've competed and you've come out the other side.
There's Balderson in again to bowl to Lintop, who is guiding this square on the offside. He doesn't get a run as Wells does the fielding. End of the over, 2-1-3 for 6. And I don't know Nathan Lyon, Joe, but he strikes me as a pretty good bloke. I imagine he's, you know, also been a useful influence on the Lancashire players and everybody else he's come across, you know, passing on bits of experience.
Well, I know Tom Hartley was very excited about him coming. Was saying any spare moment he gets, he's going to chat to him about the art of bowling, and hopefully get some trade secrets from down under.
Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire had similar with they had Glenn Maxwell for a good chunk of the summer last year.
Yeah.
And I remember Dan Mosley telling me he sort of basically made it his business to trail Glenn Maxwell around. You know, go and play golf with him, have a chat with him, you know, download all that information. Bailey starts a new over with a loopy short ball.
Yes, we had Glenn here a couple of seasons ago, and I know he struck up a really close friendship with Josh Bohannon, and they were very close, and Josh talked a lot to him about batting, and Glenn was they became, you know, really close friends. They talk about each other, and I think they were messaging each other from across the world, and I know that those relationships can be really important, can't they? Those mentoring relationships.
Very valuable. Bailey bowls, and Lintop pushes away into the offside, and they think about a run, but they don't take it. Yeah, and look, it's great when overseas players come and do that, and Warwickshire have got Hassan Ali back this year. I gather he was a very good influence and made himself very popular. It's really important for young players to take that opportunity to learn from these guys. You know, and that's always been a feature of county cricket, but it seems to be building up again at the moment.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it?
Off goes Bailey, 2 slips and a gully waiting. Lintop fidgets a bit in the crease, but he's got everything still by the time he's playing this well-organised defensive.
When I was growing up, you'd have, you know, one of those famous players seemed to be associated with every county, didn't they? You know, you had your Imran Khan at Sussex, and your Courtney Walsh at Gloucestershire, and
Clive Lloyd here.
Clive Lloyd, Wasim Akram here, you know, people like that who, you know, real legends of the game who became emblematic of that county.
That's right. I used to get the train down to Northampton to go and watch Kirtley Ambrose. I couldn't be good enough to watch Kirtley Ambrose. Bailey bowls outside the off stump. Lintop lets it go past.
And you're right. In recent years, we have had more. You know, Hashim Amla. These great players that we've been able to see. Peter Siddle's been obviously a county regular, hasn't he, for the last few seasons?
I think I saw him in the wickets again today.
Yeah, he just keeps going.
There's a lot of people who not county cricket, but these guys, you know, I appreciate they get paid for coming, but some of them really probably don't have to, and yet they want to be here playing cricket. Bailey comes, and Lintop took a little bit of a step outside his crease then. He missed it, having done so. He was so far forward that wicketkeeper underarmed the ball at the stumps and hit them. Batters thought they might sneak a run, and in the end, we're all back to where we started, and there's no run. But it was an eventful dot ball.
It was, wasn't it? Who says cricket's boring, eh?
There's always something.
Everything was happening in that ball.
There's always something if you look for it. But Lintop was fidgeting outside his crease then. He stays stock still this time, and slightly miscues, but he's going to get a run off the toe end of the bat into the leg side. He's quickly called through by Alex Davis. He's hoovering up most of the strike at the moment, Jake Lintop. But
he's a great runner between the wickets, isn't he, Davis? It's been one of the sort of I suppose it's been one of the key aspects of this innings. Really, there's not been a huge amount of boundaries. But he's hoovered up these singles, and I remember watching him here for many years. He was always very quick between the wickets. Fantastic fielder as well.
I imagine he'd be quite an exhausting chap to bat with after a while, but he'd keep you in the game, that's for sure. 2-1-5 for 6. Davies is 95, and Nathan Lyon is back. 26 overs without a wicket so far, Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, it feels like he's bowled well, but he'll be wanting to obviously get that first wicket on the board. That's what he's here for, after all.
Yeah, every batsman has had his technique very closely examined in the course of those 26 overs. And probably some of the pressure he's built up, because he's gone for very few runs, only 43, has contributed to other wickets. But here he is, Lyon. And Lintop is defending out into the offside. He's 3, Jake Lintop. I think at number 8 for an unexpected opportunity. I wonder what he'll make of this pitch. Waits for Lyon, who gives this a little bit more loop. And Lintot's forward carefully in defence and playing very responsibly so far, Jake Lintott.
Yes, he'll have one eye on that. What his captain needs. 5 more runs.
Well, yeah. Splendid 100 if he reaches it. Lyon bowls Lintott. Set himself to try and scoop, and then I'm not sure if he was really committed to it and ended up being taken on the pad.
Yeah, we kind of set him up there, didn't we?
Yeah.
We was playing very carefully and then played a very unusual sort of semi-scoop shot.
Put that one away. I think he might have changed his mind halfway through. 2-1-5 for 6, and he comes very carefully forward to the next one and drops it into the offside. I don't think you want to be changing your mind against Nathan Lyon. If you're going to go for it, you've got to kind of go.
Yeah.
Get yourself into a lot of trouble. There's Lyon, wastes no time, bowls again to, that one's turning down the leg side, and Lintott carefully makes sure he's got everything out of the way of it.
He's probably identified there is quite a gap down here, isn't there, behind square. He's probably had a little look at that and thought, if I can nudge one round the corner, there's a single there for me, I can get Alex on strike.
It's the last ball of the over coming up though, and he's going to defend that one. So he's played out a maiden from Nathan Lyon. 215 for 6. And it's a more lively game at the moment than that score might initially suggest. Jamie, maybe just say a word about that, and Scott's coming back in, Jamie, with you.
Yeah, 90 overs gone, and the new ball has certainly sort of brought this game to life again after a pretty slow going morning. 6 down now, and still only 215 runs. They've batted for 90 overs now. But if Lancashire can go bang bang, as the modern parlance says.
It's only ever 2 bangs, isn't it? It's
only
never
bang,
3.
Yeah, you never go bang bang bang.
No, it never happens. There's Bailey in and balls. That's defended by Davis.
Never a hat-trick of bangs.
There isn't. There's only ever 2. There's never 1, and you never get to a 3rd bang.
No.
There's only ever 2. I don't know why that is, Jamie.
Beats me.
No, it beats me too. A lot of things beat me. Yeah, a lot of things do. I've just looked at the weather forecast for tomorrow. It's abysmal, isn't it?
You can't help feeling that the players have had one eye on that all game, haven't they?
Yeah. It's Bailey over the wicket, balls left by Davis. It's full. Swings away.
Well, is it one of those where it's 80% precipitation or something? Or
it's in that region. Yeah, pretty solid through the course.
I always
of the
think,
day.
you know, if it's under 50, you've got a chance, and then if it's over 50, it's not looking good, is it?
No.
Which one do you look at? Which weather?
Whichever one gives me the right answer.
Because I know my wife always says, "Oh, don't look at the BBC one; it's very pessimistic."
Oh well, at the minute it's full of pessimism. Is the BBC one? Bailey to Davis.
I like the idea of a weather forecast having feelings. It's a pessimistic weather forecast or an optimistic one.
Well, there's not been many optimistic ones of late. Actually, last weekend was nice in Blackpool.
Oh, we had a
that was
lovely weekend, didn't we? And then this midweek, oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, it's not stopped, has it?
Just we were talking about groundsmen then, and I think there's probably a lot of grounds that just about started recovering, and then back to square one after this week.
Bailey to Davis. That's carved out through the offside for a single. It'll take him on to 96.
I think he feels he missed out a bit. That's a trademark Davis shot, isn't it? The square cut. He didn't quite time that one. I think that would have taken him ever closer to this century. He used to be quite a vociferous celebrator in his time, didn't he, Alex? When he got to a landmark. I wonder what it'll be this time. It would be like one of those footballers who doesn't celebrate when he scores the goal against his own club, old club.
It's his left by Lintott and through to the keeper. Don't know. Will it be something modest and subtle, or will it be something chest pumping?
Yeah, you see them all, don't you? Going, no, all the players come over to surround them, and they're like No, I'm being respectful. I'm being respectful. I think people would respect them more if they just went crazy, wouldn't they?
Yeah. I never quite understand that, really. I mean, celebrate a goal, don't you? What's wrong with that? 2:16 for 6. There's Bailey balls again. Edged. Oh, put down. Second slip. Tom Bruce.
I hate to say it, but that looked a pretty regulation in the breadbasket, wasn't it? Midriff tight. Yeah. That really should have been gathered, shouldn't it? Didn't have to do an awful lot there. Didn't have to move his feet. 2 hands.
Yeah, Bailey missing out on his 4th wicket. Tom Bruce shaking his head and looking skywards. It's a chance that has been put down. The Bear still just 6 down. Lintop survives. He's on 3. And now we've got Lyon to Davis to continue. Davis on 96.
It's, from Lancashire's point of view, shame it didn't go to Jennings. He's been catching rabbits, isn't he, this season?
Yep.
That one-handed grab at Blackpool was something else, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it's a great celebration too.
Well, a great non-celebration.
Yeah. But in itself was quite an impressive.
Yeah, I liked it.
It stood there kind of serene.
It was like a sort of mic drop, wasn't it?
It was. That's a good way to describe it. Lyon to Davis, who's back and he defends, is no run. That was a great take. It's a slightly quirky thing that Lancashire do, because Luke Wells fields it slip to the spinners, but doesn't field in the slips to the seamers. And Jennings, who's at slip.
Now, why would that be?
Seamers, he's on the long on boundary to the spinners. Here comes Lyon to Davis. That's worked out towards the leg side. There's no run.
Is it a height thing? I can't think what the. Because he's a tall man, isn't he, Luke? But
as is Keaton.
But then Keaton is as well.
Lyon balls and Davis again getting forward, trying to squeeze the ball away into the offside. No run.
He's been in the 90s a long time now. I wouldn't say the nervous 90s. He seems quite in control, but he's, as he has done throughout this innings, there's been no sense of panic or rush. He's played at his own pace.
2:16 for 6. Lyon to Davis. Just drops into the onside, no run.
But when you're on 96 facing a man with hundreds of test wickets on a spinning pitch, it's probably not what you choose, is it?
Well, here comes that man. Lyons swinging in and bowling, and Davis coming back and just nudging the ball away to the leg side. Again, there's no run. And it's the end of the over. Another maiden for Nathan Lyon. 28 overs in this innings. 9 maidens for 43 for Lyon. 2:16 for 6. 92 overs into this Warwickshire first innings. Tea will be at exactly 4 o'clock. It does not matter how many overs remaining in the day's play. It'll be a 4 p.m. tea.
I was wondering if we'd see a bit of an exodus from the crowd to watch the football, but it doesn't seem to be.
No. More from the written journalists downstairs, I think. And the guys operating the scoreboard, one of them scarpered as well, because
really?
we're going to go and watch the footy. Plenty of...
traffic does look slight, I can't see many cars out there.
There's Bailey. And that's Lintop playing forward in defence, and there's no run. Fielded by Nathan Lyon at mid-on. So how's your summer been so far, Jamie? I know you've watched a bit of Lancashire, both men's and women's players.
Yeah. It's been good. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. Obviously, the weather's been a challenge for everyone, hasn't it? But yeah, seen some good games. Was up at Durham watching the women. Seen them a few times.
There's Bailey. Over the wicket to Lintop. Just kind of down towards Bell. And there's no run.
So they've had problems at Sale, haven't they, where the women have been playing, so they played a couple of games here. That's been nice to come and watch them here. And then we had a lovely day on Sunday when they had a sort of, I think they called it Women's Day, a kind of special sort of day dedicated to women's cricket, and I brought my daughters along. It was nice. Very nice.
There's Bailey over the wicket balls again. It's worked her way down to fine leg by Lintop for a single.
Saw some pictures of Stephen Croft was at the game with his daughters as well, so nice to see the players supporting, you know, that sort of. I know they're very keen on that, aren't they? That sort of mutual support between the men and the women's team. You know, almost seeing it as one club, almost, which can only be a positive.
Yeah, it's very much Lancashire Thunder now, isn't it? Rather than kind of Northwest Thunder.
Yeah,
as it was
definitely.
Previous years. Bailey to Davis now. It's worked into the onside, but for no run. Remains on 96. Well, they lost on Friday, did Lancashire Thunder, in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Play again tomorrow, weather permitting. And they're back here on Thursday for a double header.
Weather permitting, after what you said.
Well, yeah. It's a very pessimistic forecast. I'll try and find an optimistic one for you. I think I'd be lucky to find one. But
you wouldn't think, looking out now, it's lovely, isn't it?
Bailey to Davis. It's forward, defends. Not quite sure where the ball's disappeared to. He's kind of half hopping down the pitch, and Lintop sends him back, and then he quickly realises the ball's just trickling out towards square leg. There's no run.
We really are seeing a different type of Alex Davis here, aren't we, than the one we were used to a few years ago. Real patient not. We're used to seeing him sort of either in T20 cricket or in white ball cricket, really taking the game to the bowler, walking outside his crease, hitting those big booming square cuts and drives.
Bailey to Davis. Run away into the offside. Through he goes for a single. Moves on to 97, and it's 218 for 6.
But what he hasn't lost is that ability to scamper through for quick singles like he did there. He's very quick, very decisive. You've got to be on your toes when you bat with Alex Davis.
Just taking you to the game up at Durham, we can see Ben Stokes, who's picked up 4 wickets in the second innings. Somerset 69 for 7, and this Stokes' spell is 8 overs, 4 for 16.
Wow, he certainly seems to have got himself back into form with the ball. Anyway, bowled decently at Blackpool, especially was it his second spell?
It was. Yep. Somerset 69 for 7, still trailed by 25 runs in that game at Chesterley Street. Here, Davis is 3 away from a ton. And there's Nathan Lyon in and bowling. Davis off the front foot again. The ball balloons away into the offside. Won't add to his score here. Leg buys is the signal from the umpire. Remains on 97. It's now 219 for 6.
Don't think Nathan Lyon will mind that too much. Chance to bowl at Lintott. 4 off 26 balls. Been very patient so far. Tries a reverse sweep. Doesn't connect.
Yeah, he's got a slip and a short leg. And then Balderson just drops a little bit deeper. Kind of like a deepish gully position. There's a mid-on, there's a long mid-off and a long on, 2 mid-wicket. Just lets that one go through. Taken by Hurst.
Cries of oohs and ahs there, wasn't there? I don't know how. You never know how close that ball actually is to the off stump, or whether they're just toying with the batter there.
In comes Lyon again. A sweep attempted by Lintop.
So he's tried a sweep and a reverse sweep. Not connected with either.
Looks over his shoulder towards that leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg on the rope. Lyon to Lintop, forward and defence.
Well, he tried a sort of scoop shot in the last couple of overs. I think he knows there's a big gap, sort of behind square. Lank's tempting him a bit with that.
In comes Lyon, reverse sweep attempted, and Balderson can't cut that off, and he does get 4. It was cries of catch. It was in the air on the reverse, bouncing in front of and to the left of Balderson, down towards the rope. Barry, the photographer, goes to get it. 4 runs for Lintop. It's the end of the over. It's 223 for 6.
Fair play. He'll remember the time he reverse swept Nathan Lyon for 4 at Old Trafford. That's one to tell your mates over a pint, isn't it? Later on in life. It was a good shot, to be fair, because he attempted it earlier in the over and not connected. So fair play to him for trying it again and connecting and getting a boundary. It was a good shot.
Well, Alex Davis, as you said, Jamie, he's been in the 90s for a while. He's 97 not out.
Yeah, 250 balls now.
He's played it at his own pace, hasn't he? In his own way through the course of this innings so far. Hasn't been rushed. And he's waiting for Balderson, who's coming into the attack. It's defended by Davis, and there's no run. Bright sunshine.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah.
It's hard to believe it's going to... Well, at least we're being told it's pretty filthy weather tomorrow. Not the case today.
Yeah, a few people out on the balcony in the hotel enjoying the sunshine there.
Here comes Balderson. This will be a single for Davis. Again, playing it late, just steering it out into the offside. Through he goes for 1, moves on to 98.
He's getting there in singles, as a famous cricketing phrase goes. Or sort of goes.
224 for 6. Men creep up now. The fielders are all creeping a little bit nearer to the batter. Lintott on strikes at 2 slips, gully point, cover, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Balderson 2 for 65. He's in and bowls. And it's Bell who's done well to get across low down to his right to field. And there's no run. Ball slowly loops its way back round towards Balderson via Aspinwall and Bailey. Lintott on 8.
Yeah, he's been patient. 8 off 32 balls. You wonder how long that patience will last. He does look anxious to sort of swing the bat a little bit more, doesn't he? He's got coming out of his crease.
Balderson to Lintott. Just turned around a little, drops it to the leg side.
I think the, as you say, the field is sort of, you can almost sense that they feel there's an attacking shot coming, can't you? They're sort of on their toes in the slips. As you say, walking in closer, wondering if he's going to sort of lose his patience or be a little bit more attacking, looser.
Waits for Balderson, who's over the wicket. And let's turn to the leg side again, where Bohannon comes up to field, and there's no run. 224 for 6. Yeah, 8 off 33 for Lintott, and kind of is in keeping with what we've seen largely from Warwickshire in this match.
Yes, they're not in a hurry.
No. Two balls left for Balderson. Into Lintott, fires in that fuller ball. She brings the bat down and it's defended. In fact, there was just the 1 ball left because that does complete the over.
It's a dangerous game to play, though, isn't it? I mean, as I say, they've batted a long time, but the score is not moving. It's not moved for a while. 2-2-4 for 6. You know, if you all of a sudden if you do lose a couple of wickets quickly, as they have done a couple of times in this innings, you're very much into the tail, and all of a sudden, you know, you're bowled out for under 250, and that's, you know, no matter how long you've batted for, it's not a very competitive score.
No, I mean, at lunchtime there was serious danger of not even reaching a batting bonus point.
Yes.
Runs have come a little more freely since lunch and
Yeah,
since the new ball.
New ball does help, doesn't it? And slightly more attacking fields, and Lyon will be desperate to stop Davis getting this 2 runs he needs.
98 to Davis. Here's Lyon in and bowls and forward and just pushes into the offside. Around comes George Bell from short leg to field, loops the ball back to Lyon as the sun comes out again.
Playing with very soft hands, isn't he, Davis? He's just sort of plonking forward, making sure that ball doesn't cannon off his pad.
Taps the ball away again. It's Wells, slip, and goes across to his right to field.
I want to know about this Wells slip conundrum. I want to know why it happens.
Yeah, it's pretty much a regular thing all season from what I've watched of Lancashire. It's Lyon balls to Davis. Now then, he's got this one away through the offside. He's got 1. He might want to come back for 2. They think about it and decide against it. He remains now on 99, Alex Davis. What he thought about the second.
He really did think, didn't he? I think they both got about halfway down the pitch before they decided to call it back. That could have been a very unfortunate way to go.
225 for 6. I mean, Wells at slip has taken in the last 2 or 3 years some absolutely stunning catches off the spinners. So I can understand that. There's Lyons in. That's defended by Lintop, but he actually gets a run for it, just runs it down towards short third. Just deflects it away for a single. Brings Davis back on strike, but it's the quirky element that he then doesn't field in the slips for the seamers. Yeah, it's a bit unusual, but that's the way they do it. Right, Davis back on strike, 99 not out. 225 for 6. And he's waiting for Nathan Lyon to drift back in and bowls. It's wide and it's cut and it's 4 and it's a century for Alex Davis. It's a fine knock by the Warwickshire skipper. He's battled through it. 256 deliveries for his 100 runs. 103 not out in total. That's his 10th 4. And on his return to face his former side here at his former home ground, Alex Davis moves to 3 figures. 230 for 6. And Davis 103 not out. Lyon balls again to Davis, who plays forward and defends, and there is no run.
There was a fist pump, but nothing too extravagant, was there? Just watching it again here. He knew as soon as he'd hit it, didn't he? But no, brilliant knock. You know, we know from watching him for many years what a talent he is, and he's reminded everyone of it, albeit in a slightly different way. A very patient knock. We were used to seeing the kind of attacking knocks from the top of the order. This has been much more watchful, and Lancashire will be hoping this doesn't turn into a kind of Hasib Hamid situation.
Yes, I think he's still batting, isn't he, in that game against Lancashire at Trent Bridge? Somewhere.
You know, a player, another ex-Lancashire opening batter, coming back to haunt Lancashire this season.
Balderson to Lintott.
Playing in a very watchful, you know, similar fashion. I'm sure there'll be a few comments on social media about that. There's lots of, there's a lot of the supporters regret some of those players leaving, don't they? They sort of look back. I can't help thinking some of it's a little bit rose-tinted spectacles and a bit nostalgic, but it does seem to be a theme.
There's Balderson to Lintott. Just pushes away into the offside, no run.
Players always, have their reasons for leaving, and sometimes we don't know what those reasons are. It's not always to do with the club or a fallout, is it? It's, sometimes people just need a change of scenery, and we've seen that with Hamid. It's helped him, helped his career, and it seems to be helping Alex Davis, captain, playing very well, leading from the front.
It's nudged away to the leg side by Lintott, picked up by Blatherwick.
If there's one thing, I mean, we often used to comment on how he was quite a. It's trying to phrase this carefully, but he was quite a kind of angry character in a way, wasn't he, Alex? When he played, he was competitive. He was, he didn't like it when he made mistakes. Didn't like it when others made mistakes. He was quite, I remember a few interviews we had with him over the years where he didn't like criticism very much.
It's Balderson to Lintott off the back foot and punched into the offside, no run.
But from all accounts, he's really matured, and both as a player and as a person. That's not meant to sound patronising, because these things just happen, don't they, as you get older, and it's clearly helped his cricket. And speaking to some of the guys in the press room, they're very impressed with his leadership skills and the way he's taken on the role at Warwickshire, which is a big job, of course.
Balls into Lintott.
Some big shoes to step into. Some big names have held that job over the years.
Well, yeah, and the previous captain to him, Will Rhodes, had enjoyed 4 really good years as skipper.
Yeah, of course.
That's a really successful 4-year period. Title winner. Success, of course, in the white ball cricket as well. Good 4 years under Will Rhodes.
And you don't get those sort of jobs in cricket unless you've impressed the right people and your teammates are behind you and the supporters are behind you. He's clearly really impressed since he's left Old Trafford, and fair play to him. He's looking very organised as a player. He's been unlucky in many ways, hasn't he? I suppose he's been, his career sort of coincided with a lot of good wicket-keeper batters and attacking batters, similar ilk, and so he's probably missed out on international cricket, but showing what a good club man he is, what a good professional he is, by moving clubs, accepting that challenge and taking on the captaincy and leading from the front as he is here.
Yep, still going. 103 not out, having reached his century. And the previous Lion over takes a single off the first ball of the next one. Moves on to 104, 231 for 6. It's a really disciplined knock. I think it's fair to say he's playing in a different style, playing a little bit within himself, maybe that type of thing. But he's put together a very good 3 figures. Reverse sweep attempted by Lintott again, and he's just top-edged it. A little bit of a balloon, maybe a glove, perhaps.
I think it's the glove. I think he might think it's the forearm.
Well, the umpire's given it out on the reverse sweep. Where's that deflected off? The glove. It just pops up to the keeper. And Lintott has to depart. He's gone for 9. And Warwickshire lose their 7th wicket, 231 for 7.
Yeah, a bit of mixed success with the reverse sweep. We saw him hit one. Just watching the replay here.
Yeah. Almost off the pad, wasn't it? And onto the glove.
I think it almost hit his boot and then came up, didn't it?
I think so, yeah. So it certainly deflected onto his glove from either his boot or his bottom of his pad. and then the deflection off the glove.
He didn't look happy, but I think that's a fair decision from the replay we've seen. There certainly seemed to be a deflection off the glove. Maybe he thought it was, you know, the forearm. Didn't quite reach the glove. Another view here. Definitely seems to. It's definitely there or thereabouts, isn't it? The glove, forearm, wrist, that area. Tough decision for the umpire. Lots of deflections. It was a fairly confident shout, but he tried a reverse sweep in the over previously with success, hit line for 4. Obviously thought he'd attempt it again. It's one of those where the bowler lost the battle but won the war.
First wicket of the match for Nathan Lyon, coming in the 31st over that he's sent down. And Hassan Ali is the new batter, and he defends and there's no run. Well, it can be a few fireworks when he comes out to bat.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he?
Yes,
it's just fun, just one of those. He's one of those players you sort of look at the team sheet and hope's playing, I think. You know, you look down there, you like to watch him. He's one of those all-action players.
He's Lyon.
Whether it's ball or bat.
Yes, he had a good stint here, didn't he, a couple of years ago? A couple of months at the start of the season, a few years back.
He was fantastic, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He you know, bowled brilliantly. Real shame we didn't see him again, in a way.
Bowled at the speed of light, didn't he?
Yeah, he was brilliant.
It was good fun to watch. Just turned him round and come off the edge of the bat and trickles away down to.
And he was fun to talk to, wasn't he? He kind of really seemed to throw himself into life in Manchester, and he got a cap, didn't he? Did he get his? I'm sure there was some kind of presentation. I'm sure he got. Can't remember what it was. He wasn't here as long as maybe many here would have hoped.
Lyon to Davis again off that front foot, kind of prodding forward.
So yeah, 2 former Red Rose players at the crease.
End of the over. A wicket taking one for Nathan Lyon. 232 for 7.
You wonder how batting with the tail might change Davis's attitude. You know, might think, well, we've got to get a few more runs here on the board. Still only 232. You know, if Davis can switch to that belligerent T20 mode that we've seen him bat like for many years, a quick 30-40 runs would really help. You know, you'd think turn a kind of acceptable score into a challenging, competitive one.
The bowling change from the Brian Statham men. Tom Aspinwall coming in to replace George Balderson.
He must be full of confidence after last week.
Yeah, he was the. He was a bit of X factor, wasn't he, last week for Lancashire?
It really was a bit of a shock, wasn't it, for everyone? I think.
Well, he's in bowling, and that's Hassan Ali off the back foot trying to force the ball away.
I was at my club. I had to rate. I was listening to the wonderful commentary coming from Blackpool, yourself and Martin, and someone asked me what the Lancashire score was. I think I said, I think Aspinwall's taken, I don't know how many, is it 5? Did he get 5?
He got 5,
got 5. Yeah. I think I said he got 5. Aspinwall's got 5 wickets, and the look of astonishment on the guy's face.
He's in and bowling again. That's flashed away off the hip by Hassan Ali towards deep backward square leg for a single.
One of those we'd Aspinwall, really? Aspinwall. But yeah, so it was a real bonus for Lancashire, and great for him.
Yeah, he looked a bit startled when I spoke to him afterwards, really. I think he had been bowling against Ben Stokes and bowling with Nathan Lyon and picking up not just his first-class wicket, but then going on to get 5 of them. A lot happened in the space of a couple of hours. That's been well to Davis. Oh, and He's almost dragged that back onto his stumps. He's bottom edged it down to the keeper.
It's lovely how cricket can kind of throw up these little moments of play, passages of play, where you get someone like that, aren't they? Then all of a sudden they're bowling at the England captain. I was thinking about, I was looking at earlier today when Morley was bowling alongside Nathan Lyon. I had a look, and 2 weeks ago he was playing for Newton de Willows against New Brighton, and here he is 2 weeks later.
Aspinwall to Davis,
bowling in tandem with, you know, one of the greatest, arguably one of the greatest spinners of the last, I don't know, generation, I suppose. We had a bit of a row about that in the bar last night. I was in the Nathan Lyon camp. I was saying, you know, you can't deny what a great bowler he was. My friend was saying, oh, he's just a normal. Yeah, he said he's a normal left-arm spinner. He's not one of the greats. I wouldn't put him in the top 10. So we had a bit of a then discussion who our greatest spinners of all time were.
There's Aspinwall to Hassan Ali.
That's how I spend my Friday nights.
That's a good shot off the back foot by Hassan. Punched away through backward point for 4. He moves on to 6. And the score moves on to 242 for 7.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it? As you say, you might see a bit of an increase in the run rate now. Davis reached his century, no longer in the nervous 90s, and Hassan Ali, player who likes to swing the bat.
Here's Aspinwall to Hassan. It's dropped again. This will be a quick single, but good running. 240. Oh, 239 for 7. Apologies. I think it's end of the over. The scoreboard's been updated pretty quickly there. They beat me to it when that that 4 was punched away.
They're good today, aren't they?
They are, yeah. 239 for 7 at the end of the over. Hassan 7 and Davis on 105. I reckon your mate, he was arguing that a guy with 500 test match wickets is not one of the great off spinners of all time. May have had one or too many in the pub last night.
Just don't think he likes Australians.
Fair enough. There was a lovely article he did, Nathan, with Stefan Shemmop from the BBC about how surprised he was about how well he's been received so far. And he always thought everyone in England hated him, and he's actually he's not getting that impression at all so far.
No. I think I don't know about you. I mean, it's a privilege to watch him, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Here's Lyon to Hassan. That's just dropped off his hip.
I remember
into the onside.
You know, we may write about the game and talk about the game, but we're fans as well, aren't we? And I remember reading when he signed for Lancashire, you know, exciting. It was like, great, I'm going to watch, you know, one of the great bowlers bowling, you know, up close.
And he comes again, bowls forward, goes Hassan, no run.
I'm sure many Lancashire supporters feel the same.
Well, they're going to have one more chance to watch him bowl in a home game, which will be at Southport. And he's got 2 more games after this.
I mean, that would be great in itself, watching him bowl at Southport, won't it? You know.
Lyon to Hassan Ali. Oh, it just bounces a little bit as he plays forward and defends.
And are we thinking Jimmy might play in that game?
I think so.
Is
Yeah.
Is that the thinking?
Yeah, I think so.
What a treat for Southport, eh? Let's pray for good weather.
Which, to be fair, we tend to get.
We do. We've been lucky, haven't we?
It might be 4.
Great shot.
He's hammered that down the ground, Hassan Ali, underneath the fingertips of Nathan Lyon, up towards the long off boundary. Does get 4.
He's a lovely cricketer, Hassan Ali. He really is. He just seems to go about everything with a huge enthusiasm, smile on his face, and no little skill as well. It's great drive down the ground. He looks like he's going to take the ball to line. He's coming up to bowl now. Big appeal, but long way forward, I think. Yeah, it could be a real treat, couldn't it, Southport?
Yeah,
could be a real treat. Are you going to be in the That little hut again?
I think so, yeah.
What is that hut?
Well, it's kind of like the tennis pavilion, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
It's for defensive by Hassan.
Like the ladies' changing rooms or something, or the men's changing rooms. Or the...
Well, I think it's the pavilion where
they take tea.
No, where you play tennis. So if you're playing tennis in the courts, that's where you change and where you have your refreshments. Just watching back some of the highlights here of the wickets that have fallen so far in this match. This was the work of Bailey from last night. A couple of little snick behinds to Hurst. 3 down at the close of play last night, and then today Balderson with the first breakthrough. Catch again by Keaton Jennings. Morley striking his first wicket of the summer for Lancashire. And Balderson again before Lyon gets a little glove.
It definitely came off the boot, didn't it, at first? It sort of shot off the boot and then clipped his gloves, I think, on the way. You could say pretty unlucky way to go. But then if you're playing a reverse sweep, you know, you've bought a ticket for the raffle, haven't you?
Right, we've got 20 minutes to go before the tea break. And we've reached the 100 over mark. It's 243 for 7. That's walloped into the onside by Davis. But quite where he was hoping to get the ball to. Just about plugs. Kind of halfway towards the mid-wicket boundary. And runs back for 2. He moves on to 107, and it's 245 for 7.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago at Southport seeing Hashim Amla batting. You know, it's lovely when you see these real greats of the game.
It's driven up towards Bailey.
You know, an outground especially. There's something special about it, isn't there? Seeing, you know, someone who's used to playing in the huge test arenas, and then you see them, you know, sort of coming out to bat next to the ice cream van, and well, I mustn't mention ice cream vans, mustn't I? After Blackpool, sorry. But there is it's a lovely thing, and hopefully it will. Wow,
that's 4.
That is a shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard that on the microphone. Hassan Ali marched down the wicket, met the ball halfway from Aspinwall, and absolutely smashed it through mid-off. He's not hanging around. 15 now off just 14 balls, 3 fours. The ball game is moving on after what seems like a long time of not doing an awful lot this morning.
Yeah, it's a batting bottomless point too as well for the Bears.
They've got there.
Yeah, got there in a pretty emphatic way, didn't they? Absolutely.
Yeah, Lancashire have got to be careful, haven't they? It's that, you know, you don't want the last 3 wickets to kind of leak a lot of runs. You want to get this done and dusted. Get out there, especially if there's some weather on the way.
There's Aspinwall, so Hassan again, who swings through it. Straight to Bailey.
He's playing like a club cricketer here, isn't he? He's just putting that front foot and swinging the bat. And wherever it goes, it's going to get there quick.
Yeah, if it's going to be hit, it's going to be hit pretty hard, isn't it, by Hassan? He's 15 off 15 deliveries. Pulls this one away to backward square leg for a single. Moves to 16 not out now. 251 for 7. We've had our first result, which has come before tea on day 2.
Blimey.
Somerset have been bowled out for 88 in their second innings, and Durham win by an innings and 6 runs. 4 wickets for Ben Stokes, 3 for Ben Rain, 1 for Peter Siddle, 1 for Paul Coughlin. And yeah, all out for 88 Somerset in their second innings, and a victory by an innings and 6 runs for Durham. Spin ball to Davis. He takes out Hassan at the non-striker's end.
A nice quiet night for the Durham lads tonight, I'm sure.
Bank holiday weekend in Newcastle. Fill your boots.
I know, bonus there, isn't it?
Just a bit.
So we have to keep an eye on Ben Stokes. We don't want him to get in any trouble.
So 265 is what Durham made in their first innings, and then they've blown Somerset away twice.
Well, it shows what a good win last week was, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, Durham are a good outfit, a decent team, and that was a good win last week. Battling win, hard-fought win. Just shows what you need to do. You need to, you know, wins are so precious in this division. It's very close, jumbled up, especially the lower half, isn't it?
It is, yeah. There's quite a few teams kind of all bunched together, edging towards the halfway stage. Reverse sweep by Hassan Ali off Nathan Lyon for 4. And he's going along quite nicely.
It's a lovely little cameo, this, isn't it? It's 4 fours now. Really injected a bit of oomph into the innings. Yeah, he's a fun cricketer to watch. He's all action. Plays with a smile.
In comes Lyon to Hassan. He's gone big to the leg side this time. He might have gone all the way for 6.
That's a big hit, isn't it?
He has. Cleared the rope over the advertising board. And Hassan Ali takes on Nathan Lyon and sends him all the way to the boundary for 6.
He's had to go down the stairs.
Keaton Jennings has left the ground. Where's Keaton gone? Come back.
I think it's gone down the stairway.
Oh dear. Ah, there it is. 261 for 7. Well, that wasn't in the script today, neither. Watching Hassan Ali club Nathan Lyon, reverse sweep him for 4, and then club him out to mid-wicket for 6. It's been a quirky old day.
I was just going to say, you couldn't get more contrasting, could you?
No.
I think we were all looking forward to that fish and chips at lunch, weren't we? As a bit of a respite from what we'd seen for 2 hours, and now it's great fun. Wickets falling, runs, balls flying everywhere, boundaries.
Yeah,
great fun. Sun's out,
and the ball's been damaged here. I'm not surprised.
It's gone down those stairs and out into the forecourt. So the umpire's going to request that box of balls, is he? Yeah, he's coming out. Luke Wells has the box of balls. They're going to have a look, see if they can find one that's matching up. Can often work to the bowling side's advantage. Get a new ball or different ball that swings a bit more, might do a little bit more, you never know. But the umpire has chosen the ball. He's coming back now. But yeah, this is a fun knock from Hassan Ali. 18 balls, 26, 4 fours and a 6 now. He's taken on Nathan Lyon with some aplomb. Just launched him into that, and that's a long boundary. He didn't just clear it, he hit it into the stand. It was a big hit.
Did a bit of damage to the ball.
Yeah, we've got a new one now. Thanks, we'll be hoping it does something. It often does, doesn't it, when you choose one of these new balls?
Just drops the ball away into the offside, Hassan. There's no run. 261 for 7. It's a partnership. 30 they've put on off 24
as I say, it's, suddenly, all of a sudden, you know, if you get these last few wickets putting on, you know, suddenly it looks like a very good competitive score, doesn't it?
Lyon swept by Hassan Ali, picked up by Tom Bruce at short fine leg, and there's no run. Well,
look at the field now.
there's a few guarding the boundary now. There's a long off.
They're not even. They're actually past the boundary. Some of them.
Lyon to Hassan, who's coming down the pitch and then forced to defend.
Yeah, they're really. They've got. What have we got? 5, yeah. 6 men all right on the boundary,
including one right behind the bowler.
Yeah. Very strange field.
Lyon in bowls. Sweeps again, eager to get himself on strike. Alex Davis says, wait there. It's the end of the over. So 4 and a 6, and then 4 dot balls to complete the over. 10 minutes until tea. 261 for 7. Davis 108. Hassan Ali alongside him. And this partnership worth 30. They've actually contributed pretty well, haven't they? Since those 2 quick wickets of Ed Barnard, Dan Mosley. Some good partnerships there.
Yes, they've all hung around with Davis, haven't they? Given him the opportunity to get his century, and now look to push on. Morley coming on.
Yeah, return for Jack Morley. 10 overs, 1 for 26 so far. Because you're using Bailey and Balderson and Lyon and Morley and Aspinwall. Can they prize one more out before the tea break? A little look at some of the scores elsewhere in the county championship as we head towards tea as well. I mentioned that result for Durham, beating Somerset by an innings and 6 runs. And there are 3 other Division 1 matches taking place. Take a look at some of those as Morley comes left arm round the wicket and bowls to Davis. It's an LBW there, Morley's kind of pleading towards the umpire. And Blackwell, who says not out.
Bit high, I think.
It started and it quickly fizzled out, the appeal, didn't it, really, from Morley? The early shout as he creeps back in again. Forward goes Davis. That's just pushed into the offside. No run.
Yeah, very good spinner himself, wasn't he, Ian Blackwell? I think he might have had a bit more sympathy for the young bowler there.
Morley to Davis. He's short. It's a good stop by Jennings at short third.
Nasty one there. I think he got a bit of a finger jammer there on the ground. But, giving it a rub.
Morley to Davis. Deflected down towards short fine leg this time, and Bell fields, and there's no run. 261 for 7. Into Davis. Push and go. Takes a single. Moves to 109, not out. 262 for 7. To bring the all-action Hassan Ali back on strike.
It's one of those lovely moments, isn't it, where you don't quite know what's going to happen next.
No.
But it's probably going to be fun.
Involve a big swing of the bat. And Nathan Lyon has offered a little bit of advice to Jack Morley. Hassan looking over his shoulder. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid wicket. Boundaries fielders at long off and long on. Just defends. End of the over. 262 for 7. Elsewhere than in Division 1, the defending champions Surrey were bowled out for 127 in their first innings. They're at the Utilita Bowl this week. They're taking on Hampshire. And Hampshire are going along nicely, 307 for 3. James Vince on 41 and Ben Brown on 4, so the lead of 180 runs for Hampshire over Surrey. Elsewhere, Essex against Kent. Essex declaring on 551 for 7, with Jordan Cox finishing on 207, and Kent in reply of 48 for 1. In reply to that big first innings declaration by Essex. And there's one other Division 1 game, which is Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire. There's Lyons in to Davis. It's down the leg side, and there's no run. Worcestershire all out for 80 today. What is the first day? It's a 3-day match. That basically, having lost the first day due to a wet outfield. Lyon is in to Davis. He's swept. It's in the air. It will land safe. And he'll come back for 2. And he'll move on to 111. Not out. And it's 264 for 7. Well, Nottinghamshire's reply to Worcestershire's 80 all out is 85 for 1. In fact, I think we just lost their second wicket, 85 for 2 now. In the game against Worcestershire at New Road.
Looks like there's some lovely weather around the country, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just looking at your multi-screen there.
There's Lyon to Davis. That's clipped down towards fine leg. Takes 1, moves on to 112, 265 for 7.
No problems getting off Nelson there for Davis.
Brings Hassan Ali back on strike. We'll have a look at Division 2 at the end of the over, but here we go again. This little battle between Hassan and Nathan Lyon has been quite good fun to watch. So there's...
Yeah, you suspect Nathan Lyon is not very happy at the moment.
Into Hassan, down the pitch he comes, he goes for another big shot, out towards the boundary, and I think he's been pushed back. Hassan's hurried back for 2. I think that would be really good work on the
great bit of
boundary by, I think that's Josh Bohannon. So he's run away to his right. He's positioned on the rope right behind the bowler. I think he's managed to flick the ball back. Hassan thought he may have had 6 potentially with that. Big appeal for an LBW there, as again Hassan looks to try and flick it to the leg side. The leg by is the call. The score moves on to 269 for 7. With 1 ball left of the over.
Got a few words for Hassan Ali there. I doubt they're particularly welcoming. Alex Davis, when we interviewed him last night, said Nathan Lyon was pretty voluble.
Here is Lyon in and bowls. Oh, and that has gone through everything. It's gone down between the keeper. Oh, just a little bit of bat on it, actually. It's somehow deflected off the bat, past the keeper, past the stumps. It's gone for a single. End of the over. It's another interesting one. Elsewhere then, Division 2 games. Gloucestershire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire making 526 all out. And Gloucestershire's reply has them at 102 for 3 to trail by 424 runs. Leicestershire against Glamorgan in Division 2. Leicestershire 159 for 3. Peter Hanscom on 42. Glamorgan making 387. So Leicestershire still trail by 227 runs. Middlesex are playing Sussex. It's tea in that game at the Oval. That's the tea time picture from London. 507 for 7, Sussex at tea against Middlesex, and the Yorkies are at Northampton this week, and Northamptonshire are 171 for 5 as Morley comes in and bowls, and Davis plays forward and defends, and there's no runs. Yeah, Northamptonshire 171 for 5 in their game against Yorkshire, who who made 362. Morley again to Davis. And that's clipped away, and he jogs through for a single. And the score moves on to 270 for 7.
The players all trot back to their positions on the boundary as Hassan Ali prepares for the next ball.
Where's he going with this one? Here's Morley to Hassan. He's down the pitch again. He clobbers it down towards Bruce, who comes up from the long off boundary just for a single. And he's waiting for instructions from his captain, I reckon. There, he was looking at Alex Davis, and he said, "Stay where you are." Hassan moves on to 29. 271 for 7. Brings Davis back on strike. It will be tea at the end of this over. 1 minute to 4. Davis can't find a way past the infield on the offside. And it remains on 114 not out. Taking his team to tea, it would seem. Beaten on 3 figures.
Yes, very, very good knock. Batted all day so far. Had to deal with numerous partners out there. Dealt with everything thrown at him. Very calm. Very measured. Some great running between the wickets. It's certainly not the flashiest or the most entertaining century you'll ever see, but an incredibly valuable one and a real captain's knock.
This is the final ball of the afternoon. It's whipped away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That will be tea. And Alex Davis has battered through another session of cricket here for Warwickshire. Lancashire have plugged away and have picked up wickets since lunch. But Warwickshire are 271 for 7 at tea on day 2. And Alex Davis unbeaten on 114. Hassan Ali's had a bit of fun at the other end. He's 29 not out. And as we get towards the tea break, Warwickshire skipper will enjoy 20 minutes off. And Lancashire probably will enjoy a little break themselves as well. So that's tea on day 2. 271 for 7. We'll take a break. We'll catch you in 20 minutes.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Wicket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Thrill. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and Well, the real suspect came from Hagen Fairbrother. Fine chance to run the winning hit. On come the crowd.
It's really important, really, to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancs cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us, and sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience, an opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So, yeah, as ever, there's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger and Coombs, and so yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company Badger and Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match, and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford. To save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that, we opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one Pelly case and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that Pelly case.
Using the StreamHub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is your if you can take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that that relationship with Lancashire Cricket where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up, so the opportunities I've had at Badger and Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world. And we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works.
Oh, great effort, Asp! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, you know, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and you know, the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary.
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler with a batter? Just get back into the groove of it all.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game.
You know, that's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, you know, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, you know, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger and Coombs Lancashire cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit during a match, up on the balcony just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our 2 Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So, going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden, actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire Cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger and Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger & Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform. So it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger & Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that, and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team of Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger & Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are brilliant to work with, you're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young, and they're all ambitious, and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me.
So here's Luke Wells in, and balls down on one knee. Hassan Ali goes for a big shot again out towards long on, and caught, I think, yes. Fabulous work on the long on boundary by Tom Bruce. And Hassan Ali going for a big shot with the first ball straight after tee. And he's gone for 29. It was good fun while it lasted. But down on one knee, a big hit. High down towards the boundary, and I think this is excellent by Bruce. He takes the catch, he has to release it, and then step back over the rope. That's good work by Bruce, and Hassan's innings comes to an end. It was eventful, but it has ended with Hassan Ali on 29, and now Warwickshire 8 down. But this is excellent by Bruce. because he's in position to take the catch, realises he's going to run out of room, steps over the rope, flicks it back up, and then takes the catch second time round. So good work by Bruce. 271 for 8. Now Warwickshire. And Davis still going at the other end, but a lively start to the post-tea session. Michael Ray is the new batter, joining Alex Davis. So 271 for 8. Actually quite a lively afternoon session, wasn't it, with the way that wickets were tumbling a little bit and Hassan Ali was having a bit of fun with the bat, and it's been quite a bright start to the evening session as well. 271 for 8. So Ray, the new batter, and Luke Wells starting up after the tea break. Gets the breakthrough in and balls to Ray, and that's left, and through it goes to Hurst. Defended again by Ray. Ball squirts away towards the onside, and bouncing in front of short mid-wicket. Cut over this by Luke Wells straight after tea. And slip at a short leg in place. It's gone for that big sweep again as Ray playing a miss and taken by Hurst. Final ball of the first over after the tea break. And Wells starts off with a wicket maiden. 271 for 8. Davis on 114. Ray facing those 5 deliveries yet to score. And we've still got 37 overs remaining in the day's play. It's the little and large combination out in the middle there for the Bears at the minute. Ray towering over his skipper.
Yes, and I would notice he's gone in a rather more disciplined way than Hassan Ali. I think was always going to live or die in that manner, wasn't he?
It was good fun, that, wasn't it?
It was tremendous fun, and I'm sure he can't wait to get ball in hand either. I wonder how Alex Davis is going to approach it now with only 10 and 11 left. Whether finally he feels he can let himself off the leash a bit, because this has been, and as the point's been made already several times today, rather against type for an Alex Davis innings. His 3rd century of the season already, but I think he will feel the importance of this one pretty keenly. Been very well made, and without him, Warwickshire might well have found themselves in an awkward situation. The fact there are 3 men back on the rope on the leg side now tells you, I think, how Lancashire think he's going to play. But he hits this one inside out over extra cover. First ball of a new over from Morley. Blatherwick rounds it up near the deep extra cover boundary, and he's come back for 2. Morley into his 13th over now from the Statham end. And well, Davies to 116. And now Wood drives that, slid off the face a bit and goes along the ground to backward point. 2-7-3 for 8. There's still a handful of overs, 3 more after this one to get another bonus point if they can manage it. They'll have to get a wriggle on. Forward comes Davis and pushes out on the offside. And there's no possibility of a single. Probably the best conditions of the day just at the moment. Lovely sunshine. Back goes Davis right against the stumps and tries to manufacture a stroke into the offside that would give him room for a run, but doesn't quite manage it. 2 to come. This is the 107th over. At the moment, Warwickshire just have the 1 batting point. It feels rather limited reward for all this effort. Forward comes Davis and pushes out into the covers. No run. 2-7-3 for 8. Long off, long on, deep point. Mid wicket and backward square leg are all on the rope. Morley bowls, and Davies is going to take 1 into an enormous gap on the leg side. So he'll kick the strike. 3 from the over, and 274 for 8 in 107 overs now. Warwickshire 117 to Davis. I don't know whether he has ever batted, carried his bat through an innings, but it's possible that we shall find out in the next few minutes. There's losing Hassan Ali, caught by Bruce in the distance. Off Wells for 29, the first ball after tea. You'd be averting Lyon's gaze, wouldn't you, if you were Wells, who've been plugging away all day for 1 wicket. Roll up first ball after tea. I'm sure he'll be telling Lyon later he persuaded Hassan Ali to stick it straight to the field.
Couldn't resist, could he, Hassan?
No, he was never going to die wondering. Good fun. Added 40 in 8 overs.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Pushed Warwickshire forward a bit.
Yeah, got that extra kind of batting bonus point, got into that position, and it's kind of just injected a bit of energy into the innings, really, hasn't it? That knock from Hassan. It was kind of scraping by, really. Put a bit of life into it for the Bears. There's Wells to Davis, nudged away into the onside. Gets through for a single, albeit I'm not sure he massively massively thinks that's the best idea.
Not really. With certainly if they are going to have a dart at getting this bonus point.
Brings Ray on strike.
But perhaps the most significant point of this match is going to be the first hour when Warwickshire have the ball, and that'll tell us whether there's a realistic chance of them making something happen.
Wells to Ray, that's left, and through to Hurst.
Because I think we have to expect we're going to lose at least a chunk of time over the next 2 days. So Warwickshire are going to have to get in amongst it with the ball pretty quickly.
Wells to Ray, playing a miss. 275 for 8.
It's not been a terribly confident start from Uncle Ray.
No. This allows that one to go through. It's a good stride forward, isn't it? Leaning right up to the front foot.
He's a tall fella. Yeah, was one of a number of players, I think, from both teams who were out signing autographs to those youngsters who were here yesterday morning when there was no cricket.
Nice.
Which was very good.
Again, leaves that one.
The club and some of the players really did make an effort. It was a shame there was no cricket for them to watch, but they certainly, the Lancashire Foundation, you know, had every attempt to entertain the kids. It certainly sounded like they were.
And he's got an LBW here as well. And it's a duck for Michael Ray. He's left and he's left. And this one's trapped him on the front pad. And Wells picks up 2 wickets in 2 overs after tea.
Well, I think Michael Ray's mind, he was quite a long way forward to that. But, yeah, he's not far forward enough to dissuade umpire White. So, Ray's LBW for naught. 2 overs remain. That was a rather unfulfilling 10 minutes for Michael Ray, I'm afraid. But his main role will be coming in a bit. And that only leaves Ollie Hannon-Dolby to come out and accompany his captain.
I think Alex Davis regretted taking the single off the first delivery.
Yes.
And probably regrets it even more now.
Well, at least he's got the strike, I suppose, if they are going to have a dabble at a bonus point. But 26 off 2 overs. It's going to take a bit of doing. Anyway, Ray leaves. LBW to Wells for naught. And he got 2 for 7 from 3 overs. And that's left Hannon-Dolby to come out at number 11, but he'll be at the non-strikers end for the time being. And I think this really is the 2 opposite ends of height in the Warwickshire team. Davies does barely come up to Ollie Hannon-Dolby's shoulder, even with his helmet on. So the field will scatter now, I think we can expect. 274 for 9 in 108 overs. 275 for 9. Disservice. Now, where are they going to put them? There's an extra cover going back 3/4 of the way to the boundary as well. So there's a single. They've all gone. So apart from a slip, there is no other fielder within 50 yards of Alex Davis. So he plays in the right place. He can probably run 3. Anyway, he's down the pitch, whacking it towards Blatherwick at long off, and he refuses the single.
Lancashire got themselves maximum bowling bonus points with that 9th wicket.
This is sometimes one of the fun parts of the game. It's one of the bits that's hardest to explain to people who don't watch cricket, but can be tremendous fun. Morley comes round the wicket and bowls, and Davies, no, he's not going to have a single there. No matter how slowly Matty Hurst comes out from behind the stumps to go after the ball. He's going to refuse it. Now, Hannon-Dolby comes and has a chat with Alex Davis. We can't be doing that. Have you not seen me bat? Did you not see my naught not out the other week? No. Anyway. Goes back to his corner. Davis flexes his knees. Oh, and a little paddle round the corner. They're going to try and run 2, I think. Davis arrived at the non-strikes here with a sort of a skid. And he's only got 1 after all that. Raises the bat above his head.
I think he regrets that as well now.
Oh well, not to worry. Don't worry, Skip, says Ollie.
It's only 3 deliveries. Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a good idea. It didn't help the fact that Alex Davies gave room to turn, sort of arrived as if he was on roller skates at the non-striker then. but I don't think he'd have made 2 anyway. Ollie Hannon-Dolby probably finished it about 7 strides. However, Morley's going to bowl to him at 276 for 9. Went flat and fired in to Hannon-Dolby's legs. He nudges his away into the leg side. .275 for 9, slipping a short leg. He's got rather different feel, not needless to say. And he props forward and hangs the bat out to nudge it defensively down to short leg. Morley has 1 wicket so far. Again, dismissed Bethel earlier for 40. Gives this lots of loop. And Hannon-Dolby's already decided he's going to pad it up, so he ends up trying to pad up a full toss. And it bounces through to the wicket-keeper off his pads. So it was all rather ungainly stuff. End of the over, 276 for 9. And now they're going to try and hatch a different plan. What are we going to do this time, Skip? Because that one worked so well. 119 to Davis. And Wells is going to have another go.
Yeah, why not? Good little spell, isn't it, for Wells after tea? 2 overs, 2 wickets, just the 1 run conceded.
Rather massaging his average.
He's into to Davis. That's worked away into the offside. There's plenty of fielders scattered out towards the boundary rope, so it takes the keeper Hurst to get there first. And there is no run.
They've now got Jennings has gone back from slip, a sort of fly slip.
As Wells is into to Davis. That's in the direction of Jennings, just to his right, and deep backward point comes up. Jack Blatherwick to field. Again, they turn down the run.
Well, I think they've given up on the bonus point. Well, either that or he's going to try and welly the next one out of the park.
276 for 9.
He's tempted extra cover in a bit as well.
Wells to Davis and gets it up and over extra cover. And they should be able to cross for 2, they do. Davis moves on to 121. Not out, and the score's now 278 for 9.
Yeah, he's quite tempted there, isn't he, to hit it over extra cover. Now that field has come into a more orthodox position.
It's dragged away to the leg side by Davis, and a diving attempt by Aspinwall on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It goes for a 1 bounce and 4. And Warwickshire now move to 282 for 9. Davis to 125.
That was a real teaser for Aspinwall. I think for quite a long time he thought he was in with a chance there, but in the end it was well wide of him.
In the air, and it was enough of a tease for him to put the dive in, but couldn't get fingers on that. It's pushed away through point by Davis for 1. And he moves on to 126. So 1 ball left of the 110th over. Lancashire have picked up their maximum bowling bonus points, but just the 1 batting point for Warwickshire. 283 for 9. This is the final delivery of the 110th over. Looks like Lancashire wants an extra catcher around the bat with Hannon-Dolby on strike. Keaton Jennings calling for an extra lid from the dressing room. So a little bit of a delay. And that's ferried out towards Tom Bruce, who will join Keaton Jennings and George Bell as the 3 catchers around the bat. Wells 2 for 14. Waiting at the top of his mark. The helmet has been run out here for Bruce.
Still 33 overs left today, so even allowing for a change of innings, it's a decent chunk of bowling in today, Warwickshire, enough to see whether the game's going anywhere or not, I think.
Final ball of the over, Wells to Hannon Dolby. Pushed out through the offside, there's no run, so 7 coming off that over, 2, 8, 3 for 9. That is the end of the 110th over. So we're kind of we're through that first set of bonus points. Sounds of the helicopter buzzing overhead. The batting points for the Bears, just the 1. And the bowling points for Lancashire, 3. Well, I'm not sure how Davis is going to play this now. Just maybe just as he has done so far. Steady away. Full ball to start by Morley, which is dug out by Davis, and there is no run. Again, Davis getting forward, just pushing it into the offside. Gathered by Keaton Jennings. Short extra cover. And he wants a single this time, 3rd ball of the over. .127 to Davis, 284 for 9. Brings Hannon Dolby on strike. This will change things around a bit because up comes George Bell and Tom Bruce to join the close catchers around the bat. He's in charge of the helmets here, Luke Wells it is. He's hand one to Bell, hands one to Bruce. Nifty work by Tom Bruce, the first ball of the evening session to take that catch. And to jump over the rope and throw the ball back and then take it again. It's blocked away by Hannon Dolby in towards the offside, and there is no run. 284 for 9. And he's given it. Hannon Dolby's gone. Morley gets his second. And Warwickshire are all out for 284. So 284 all out. The Bears. Warwickshire all out for 284 in their first innings. Jack Morley finishing with 2 for 34. His first game of the season for the Red Rose. Drafted back into the side because of Tom Hartley's call-up by England. And he's picked up a couple of wickets in this innings. Alex Davis has carried his bat unbeaten on 127. So a very fine effort by Alex Davis, former Lancashire batter and the current Warwickshire skipper. So the innings all wrapped up shortly after the tea break. There was a wicket to fall actually with the first ball after tea when Luke Wells struck and Hassan Ali went for a big shot And Tom Bruce took the catch on the long-on boundary. He fell for 29. That was the first wicket to fall, and the final wicket of the this evening session from Warwickshire's innings was that LBW. Hannon Dolby trapped LBW by Jack Morley for naught. So 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 2 for George Balderson, 1 for Nathan Lyon, 2 for Jack Morley, and 2 for Luke Wells. And the pick of the batters is the Warwickshire skipper, Alex Davis, 127 not out. So that is Warwickshire all out for 284. And Lancashire know that they've got about 30 overs in which to bat tonight under good conditions. The sky is blue, it's nice and bright and sunny, and Lancashire be hoping for a nice positive start with the bat. Warwickshire all out for 284.
Well, the players are making their way out to the centre again for the start of Lancashire's reply to Warwickshire's first innings of 284. Made over more than 110 overs and only 7.5 hours of batting over the 2 days, with Alex Davis batting through the lot, unbeaten with 127. And now he's going to come out and captain the team for the, well, it says 30 overs left on the scoreboard. And if we get all those in, and at the moment I'm reasonably confident that we will, then in this 30 overs, given the very mixed weather forecast, I think we're going to get a very clear impression as to how likely it is that either side, Warwickshire presumably, have slightly the advantage at the moment, what prospects there are of forcing a result. But there'll be no time to waste, especially if the forecast for tomorrow is right. But anyway, here's Ollie Hannon-Dolby from commentary and the Stay the Men to bowl the first of those 30 overs. And he starts round the wicket to the right, to the left-handed Keaton, to the left-handed Wells, rather, on strike first. And his first ball, he's angled across Wells and goes down the leg side. So, Hannon-Dolby has been in the most successful phase of his lengthy career in the last couple of years, more than 50 first-class wickets in each of the last 2 seasons. A well-earned testimonial year. He's been with the Bears for 11 years since moving from Yorkshire. He comes round the wicket and it's caught at second slip, and he strikes with the second ball of the innings. Wells looks as though he was almost trying to shield the bat behind the pad, but gets an outside edge and he's caught at second slip. And an immediate strike with in the first over for Ollie Hannon-Dolby to remove Luke Wells, and it was a pretty regulation dismissal. It started rather a long way wide, but a neat grab at second slip, and Wells gone for naught.
Was a good grab, wasn't it, at second slip? Yeah, that ball was quite wide, wasn't it? Angling in, but from quite wide by Hannon-Dolby. And then just leans into it, and the edge through to the...
Rob Yates is the catcher.
Rob Yates. And he's not dropping that. Nervous look over his shoulder. And to his horror, Yates takes the catch. Perfect start for the Bears. Wells, who's not really got his season going yet, has to wait a little longer to try and find some runs in the county championship. Brings out Josh Bohannon.
Number 3 to join Keaton Jennings. So that's given Warwickshire a spring in the step.
Yeah, just the perfect start, that. They've actually ended their innings pretty well, haven't they? I think Hassan Ali did really well, that kind of injected a bit of life into the Bears. And that sense of kind of positivity with the bat, the way that they ended the innings. Obviously Davis batting really well and carrying his bat. Just gives them that extra bit of energy, I guess. And they've started really well. Perfect start for them. And Bohannon, a little like Wells, has been struggling a little bit for runs so far this season. Joins his captain.
I will try and research this later tonight, but I think it's the second time in a relatively short time that a Warwickshire opener has carried his bat here. I think Ian Westwood carried his bat here a few years ago. Maybe a little more than 10 years ago, in quite a low score off the top of my head, but that's one to research later on, unless anybody online gets to it earlier. Hannon-Dolby's going to bowl to the right-handed Bohannon, ball that pitches and leaves him, but Bohannon had already decided he was going to let it go. Yeah, I think in a 4th innings, Ian Westwood stood firm when the rest of the team clattered, but I'll have to look it up, but it would be in around 08, 09-ish sort of time. I'll have a look later. But if you know off the top of your head, then I'm always happy to hear from you. mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Save me some homework. Hannon-Dolby with 3 slips, waiting. Bowls to Bohannon, who's forward, guides this down into the backward point area, and Ed Barnard does the fielding. Lancashire none for 1 in the first of 30 overs to face this evening. After Warwickshire's 284, Davis 127 not out. 7 hours and 23 minutes I made it. which will be one of the longer and more patient innings of his career. 296 balls. Marvellous effort. Bethel 40. That's the highest contributor after that. Burgess made 24. Hassan Ali 29. Hannon Dolby bowls and Bohannon drives. Maybe just sliced it a fraction, but he's going to get 4 through backward point. Got it around Ed Barnard and away to the square boundary for 4.
Hannon Dolby just keeps churning out the performances, doesn't he? Season in, season out.
Yes, he's become increasingly reliable. And at a time where the last 2 or 3 years, Warwickshire's seamers, since they won the title in 2021, have had so many injury problems. But Hannon Dolby keeps on trucking. And here he is into Bolter Bohannon, who's forward in a very correct defensive stroke.
I mean, that's almost his biggest strength, isn't it? I mean, it's obviously it's a great way to start that 4 off the over, but the wicket for Hannon Dolby. But he just keeps going. He never seems to get injured. No. And just keeps running in. You can almost put your hat on 50 wickets a season.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant player now. Consistently for the Bears, Hannon Dolby. Super start here from the Brian Statham end for Warwickshire.
And an enormously popular player as well. A good fun character. So, yes, a super man to have around at this stage of his career. Chris Rushworth, who was his regular opening partner last season, he's injured at the moment. So, he's not featuring. For the time being, Liam Norwell, who was a big part of that, had that memorable championships. He took 9 wickets to save Warwickshire on the last day of the other year, has hardly played since, and alas, he's injured again at the start of this season, which is desperate bad luck.
So he came back at the start of the season?
He was due back until about a week before the start of the season, and then he got another injury.
Blimey. Here's Ray from the Anderson end, balls to Jennings, and that's left. Taken by Burgess, who wears the gloves, and there's no run. That is stinking luck, isn't it?
Yeah. Dreadful business, because he missed all of last season. Didn't play all that often in the season, where he came back and took those 9 wickets on the last day against Hampshire. So he's been out. Rushworth, he's out at the moment.
There's Michael Ray, tall man, bowling over the wicket to Jennings. It's left again. And through to Burgess. There's no run. I've not seen Michael Ray bowl before. This is new for me.
Yeah, it is for me too. He played in the game at Chelmsford last week. But he's a very experienced campaigner from New Zealand. Was the top wicket taker in the domestic first-class competition there, the Plunkett Shield, 3 or 4 seasons ago.
Headband and all into Jennings, left and through to Burgess, and there's no run. He's played 55 first-class matches with 161 first-class wickets, an average of 33. He's a big, tall, dominating fast bowler, right arm bowling now round the wicket to Jennings, having gone over the wicket to begin with. Elbows pumping back and forth into Jennings, plays forward and defends, no run.
Yes, I think he might be a fraction quicker than Ollie Hannon Dolby, who he's not the fastest, but he bowls that nagging length. Have on a few occasions recently. I saw it at Canterbury last season, but I know it's happened again this season, where Rushworth and Hannon Dolby have opened the bowling with the keeper standing up both ends, which is a slightly disconcerting experience for the batters.
Ray to Jennings. Defends, and there's no run. His side in New Zealand, you say it was Canterbury, his New Zealand team, which is the same as Will Williams, the Lancashire bowler.
Yes, he's had a good time since coming here, didn't he? When he came here originally as a sort of Was in overseas originally, and
He
then
was, yeah.
whatever the correct term is.
There's Ray back into Jennings, and that's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Probing start from Michael Ray. Started over the wicket to Jennings, and then switched to round the wicket. Starts with a maiden from the James Anderson end. 4 for 1, Lancashire. Bohannon on 4, Jennings on 0. Yeah, Williams' debut for Lancashire came against Warwickshire a couple of seasons back. Now, probably in that same game I mentioned where Al Davies got some runs against Lancashire. And he signed a short-term deal, a 2-match deal, and then that quickly become a lengthy contract. I think a 3-year deal, I think.
Hannon Dolby starts his second over. The ball's full to Bohannon, defends back to him. Nice time to bowl at the moment because the batters are not going to be, you wouldn't think, trying anything too clever. So Davis, who is still buzzing by the look of it, he'd probably be shattered after all that effort. But he's still busy. Coming over to talk to Hannon Dolby, probably saying, I told you we should have taken that single. Off he goes, and Bohannon with one hand off the bat, but the other perfectly in textbook position. Defends on the onside. Mosley had moved across to quite a straight position there. He's found a spot on the sort of flick drive at mid-wicket, maybe 2 pitch widths just about away from the edge of the strip they're playing on. There's a more orthodox mid-on as well, almost behind him, and a mid-wicket, and Hannon Dolby bowls. Forward comes Bohannon and defends into the offside. Four for 1. Is it a decent smattering of people here today? On a day where there have been other attractions for the Manchester sporting public. The cricket regulars have been here. There's been a bit of sun to soak up. Off goes Hannon Dolby, passes umpire Blackwell, and Bohannon's very correctly forward again, meeting that with the middle of the bat. I think the breeze has picked up a bit. Flags, there's 2 very tall flagpoles at the back of the old pavilion, which has kept its sort of facade, that old building that's been there more than 100 years. But the building has sort of morphed behind it into something altogether bigger, and then the various other structures that have come around Old Trafford. But that familiar front is still there. Hannon Dolby bowls, and she's cut hard by Bohannon. He's going to get 4 through the gap between gully and backward point, and well placed. No third man, so boundaries undefended down towards the point. The entertainment building, which has always got the test match days, that it's got a long rail on that viewing balcony in front, and it's always packed when you see the pictures of it. It's called the point, but it's never quite at point, wherever the bowling's from on this ground. Which feels slightly confusing. I refer to it as the point building, which all sounds a bit formal. 8 for no wicket. Off goes Hannon Dolby, and it bowls Fuller, and Bohannon picks him off for 4 through extra cover that time. Right out of the screws. 12 for none at the end of 3 overs. And Bohannon's got them all. Good shot, man. Right, I must leave you again for a few moments.
Yeah, no need to run for that. It's a rather quiet-looking point building at the minute. Not in use today. There are 2 members on the different levels of the pavilion, and in the warmth of the sun, in the stand below the hotel, from the shade to the light, from the cold to the warmth. suspect if you're in the shade today, it's probably a bit chilly, but the sun's the place to be. Just take the edge off. It's Ray, and that's left by Jennings, taken by Burgess, and there is no rum. Big fan of the addition of the headband for Michael Ray. Bearded Ray, bald head, headband, and the beard, and his elbows as he comes in to run, push back and forth. He's in now to Jennings down the leg side. Good take that by Burgess, away to his right, gets his glove on that. Remains on naught, Lancashire captain. $12 for 1. Tidy stuff by Michael Ray to begin with, and delivery away from successive maiden overs. And here he comes to complete his second over of the day. It's left again by Jennings. $12 for 1. Jennings has faced all 12 deliveries sent down by Michael Ray and has been watchful so far by the Lancashire captain. With Bruce and Bell and Balderson and Hurst, not sure if it's going to be in that order. We've seen Balderson bat at 4 at the start of the season. It's been Bell batting at 4 in the last couple of games. We shall see. 2 bowlers used so far. Wicket taker is Hannon Dolby, and he's going to continue striding in from the Statham end. Calmly defended away by Josh Bohannon. Jacob Bethel feels he enjoyed quite a decent partnership with his captain today. And 74 is the best partnership of the innings for Warwickshire. And then Dolby to Bohannon. Flicked to the leg side. Dan Mosley fields at short mid-wicket. Hassan Ali mops up from mid-on, and again there's no run. Left by Bohannon and taken by Burgess. Coming into this game, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, 15 wickets. For the first 6 fixtures. Here he is to Bohannon. It's driven. 1 bounce to Bethel at extra cover. No run. Two to come in the over. Hannon-Dolby. Bohannon edges and Yates takes the catch. Second wicket for Hannon-Dolby and for Warwickshire. Bohannon caught. Edge to second slip. Yates takes his second catch of the innings. And Warwickshire have taken 2 early Lancashire wickets, 12 for 2. Both for Hannon-Dolby. Delight for Yates and for Warwickshire. George Bell heading out to bat at number 4. They've been right on the money here, the Warwickshire bowlers. Backed up by Yates in particular, who's taken both catches to come his way. 12 for 2. Great start for the visitors. Lancashire in a spot of bother here early on in their first innings, replying to that Warwickshire total of 284. And Bohannon, just like Wells, hasn't quite got his season going. Mr. Consistency, Oliver Hannon-Dolby has been for so long now for Warwickshire. Extra catcher close in as well. Dan Mosley under the helmet at a forward short leg position, so there's 3 slips, all actually quite tight in. And then the forward short leg. Final ball of the over. Hannon-Dolby to Bell. It's defended down into the ground and bounces up to Dan Mosley. That short leg, and that is the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And Lancashire are 12 for 2, replying to Warwickshire's 284 all out. Bell defending in a half of the bat, bouncing down up to Mosley, and completes another good over for Warwickshire. 5 overs gone of Lancashire's first innings, 12 for 2. Captain yet to get himself his first run. Here's Ray to Jennings, and that's defended. It's a good start, this by Ray. It's Down the leg side to Jennings. Couldn't quite nudge it away off his hip. Taken by Michael Burgess. Got wickets in the game last week at Chelmsford. Michael Ray picked up 2 for 38 and then 3 for 86. Jennings off the front foot defends and there's no run. That being his first game for the Bears. So a good start on debut, returning with 5 wickets in the match. He's been in good form back in New Zealand in the early part of the year as well. Consistently taking wickets for Canterbury. As Jennings defends as Ray comes around the wicket. Including 4 for 73 for Canterbury against the Northern District. And 3 for 47, 2 for 66, 2 for 36 in recent games as well for Canterbury. So he's in good form. Full and driven by Jennings. Up towards Alex Davis, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. Final ball of the over. Jennings leaves to complete a third over and 3 successive maidens to begin with. Doing a fine job, Michael Ray, from the James Anderson end, backing up what has been an excellent start from the Statham end by Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Some work to do for Bell and Jennings. Lancashire 12 for 2. And then Dolby to Bell, who's in behind it and defends. Bell defending up towards mid-on where Hassan fields, no run. Pushed that last delivery full. Got the short square leg in place, short mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg. Anything that might be a little bit shorter. Plus the 3 slips in place as well. And then Dolby to Bell. Neatly in behind it and defends. Davis fields at mid-off and there's no run. Good day for Davis. 127 not out. Warwickshire captain. Bend to the knees from Bell as Hannon-Dolby's in. And that's at left. Just slides away outside the off stump into the gloves of Burgess. 3 slip catches, all primed and ready. Twelve for 2. Again, Bell defends. Two to go in this over for Hannon Dolby. One to go. Final ball of the over. Scoreboard on the screen just a fraction behind, but it's 6 successive dot deliveries. Another maiden for Hannon Dolby. Wells first to go, caught by Yates. Hannon follows, caught by Yates. Lancashire 12 for 2. Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire skipper. He's the man on strike. Ray comes in, starts again. And he plays a forward, solid defensive shot, Jennings. And there's no run. Hasn't been for some time. Pressure being applied from both ends. And Jennings defends. Slightly on the walk this time. Full face of the bat. A little wider by Rain. Jennings ignores it. Shoots through a little bit to Burgess. Rob Yates' second slip, just inching a little bit further forward. Still Jennings can't get his first run. For a second there, he thought that may have been it. Hassan Ali does well. Comes across from mid-on. Dives away to his right-hand side. Still on naught. Centuries in both innings last week at Blackpool against Durham for Keaton Jennings. First Lancashire batter to do that since 2016. Left once more by Jennings. And through to Burgess. Yes, it was Hasib Hamid for Lancashire against Yorkshire here, actually, at Emirates Old Trafford in 2016, the last Lancashire batter to score a century in both innings of a match. A feat replicated by Jennings in Stanley Park over last weekend. Another over from Ray. Michael Ray, 4 overs, 4 maidens. And Lancashire still 12 for 2. Jennings on naught, Bell on naught. Can't quite get this innings going, the Red Rose, but super start with the new ball by Hannon Dolby and by Michael Ray. It's quite a lively sounding Warwickshire team out there at the minute. No surprise. This is an outstanding start with the ball by the Bears. There's Hannon Dolby into Bell. He defends back to Hannon Dolby. And again, there is no run. And the sequence of dot balls goes on.
Yes, that's now we're at 5 overs without a run. So since those 2 boundaries that Bohannon hit, and you don't often get batters right where you want them, do you? Where the Lancashire are full on the defensive at the moment.
And Dolby to Bell. That releases a little bit of the pressure. Bell gets his first run. Flicked out towards backward square for a single. And the score moves on to 13 for 2.
First time the batters have changed ends. So Jennings is going to face Hannon Dolby for the first time now. Didn't take him long to see off the other left-hander. Luke Wells, but these the next hour and a half really is the key to the whole match, certainly from Warwickshire's point of view.
Yeah, I think it is.
They need to maximise their progress.
And as gloomy as forecasts are, they, as we all know, they can change, and change quickly. Around the wicket to Jennings, and that's left, and taken by Burgess, and there's no run. So the predictions might be for not much play tomorrow, and maybe on and off on Monday, but we've all been in positions. I certainly can remember 2 or 3 examples where the forecast was suggesting not a single ball would be possible, and then you play most of the day.
Yeah, well, the forecast for tomorrow, I think I'm right saying, it's a warning for thunderstorms, isn't it? Which
it's not ideal.
Well, it's not.
And then Dolby to Jennings. It's wide and left.
Obviously it's not. But on the other hand, slow-moving heavy showers and thunderstorms. But when you have a stormy day, sometimes you get it and sometimes you don't.
That's
don't
true.
You?
Yeah,
so,
true. Yeah.
But if we do get it, then probably going to be terminal for the cricket for the day. So stay tuned for that. Could be anything. I'm sure the ground staff are blessing that forecast.
Yeah, as if, the work's not been hard enough already up and down the country. Here's Hannon Dolby. Jennings on the walk. Defends to mid-on where Hassan fields.
Yes, a couple of times already he's done that, facing Hannon Dolby from probably about 19 yards. But he isn't of exceptional pace, Ollie Hannon Dolby. But this ball a disciplined line.
13 for 2, Lancashire. Final ball of the 9th over. Just that George Bell single so far off the over. Into Jennings. That's a little choice, but just to be careful and defend the top of his off stump. At the minute, I guess, as a batter, they're trying to absorb a bit of pressure here. They're bowling well, Warwickshire, and they're allowed to bowl well. You've got to stick in there and get through it, and that's what Jennings and Bell are trying to do. Lancashire 13 for 2.
22 minutes without a run, but the runs are not the primary currency at the moment. Lancashire's first objective, which is trying to raise these 21 overs. A slightly rogue legend appeared on the scoreboard saying it's England men. So it's England men. Which is the update on the game in Edgbaston. It said need 44. It said Lancashire need 44 and 24 balls. I'm not reading that right, because they're not really approaching it right. But no, that's an entirely different thing. Oh, Pakistan need 44 and 24. balls. You should read it first, you see. First rule of radio. Read it first, then read it out.
I'm going to have a look at this.
Yeah, Ray starts a new over, and the first ball's pushed out by Bell into the offside. So Pakistan need 44 off the last 4 overs to win at Edgbaston.
That's it, yeah.
At 140%.
England 183 for 7. Right. From 20 overs, and Pakistan 142 for 7 in the 17th.
Right. Ray's going to bowl, and this is driven by Bell, and he'd probably get 4 for that through the big gap at extra cover. It's being chased like his life depends on it by Alex Davis, as if he's not done enough work today. But as he arrives at the rope, the ball has beaten him to it by about half a second. And well, perhaps he can take on all comers at the moment, Alex Davies, and the mood he's probably in, but it is 4 to Bell, so he's 5. And the first run's off Michael Ray. He's 5th over. He's white sweatband on, so it's more like a tennis player. And he runs it. Oh, and he beats Bell. It was a rather disorganised stroke from Bell. His feet slightly going in opposite directions there as he went to hit it into the leg side off the back, into the offside off the back foot. But it's missed everything.
Super start, this, isn't it, by Michael Ray? I was just going through when you were next door, Mike, his kind of recent performances, both last week at Chelmsford and prior to that in New Zealand. He's a man in bowling form, taken plenty of wickets since the turn of the year.
And now he bowls full to Bell, who taps this off his toes to the leg side.
He's backed up Oliver Hannon-Dolby superbly. He reeled off 3 maidens on the spin to keep the pressure on, so it's a little bit of pressure there, isn't there? Because Hannon-Dolby doing as you'd expect him to do at one end. He's picked up 2 wickets and doing his usual stuff. And Ray has been really good from the other end. Worked well together.
And now, no doubt, Hannon-Dolby just straining in the traps, I think, at the moment, to get the ball in his hand. Judging by the way he batted, Bell defends. And to that effect, Hassan Ali at mid-on was swinging his arms a few moments ago. So I think he fancies a piece of the action.
Well, it's a nice situation to be in, isn't it? If you're Alex Davis, well, you've got these two off to a flyer, your 2 new ball bowlers, and you've got Hassan Ali up your sleeve as your first change.
Well, it might not be too far away. Here's Ray, and Bell hits it uppishly, but into the gap between gully and backward point, and he gets 4. He's second boundary in the over. So he's 9 at the end of it. And Lancashire 22 for 2. Jennings still without a run, but I suppose he'll be thinking as long as his name's still on the scoreboard at the end of the day, then that will be something important for him and his team.
Yeah, bit of batting to do, isn't there? Still 20 overs left tonight. So we've got a good chunk of cricket to go this evening.
Well, they've got to make it count, Warwickshire.
Michael Burgess is going to stand up here, which is a good move, because Jennings was increasingly looking to try and use his feet, maybe even batting out of his crease, advancing towards the bowler. This tucks the bat inside the line. Into the gloves of Burgess it goes.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, this isn't a novel approach from Michael Burgess. Does this quite regularly to Hannon-Dolby.
.21 for 2, Lancashire. 6 over this by Hannon-Dolby from the Statham end. Again left by Jennings. Hassan Ali continues his warm-ups, stretching at mid-on, touching his toes with his fingertips and rotating his shoulders. He's getting himself G'd up for a burst. 21 for 2. Oliver Hannon-Dolby sets off again. Right arm bouncing away as he comes in and bowls. Edged down in front of third slip, I think, from Jennings. Not sure that did carry.
No, went pretty low, and I think it fell short of the two fielders there.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel, I think,
Yeah.
at third slip was the one that he was nearest to.
It's short of him. Yates has gone to first now, and Bethel at second. But yeah, it was about 2 feet short, maybe. Still threatening that outside edge, though.
Alex Davis peering up towards Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Captain having a word with his bowler. Found the edge of Jennings' bat, bouncing in front of slip. And that's run away down to third man, and the Lancashire captain is underway. 32nd delivery faced, and he gets his first runs just steered down through the gap between third slip and backward point. And he's off the mark. Lancashire move on to 23 for 2. 2 balls remaining of the over. And Dolby calling for his fielder, who's at deep backward square leg, to move a little finer, so he's now kind of more long leg in front of the point in the shade. Jennings drives straight to Alex Davis, and there's no run. Well, that's 6 overs done for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. We are going to see our first bowling change. Wouldn't be too surprised if it's a double change. We're going to see some spin introduced from the James Anderson end. That's Rob Yates. Might see a bit of pace from this Statham end as well, maybe with Hassan Ali replacing Hannon-Dolby. We shall see. But the first change is being made here by the Warwickshire captain. He's going to bring his off-spinner into the match. Nathan Lyon predominantly bowling from the James Anderson end today. Well, in this game, the bulk of his overs came from that end. I think he did switch a little bit from time to time, but I reckon probably 30 overs or so from that top end, and that's where Yates is going to start from. He's got George Bell on strike. 23 for 2, spin for the first time for the Bears, and Bell calmly plays that one away, trickles back down the pitch. Slip and a short leg. Drives through the offside for 1 run. Moves into double figures. Lancashire move on to 24 for 2. It's going to bring the left-hander, Keaton Jennings, on strike. We're going to have a little switch of the field here. Jennings, a strong sweeper. So look out towards that leg side boundary. And there was a fielded at a deep square leg. Now, maybe moved 20 yards or so to his left. So kind of more deep backward square leg. There is a forward short leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, there's a slip. And Jennings rocks onto the front foot the first ball he faces and just pushes into the offside. And there's no run. Yates from around the wicket. Picked up by Davis at mid-off. No run, remains on 2. Just dabbed away by Jennings again. Barnard at cover to field to complete the first over from Rob Yates. Just a single off it. 24 for 2. Got 18 overs remaining in the day. It's not Hassan Ali time just yet. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's going to have at least another one. He's bowled 6 overs and picked up 2 for 15.
There's been some promotion for Rob Yates, who was rather an occasional spinner until the end of last season. Now coming on first change and 14 championship wickets already this season. Currently the leading wicket taker at this stage for Warwickshire. Hannon-Dolby starts a new over. Bell is defending down the pitch up to Ray at mid-off. No, mid-on rather, and there's no run. I think this will probably be Ollie Hannon-Dolby's last in this spell. His 7th. It's 2 for 15 so far. Both to slip catches by Yates. And now he's on the way again. Passes umpire Blackwell and has Bell coming forward in defence. Back to him. It's a lovely scene now here. Most of the playing area is still in sunshine. The shadows starting to creep across from in front of the point. No shadow longer than Ollie Hannon-Dolby's. He walks back to start of his run. It's quite a long way he's running, not all that many strides. Here he is on the way to Bell. It goes back and guides this on the bounce to Barnard coming in from cover point. And a rather orthodox feel at the moment. 2 slips. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. So just round a little bit from square leg towards mid-wicket, Glintop there. And man at long leg, quite square. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Bell is on the back foot, hitting it hard through the covers for 4 runs. Good shot. His most authoritative shot so far. And he goes to 14, his 3rd boundary. 28 for 2. Hannon-Dolby investigates the bottom of his boots. Picks off 1 or 2 bits of loose earth while he's waiting for the ball to come back. Quite breezy now. The bunting we can see between the pavilion and the hotel being tugged quite hard at the moment. Traffic going past behind it. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Bell is defending in front of his front pad. Firmly up to Ray at mid-on. City will be lively tonight, I think, after the cup final, won't it? Or half of it will.
Yeah, the red half will. Well, I suppose bank holiday weekend, I suppose it's always lively on a bank holiday weekend.
Well, I dare say.
I think you should venture in on the tram.
Do you think?
I think you should.
Well, we venture out. I don't want to get caught up in that great Manchester run tomorrow, which I'm sure is a splendid event. My running days are behind me. Apparently. This is forward comes Bell and defends firmly up to mid-on, end of the over. 29 for 2. If you are coming to the cricket tomorrow, if you're going to defy the weather forecast, and why shouldn't you? Then be aware, if you're in this area, that travel might not be as easy as possible. I was looking at the route of the run tomorrow, and it appears to be roughly between the two football grounds. So you run from one football ground to the other and back. That's probably about it. So if your journey to Old Trafford tomorrow takes you across any part of that, then probably best trying another way, by the sound of it.
Yes, I was looking at the map myself. Dave on reception, as ever, was right on the money this morning. Yes. So you need to look at this map. You might get stuck in the traffic tomorrow, or road closures tomorrow, for the big event. There's Yates to Jennings. Just played off the front foot and there's no run. .28 for 2. Yates in again. Jennings advancing a step down the pitch and then defending it, working it to the leg side.
I've been sledged.
Oh dear.
Tony sends an email. Says, watching on YouTube and seeing you in the commentary box, I see we go to the same barbers. I mean, I don't come here on a Saturday afternoon to be
you don't need that,
messages like that.
Yeah. Forward again goes Jennings in defence and there's no run.
I come here in all good faith.
Exactly.
Tony, behave yourself. He said, what do you think our chances are of a first win? By our, I'd take that to meaning Warwickshire, although you might not. I don't know. I think it's anybody's chance of a win rather reduced by the weather, I think.
Fizzed away down the leg side by Yates.
But I still think 284 is not bad. But the pitch has behaved itself today, or at least it has to my eye.
Goes back this time to Jennings and cuts away through the offside. Moves on to 3. And it's 29 for 2. Well, the way that Alex Davis played, and the way that Keaton Jennings is currently playing, would suggest that you need to be a little patient.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Maybe that's the point, isn't it? They've hard to play strokes on it.
Yates to Bell, forward in defence, and there is no run. End of the over, 29 for 2. Was Davis last night kind of hinting at that in terms of the challenges of batting on the pitch?
Yeah, I mean, look, he really didn't want to be drawn on what a good score was, but I think basically whatever we can get would be quite a good score.
Fair enough.
But I think he was very pleased to be 47 not out, put it that way. So, but it has seemed to have a different character today. We haven't seen, I can't remember spotting a single ball today that has bounced in a way you wouldn't expect it to.
No.
And there were a few yesterday. So, I don't know, sometimes pitches do have different character depending on whether it's the sun's out or not.
Well, this guy coming on could change that a little bit potentially.
Sort of chap that makes stuff happen, Hassan Ali. And here he is, wasting no time, coming in from the Statham end, and his first ball from round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings, just angled across into his pads, and Jennings is going to get 1. And he goes to 4, 31 for 2.
England have beaten Pakistan at Edgbaston. They bowled them out for 160 in the 20th over to win by 23 runs. 3 wickets for Reece Topley, 2 for Jofra Archer, and 2 for Moeen Ali. as well. One each for Jordan, Rashid and Livingston.
Just that was a good day for all concerned. Here comes Hassan Ali, who was with the Pakistan squad briefly as injury cover. And he concedes 4 here off a thickish edge, I think, for George Bell. As he went to drive, yeah, just in the air a little bit, but he found a gap and away for 4. Down wide of third man. I say wide of third man, they haven't got a third man, so it's 4 to Bell. He's 18, 34 for 2. Hassan Ali bowls just 2 slips and a close-ish in mid-wicket attacking field. And Bell makes a late adjustment here as he defends this into the offside.
Played that well in the end, didn't he? Just gets onto you a bit quicker, doesn't it, with Hassan?
He's not a particularly tall man, but he rattles it through.
Does he still do that wonderful celebration when he takes a wicket? Excellent.
Yes, he's full of fun. Here he is, hoping to unleash it. But Bell is forward defending in that quite distinctive way that he does on the move. And all the way to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who bends down through a couple of postcode districts all the way to his feet to pick the ball up. Hassan Ali's digging at the crease. But he's a catalyst of a cricketer, isn't he, Hassan Ali? That's one of the reasons I think it was regarded widely as good news when Warwickshire signed him for the year, and then they've already been without him twice unexpectedly. One because he got called back for a training camp, because there was a change of management evidently in the Pakistan international ranks, so they wanted everybody back, so he missed a couple of games for that. So he's turned into the leg side and to that mid-wicket fielder close in, so there's no run. And then he got picked up as injury cover for Harris Rauf for the island part of the Pakistan tour of the British Isles, but released in time to come back for this game. And Warwickshire were quite glad of it, because they, without quite a few other seamers, I mentioned earlier Rushworth and Norwell, but Amir Jamal, they've also signed. He's Hassan Ali's Pakistan international teammate. He's played a couple of championship games and has a back problem at the moment, so he's out. She's driven to mid-off and Davies Fields, there's no run. Michael Booth, who's a young bowler who they're out of, I think, Durham University off the top of my head, but played his first championship game in the first one of the season and now has a side strain, so he's out. Craig Miles, I think, was fit for this game, but took 5 wickets at the Oval, was injured celebrating the 5th wicket, turned his ankle, didn't bowl in the second innings, and missed the last game, but I think was available for this one, but didn't quite make the cut. But they haven't got a lot of depth at the moment with all those out, so having Hassan Ali back was welcome news.
Well, you've got to look after your bowlers, haven't you?
Yeah.
Especially when there's first couple of months of the season, back-to-back championship games, tough on the fast bowlers. There's Yates to Jennings. He plays calmly away off the front foot, and there's no run.
Well, the last couple of years they've got into all sorts of predicaments. There was one game they played at the Oval a couple of years ago where they were literally loaning players on the day to see who's going to turn up.
Not ideal. Jennings a little dance down the pitch. That's clipped up towards mid-on, and Bell hurries through for one. Jennings was pretty keen to take a single. Bell's quick enough. Score moves on to 35 for 2. Jennings on to 5.
$14 overs left after this one, so it's still probably 50 minutes cricket if the spin at one end.
It's with Yates. He's into Bell. And the ball deflects down towards short fine leg. It's Hannon-Dolby stopping the ball well. Away to his right-hand side. It's come off the inner half of Bell's bat. Good work by Hannon-Dolby. He's a big, tall lad. Got down well to his right to stop the ball. 35 for 2. It's pushed away by Bell into the offside. And Jacob Bethel fields at cover.
He's just sprinting off the field.
It's quickly going off there.
Lynn Totters.
Okay.
Answered the call.
Yeah. Quite an urgent one. Looks of it. Oh.
Oh no, it was just must have been a sub on, because Will Rhodes coming back out. So.
Sprinted off to get the helmet.
Ah, that's the reason.
Okay.
Right. There we are. That's sorted too.
That's the ex-skipper to the current skipper. I'll get it for you, mate.
Well, there we are. Back in the ranks.
Yeah, that's good to see. So Davis at leg slip, short leg and a slip in place. It's driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Davis has planted himself in the direction that last one squirted off the edge from Bell. So he's, what, 10 feet from the bat? Maybe not that much.
Crouching down, waiting as Yates is in and bowling to Bell. Oh, Bell was Yates was interested for a second or two. It's the end of the over. He's probing away with his off-spin from the Anderson end, as Lyon did for most of the Warwickshire first innings from that far end. 35 for 2. Bell on 18, Jennings on 5. 14 overs remaining today.
I reckon he might be working on his appealing a bit, Rob Yates. He's a terribly nice chap, very quietly spoken. But he was straight round there, wasn't he? Have a shout at Rob White, to one that didn't look all that out, in truth. So they're making a bowler out of him yet. Good to see Rob. Nice guy. Now, round the wicket comes Hassan Ali, and he's turned off his pads for one run down into the shadows. Is that? Oh, yeah, down in the distance. That long leg. Is that Ray who's on the long distance trekking duty from long leg one side to the other?
It's different postcodes, that, isn't it?
Come on, you'd be having a word there. Come on, Skip. Give over. That's 120 yards yonk.
Yeah.
From one side to the other.
One side of Manchester to the other.
Yes, you'd soon get fed up with that. Hello, Sports Extra listeners. We're got potentially nearly an hour's cricket to go here in the sunshine in Manchester. I know. Hassan Ali bowls, and forward comes Bell and defends out into the offside. Warwickshire making 284 with Alex Davis batting throughout for an unbeaten 127. Innings of remarkable discipline and self-denial at various periods, but 7.5 hours of holding Warwickshire together. Jacob Bethel's 40 was the next highest contribution. Hassan Ali bowls. This is chopped down hard by Bell for 4 runs. Mosley's on that deep backward point boundary, but he can't make the ground up. So it's a good stroke from Bell. And Lancashire 41 for 2. They were 12 for 2 in the 5th over after 2 early incisions by Ollie Hannon-Dolby. And Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon both caught at second slip by Rob Yates. But Lancashire holding Warwickshire off since then. Mosley really does look a bit lonely there, because there's that part of the ground isn't open in front of the point. And in any case, the rope is probably 30 yards away from the edge of the playing area. So the pitch is a bit over to one side. So he's all on his lonesome there, Dan Mosley, in the shadows. Hassan Ali flagging his attention to move him around a bit. And he bowls to the right-handed Bell, who is forward in deep concentration, defending back to, well, not to the bowler. It's run away to the close fielder on the onside, because Hassan Ali's already on his march back. And it is a march from Hassan. He doesn't do anything slowly, does he? Some bowlers sort of amble back to the start of their run. But he marches back. As soon as he gets there, he's on his way. Scooting in to bowl to Bell, who defends down into the ground. In sharply from the offside comes Bethel to prevent a run.
It's been a game where if you're a batter, it's been concentration, hasn't it? It's been patience and concentration. That was certainly the way that Alex Davis batted for his 127 not out, carrying his bat for Warwickshire. Batted through the Warwickshire innings, and then it's been the same for both Bell and for Jennings.
In goes Hassan Ali. Ooh, and a bit of a loose stroke from Bell, who's got the back leg down right on one knee and drives and misses. End of the over, 40 for 2. Yeah, Davis has shown that you can get in and score runs on this pitch, but you're going to have to be very disciplined. Which is interesting, because the ball has not visibly from a distance misbehaved today in the way that it certainly looked to have some devilment yesterday.
Yeah, it did, yeah. It was tricky, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah.
Conditions were very different to what we've got now. It was floodlights and cloudy skies. This is a youth pitch, and there was a sense of it being quite unpredictable, a little bit up and down. It's not quite been the case there, at least it hasn't appeared that way. But then batting has been quite tough going. Davis batted for over 7 hours for his 127. There's Yates with some off-spin from the Anderson end. Jennings very much on the move. He's a good stride down the pitch. And then pushing away defensively into the offside. Ed Barnard fields at cover, no run.
So tomorrow, Warwickshire want the weather to be not as nice as this, but not so bad, much worse that it's raining.
Jennings goes back to cut this delivery up towards deep point for a single. Yeah, they don't really want the prediction of thunderstorms.
No, you can do that. No. But to be as precise as that feels too much to ask.
41 for 2. It is hard to think that we've got the most beautiful conditions in the minute, but then it is the most miserable forecast for tomorrow. But we shall see. Bell's back on strike. 3 catches around the bat. Silly point, short leg and a slip. Just goes back and turns the ball into the onside. It bounces in front of Dan Mosley under the helmet at forward short leg. And there's no run. He's on 22, George Bell, from 39 balls faced. Jennings on 7 from 49. Works his ball away to the leg side. Bell takes his bottom hand off it as he tries to flick it out towards mid-wicket. Barnard fields and hands it back to Rob Yates, and Yates is dancing in again and bowls to Bell. That loops down towards kind of short, fine leg. Would have been up and over a leg slip fielder. Entirely sure it came off, but it certainly had plenty of loop. It went high, bouncing in front of Hannon Dolby. He's a backward square leg. Bell looks to drive, plays and misses, deflects down to the boundary at fine leg. What's this going to be given? Buys, I think. Yeah, nothing on it. Bell looking to try and drive the ball away. He misses, it misses him, it misses the stumps, it misses the keeper. And a bye called by the umpire. That's the end of the over. 42 for 2, 12 overs remaining tonight. And Lancashire replying to that Warwickshire first innings score of 284.
Yeah, that was a rather uncomfortable end to that over from George Bell, because the one that looped up off maybe the inside edge in the pad, Davis had gone in and fielded close in at that angle a few moments ago, but it would have gone over his head and it dropped short of Hannon Dolby, who then going to gather in the last one that went through everything has left about a 3-foot-long scar on the outfield. So that'll be some work for somebody. Hassan Ali is starting a new over, and Bell is defending it on the offside, but he's fidgety at the moment, George Bell.
Yes, he's working hard here, isn't he? He's grafting as hard as he can. It's a real kind of gritty performance, to try and survive, to try and stay out there.
It is about survival at the moment. He's on the back foot here and getting a single, possibly two, having guided it in the gap wide of extra cover. In from the boundary comes Bethel, and they do indeed take two.
He's had a couple of good scores this season, the pick of the lot being his 99, which he got against Hampshire in Southampton. Got a 65 in the defeat here against Kent, but then scores of 35, 4, 5, 5, 18, 8 and 17 since.
44 for two, and now he checks a drive that runs up to Davis at mid-off. How many overs we got? 11 after this one. And if this, on the screen to my left, there are little splodges around on the radar, but for once they're all around Manchester, and the little gleaming blue dot in the middle, denoting Old Trafford. He's all on its own. Take a photo of that. Could do that tomorrow. Hassan Ali drifts onto the pads, and there's going to be one run for Bell, who runs it very busily in the hope that there might be a second, but there isn't. His return's already on the way. 45 for two. Replying to 2-8-4. And a round of games at the moment where there's been some topsy-turvy scores, especially in Division 1, or rather against expectations, with Surrey miles behind at the Rose Bowl after Hampshire have batted all day there. And Durham turning over Somerset in 2 days. Somerset having had a good result last week. Hassan Ali drives, and it's gone straight through for 4 of something. Has he gone off the edge? Yeah. Jennings drove, but feathered an edge into the ground and past the wicketkeeper. Off the inside edge, must be.
I think so, yeah. A million miles away from his off stump.
Yeah. Oh, dear. No chance for the wicketkeeper. Went all along the ground. And as you say, not far from off stump. First boundary to Keaton Jennings. Not an especially notable one. Hassan Ali tries again from round the wicket to the left-hander, and Jennings is forward pushing into the offside. End of the over. 49 for two. 19 overs. Lancashire. Jennings, who has looked serene, if strokeless, until that point. He's 11 and Bell 25.
Yeah, it's been tough going for the batters so far in this match. Having to work hard here, Lancashire. Good young player in George Bell and a seasoned pro in Keaton Jennings. Just trying to steer Lancashire to slightly safer waters. 12 for two. They have at least stopped that early fall of wickets with Luke Wells and then Josh Bannon going quickly afterwards. Still plenty to do tonight, though. 11 overs left. Yates to Bell. He plays off the back foot in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a belting win, that, isn't it, for Durham? They lost to Lancashire at Blackpool last week, and they've come tearing back to form with an innings and 6-run win over Somerset. Bell cuts this one away through the offside, out towards a deep backward point boundary, all the way for 4. That brings up Lancashire's 50 as well. 53 for 2. And Bell moves on to 29.
And Somerset had a very good win, didn't they, the other day over Kent, so which moved them up to 2nd, I think, in the table before this round of games. So. Bit of a coupon buster, that, from Chesterley Street.
Yates to Bell. That's punched to mid-on, there's no run. Can you do accumulators in cricket? I suppose you can.
Evidently not, that's why I'm still here.
Love the idea of a coupon buster in the county championship. So. Yates to Bell, and drives. And silly point hops out the way, and it's picked up by Hassan Ali.
I don't think cricket pools is going to work after the first few rounds of this season, is it? No. How many points for the score draw? Absolutely hundreds of them.
Yates to Bell. That's turned into the onside this time. No run. At Barnard Fields at mid-wicket.
I'll file that under ideas not to follow through.
53 for 2. Final ball for Yates. In this, his 5th over. Creeping in from the Anderson end, and he's over the wicket and bowling, and that's dragged to the leg side by Bell and picked up backward square leg. That's the end of the over. Bell 29, Jennings on 11, 53 for 2 Lancashire, replying to 284 all out by Warwickshire.
It's all been downhill since they stopped doing the pools numbers, really, after the football results, I reckon. That's where it all started to go wrong.
That's where football went wrong, isn't it?
I think so. And we got 10 overs, 53 for 2. It's lovely. You'd think, looking at this, you'd say you could go on for hours like this.
You could actually, couldn't you? Yeah.
Delightful evening.
Yeah.
But we're going to see something different. We're going to see Jacob Bethell, who, on the face of it, would be Warwickshire's number 3 spinner in this game, but he's going to be number 2 spinner being called upon. Jake Lintot's left arm wrist spin is still to come, but for the moment, Bethell left arm orthodox. Didn't do a lot of bowling last year, not as much as he might have done, certainly in the white ball cricket, because he had a troubling back injury, so there were some games where he could play as a batter, but not as a bowler. But I think, like Yates, they fancy him as a batter who can bowl useful spin, and particularly in white ball cricket we've seen up to now. But here he is with 10 overs to bowl today, and from the Statham end, holds his first ball to the left-handed Jennings, who defends into the offside. With a slip and a short leg, the close catches. Yates, Bethell rather bowls, and she's hit on the bounce to short leg. And I think Mosley's the man under the lid. Yates has gone to sort of straightish mid-wicket. It's also mid-on, mid-off. And we're at quite well-rounded extra cover. Deep backward point out towards the boundary. Back goes Jennings right in his crease and hits this on the bounce past Mosley, but maybe squinting into the sun, he thinks there might be a chance of a run, but there certainly wasn't. Ray comes into field. Man of 3 sweatbands, Michael Ray, 1 round his forehead, 1 on each wrist. Bethell bowls, and this is a little bit shorter. Jennings sweeps, and Ray tumbles across to his left and makes quite an efficient stop. Newcomer to county cricket, Michael Ray, who bowled 5 very tight overs at the start of this innings in his 2nd championship game, but a very experienced bowler picked up from New Zealand to help Warwickshire ease their current injury problems, their perennial injury problems, it seems, in the seam bowling department. Jennings offers only the front pad to the next ball from Bethell. It's well wide of off stump. It goes through to Burgess. .53 for 2. Over the wicket comes the left arm of Bethell, and Jennings turns this on the bounce to backward of square on the leg side. Ray fields. It's the end of the over. 9 to come today. 53 for 2. Lancs 29 to Bell, 11 to Jennings, having lost Wells 0 and Bohannon 12 in the early overs of this innings, both to catches at second slip by Rob Yates.
Elsewhere in the county championship, close of play in the games between Hampshire and Surrey, and Kent against Essex. And we just watched back the replays of the wickets to fall, the 2 to fall so far in this Lancashire innings, the edge by Wells and the edge by Bohannon, both of Hannon Dolby, and both snaffled by Yates at second slip. But Hampshire got to 495 for 4, replying to a Surrey total of 127 all out. So already Hampshire absolutely miles in front, 368 runs in front. As Yates bowls to Bell, and that's defended to the onside, no run. 99 not out for Ben Brown overnight. Centuries for Nick Gubbins and for Toby Albert. So Hampshire in a strong position heading into the third day. Bell turns it to mid-wicket, there's no run. And we saw a double century for Jordan Cox for Essex against his former side. Essex making 591 for 7 declared. In Kent, in reply at the close of play, are 118 for 4. Reverse sweep from Bell. Gets it up in the air and down towards the boundary. It'll head towards the rope, and he gets 4 runs as well. It pushes Lancashire on to 57 for 2.
Well, that's an adventurous stroke to be playing at this point. But I think the modern player doesn't see it as adventurous, do they? George Bell, just 21.
Moves to 33. He's found a way to get some runs here for Lancashire.
Well, a couple of the lower order players reverse swept Nathan Lyon. Jake Lintott ended up doing it to his doom. The umpire judging that it came off something, having evidently hit him on the toe to begin with. Was given out caught by the wicketkeeper.
Here's Yates to Bell. Goes back and defends, no run.
But when Hassan Ali tried it and hit Nathan Lyon for 4 reverse sweeping, I very much enjoyed Lyon's long look back down the pitch. Didn't approve.
Yates to Bell. Davis gets out of the way there at silly point as he jabs it away through the offside. Lintott will catch up with it up towards the boundary. It's extra cover. And Bell comes back for 2 meanwhile. He moves on to 35, 59 for 2.
So Robbie H doesn't quite have that yet. He doesn't quite have that sort of off-spinner's glare when batsman plays a vulgar stroke. Like that.
Bell defends to complete the over. Trailed by 225. The other Division 1 game which is still in play is the match at New Road, where Worcestershire are 80 all out and Nottinghamshire in reply are 198 for 2 right at the end of the day's play in Worcestershire. Hasib Hamid is 80 not out. Joe Clark unbeaten on 60. Edging up towards 200 on the board knots, 2 wickets down. Worcestershire blown away in their first innings, 80 all out on their first game back at New Road.
Yes, and having moved heaven and earth, quite literally in some cases, the earth bit, to try and get the ground playable. To see the team rolled over in double quick time must have been a bit galling, but at least there is cricket on at New Road again. 8 overs to come at Old Trafford today as the floodlights start to cast a shadow over one end of the pitch. Of Jacob Bethel comes out of the shadow and bowls left arm orthodox to the left-hander Jennings, who defends into the leg side. They're very tall, the floodlight pylons here. It's quite a wide playing area. You have to reach a long way. Bethel comes in again and finds Jennings advancing down the pitch to him, but in a defensive way. He's done that a couple of times already. He's shortening the pitch, but he's not aggressive with the stroke when he gets there. He just pats it into the leg side. Slip short leg and close-ish in mid-wicket. Mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, deep backward point and a shortish fine leg, and Jennings this time offers only the front pad and diverts the ball off it to slip. Bethel tries again, and Jennings this time meets him and drives it firmly on the way, on the back to the bowler, on the bounce. Bethel fields. You were admiring his barnet earlier on, Jacob Bethel, when he took his helmet off.
It's a belter.
This is, again, padded away by Jennings from outside the left-hander's off stump. Feels he can do that, not with impunity, but with degree of safety from the line that Bethel's bowling. Twirls the ball from one hand to the other and then tries again. This time pushes it through a bit quicker and straighter. And Jennings advances 2 paces, meets it, pats it back to the bowler. Very patient, Keaton Jennings. He's been there 23 overs for 11 and 4 of those came off the inside edge. Bell with a busier 35 and Lancs 59 for 2, trailing by 225 with 7 overs available today.
He's too young for the for a 90s boy band, isn't he? Really, he's Jacob Bethel, but he's that type of look.
He doesn't even remember the 90s boy band.
This is it. Yeah. When was he born? Some early 2000s, probably.
What is he? He's 20. Yeah, so not even that early 2000s.
It'd be great in New Kids on the Block or something like that. Here comes Yateson and balls to Bell. Just tries to flick the ball away. Just bounces away to the right of forward short leg. No run. 59 for 2. Dan Moser under the helmet there. Yates again. Bell turns it to the leg side. And there is no run.
There was a bit of early momentum to Warwickshire in the field, but they've got a bit stuck in the last few minutes.
Yates to Bell, and that's defended, no run. Yes, they've come across a stubborn and much needed partnership for Lancashire. 47 these two have put on so far. This will add to it. Little flick away through the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. Bell gets a single, he moves on to 36, and now it's 60 for 2. Brings Jennings on strike. Not seen much of Yates to Jennings. Got a chance here, there's a slip and a leg slip in place. And Yates comes around the wicket to the left hand, who plays forward and defends. Back up towards Yates, scoops it up and wanders back to his mark. And he's bouncing his way back in around the wicket, and Jennings comes towards him and pushes it to mid-off and calls Bell through. And they are quickly through for a single. Jennings on to 12, 61 for 2 at the end of the over. 24 gone of Lancashire's first innings. 6 remain tonight. Bell on 36, Jennings on 12, so it's a partnership worth 49 runs for Lancashire between George Bell and Keaton Jennings.
Yes, they'd have been hoping to make more progress, Warwickshire, when they took 2 wickets in the first 5 overs. Still time tonight to give Lancashire a more uncomfortable night's rest, but they're going to settle for the spinners to try and do it by the look of things. Hassan Ali had only 3 overs, having replaced Hannon Dolby. Here is Bethel, and Jennings takes a pace towards him, but he's thinking again, only pretty defensively, guides the ball out to mid-wicket. Most of the other games have finished for the day, I think. Keeping an eye on them. Forward comes Jennings and pushes away into the offside again. 61 for 2. Yes, the other Division 1 games, there's only one still in progress. So, oh dear, this is scuttles a bit from Bethel, and Jennings has ended up in a very odd position with his feet quite a long way apart and jabbing the ball off an under edge down into the ground. But that one crept just a little bit. That's what Warwickshire are looking for, to try and see if there's anything going to misbehave about this pitch that I think both teams are expecting to increasingly offer spin as the game goes on. This time Jennings plays with a straight bat away into the offside, but it's the first one really that's with from the spinners that's caused Jennings any discomfort. And this time he goes back and he's beaten on the looking to pull, and that one obviously didn't go through at the height he was expecting. He's missed that one as well. Bethel's reaction would have you believe that it was very close to the off stump. But he'd set himself to pull Jennings, so either he misjudged the length horridly or he kept lower than he thought. 61 for 2. Bethel's very interested now, and Jennings is only thinking of defence with the last ball. That's a more promising over from Bethel's point of view, a maiden. 61 for 2. Seeing a replay on the screen of, he just set himself to pull and missed it, but I think that went through at lower than bail height. But he played over the top of it. Still there though, Jennings unbeaten with 12.
Yes, with Bell on 36. Five overs to go tonight. Looks like Yates' spell come to an end. Yes, 7 overs for 16. And Jake Lintott, he's not played too much recently for Warwickshire in the county championship. Into the side this week and into the attack now.
2 previous first-class games against Worcestershire in 2021 and at Chelmsford last year. That's it. Otherwise, it's been all white ball cricket.
He gets a twirl with the red ball, and he's into Bell. And Bell runs that away through the offside. And through for a single. And that brings up the 50 partnership between Keaton Jennings and George Bell. 122 deliveries, 75 minutes. And, much needed one for the Red Rose.
He does have some tricks in the bag, Lintott, which have served him well in white ball cricket. I was saying earlier, Jamie was here, the Lintott story is quite an inspiring one for people who don't know it. Didn't come into the pro ranks at all until he was 27. Been sized up by a few counties without anybody taking the plunge.
He's in over the wicket with his left arm wrist spin. Forward goes Jennings in defence, no run.
But got a chance to play in the 2020s and he's never looked back really. Was teaching down in Somerset.
Into Jennings. Forward and defends, just pushes the ball away, no run.
So he's seen a bit of the world playing in T20 franchise competitions in the last 3 or 4 years. Quite the turnaround.
Great story.
It is.
He spins the ball from left hand to right and then he's twirling in again. Jennings eases forward and defends. Play back to Lintott. He's had a very tidy start here. A couple of deliveries to go of his first over. Sets off and stops and sets off and stops and then just wants cover to move a little to his left. Nudged down towards backward square leg by Jennings. Bethel fields. No run.
I thought there was something in that. It just looked as though it might have bounced a fraction. Jennings was trying to squeeze it down.
Final ball for Lintott into Jennings. Turn to the leg side for no run. Good first over that for a man that's not bowled red ball cricket for thick end of a year and doesn't play much of it. Just concedes a 1 run off his first over. So a good start by Jake Lintott. 62 for 2. We've got 4 overs left tonight. Bell on 37. And Jennings is 17 not out. And it's a deficit of 222 runs between the two sides with 4 overs to go this evening.
And Lancashire won't mind if it's still 222 as long as there's still only the 2 men out. And then we'll see what the weather does tomorrow. And for that matter on Monday. But Warwickshire could potentially have done quite a lot of damage in these 30 overs, and for a short time it looks as though they were going to. Bethel's going to try round the wicket to the right-handed Bell, who goes right back in the crease. Defends away on the offside. 3 maiden overs so far, Jacob Bethel, all bowled to the left-handed Jennings. It's the first time we've seen him bowl to George Bell, who's made 37. And there are 2 out on the leg side boundary, at deep backward square and also at mid-wicket. But Bell is not paying any attention to them. He's just forward and defending on the offside. .62 for 2. Replying to Warwickshire's 284. Bell, slow approach to the stumps and then draws Bell forward, almost overbalances right over the forward defensive stroke. There's no run. Round the wicket comes Bethel, and Bell goes right back and takes a single. Highland Dalby went diving towards that without ever quite looking as though he was going to stop it. And he's taken another great chunk out of the outfield. And he's going to replace this one. But they've got away for a single. Barnard eventually did do the fielding. Hannah Dalby was merely a decoy on this occasion. 38 to Bell, and now Bethel to try again into, if there is any rough outside the left-hander's off stump, he's going to try and find it. But Jennings turns this ball round the corner to fine leg, and Ray one to come. Bethel bowls very full, and Jennings defends, bat and boot close together. End of another over, 27 gone and 3 available now today to Warwickshire as they strive for another breakthrough. 63 for 2. Lancashire 38 to Bell, George Bell, and 12 to Jennings. So we've made up 8 of the overs lost yesterday. But the prediction, at least, that we're going to lose rather more tomorrow, which would be a shame, because I think everyone's interested to see how exactly this pitch will play. But it certainly looks to have played better, at least if you're disciplined, today than we might have expected from yesterday.
It's close to playing 3 of the 4 Division 2 fixtures. As Lintott comes around the wicket to Bell. It's played up towards Ray at mid-on, and there's no run. So just the Northamptonshire-Yorkshire match still in play in Division 2. Balls again. Bell brings the bat down and defends. Pushed away into the offside, no run. In fact, Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 301, so Yorkshire got a first innings lead of 61 runs over Northants at Wanties Road. Lintott balls, and Bell, the back foot, pushed away into the offside, no run, fielded by Alex Davis. 63 for 2. Jennings 12, Bell on 38. Lintott spinning the ball from one hand to the other. left arm wrist spin, flatter, quicker, wider, and too far wide, and called a wide by the umpire.
Yes, that one came out a bit wrong.
65 for 2. Bell defends, just drops it into the offside. And Lintop quickly onto it, denying any possibility of a quick single.
There is some pressure built here. There's just the occasional delivery, particularly from Bethel, that's done something, but they're playing Lintop with due care.
It's back and plays it back to Lintop. George Bell, no run. 64 for 2, final ball of the over, and then 2 remaining tonight. And Jake Lintop from the Anderson end, tossing the ball from one hand to the other, in and balls, and Bell looks to sweep, and the ball disappears down towards fine leg. And Bell hurries back to complete his second run. Little thin bottom edge of the bat from Bell. Sweep takes him on to 40, and Lancashire to 66 for 2.
Yes,
by 2:18.
There was quite a lot of appealing going on there, and I'm not sure whether they had some idea that it might have flicked the pad first before it hit the bat, but it was hard to say. And there was certainly enough bat on it for the umpire to know that it would be 2 runs to George Bell to make him 40. We'll have 1 more over at each end. Bethel from the Statham end. The lengthening shadow of the floodlight pylon now is running behind him. Balls to Jennings, who turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. This has been a very disciplined, well, getting on for 2 hours batting from Keaton Jennings, made 12, and really has hardly played a stroke. Not only the captain, but must know that he is the key batter in the Lancashire lineup, and he's protected his wicket accordingly in this session. Leg slips come in now. Bethel bowls, and Jennings is carefully forward, pushing the ball out off the middle of the bat to Hannon Dolby at mid-off, really only looking to block it. Ten balls to go today. Bethel left arm over the wicket, and Jennings is a big pace forward. In defence,
done a decent job, hasn't he, Bethel?
Yeah.
Bowled very nicely.
Very tidy, and just caused the odd bit of discomfort for Keaton Jennings. Tries again, and Jennings is nudging this around his front pad between the 2 close catchers on the leg side, but all along the ground. So there's no possibility of any danger.
Just had a little look at the forecast again for tomorrow to see if anything's changed, but no, it's still looking a bit...
I don't think I'm going to stop looking at it.
Yeah, a bit dicey. Plenty of thunderbolts on that forecast.
Is Bethel looking for one right now out of the pitch, but forward comes Jennings and defends out into the offside.
Thundery showers through the course of tomorrow, but let's hope it improves overnight, but it's been set like that for a couple of days now.
This will be Bethel's final delivery today. In he comes to Jennings. Went through a bit lower, but Jennings was right in behind it. So plays out another maiden. 5 overs for 1 run from Jacob Bethel, but no breakthrough. And it's 66 for 2 with 1 over left.
Yep, it's been an intriguing day. It's been slow at times. This morning was slow and steady, and didn't feel like maybe it wasn't really going very far. And then this afternoon, or very far and very quickly. But this afternoon, it kind of burst into life a little bit. Hassan Ali It's quite entertaining to watch when he came out to bat. Alex Davis batted really well with a great deal of care and discipline.
Felt like an innings that means a lot to him.
And it's helped put the Bears in a half-decent position, subject to what might happen tomorrow. This partnership's been important for Lancashire, just to make sure there's nothing untoward happening at 12 for 2. That's a sweep. It's in the air. Oh, it's a good catch by Hannon Dolby. Both batters sink to their knees, both Bell and Jennings at the non-striker's end. It's Bell that's going to go on the sweep, the top edge. That'll be it, the close of play. And Lintott strikes. Bell on the sweep, the top edge, and Hannon Dolby used all his height and reach to get to that. And it's a shame for Bell, who put together a very tidy little knot there. But his partnership's been broken, and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket. And that is the close of play on day 2, 66 for 3.
Maybe I didn't quite see that, Rob, but it looked a full toss. They just hit the back of the bat. I would put an asterisk next to that, but the replay that we just saw made it look like it was a full toss. I don't know whether we'll see one from the front, but either way, it's a huge moment for Warwickshire in this game. If they're allowed the playing time, it's, you know, to potentially jemmied an opening there for the morning. Jennings was trying to play very much in the vein that Alex Davis did earlier and has remained to the finish, but Bell, I think, will be upset, whatever the circumstances, to be out in the final over of today. And a wicket for Jake Lintott to finish things off. A very satisfactory day for Warwickshire. It remains to be seen tomorrow whether it's a position from where they can really dictate terms, but it's going to be largely out of their hands, I think.
Yes, it's in the hands of the Thunderbolt and Lightning.
Yes.
And if it's very, very frightening, let's hope it's not. Let's hope that the weather forecasts are horribly wrong and we get some play tomorrow. Shame for Lancashire that they've lost Bell at the stroke of the close. But he's gone for 40. That is it for day 2. 66 for 3, trailed by 218. We'll sign off. We'll catch you, whether it's raining or not. Thunder on Lightning. We'll be here tomorrow morning to say hello to you from just before 11 o'clock.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he plays with what a moment. trust that it came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run the winning hit. On come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.